After Duke crawled up to the shore, he didn't put on the robe from his space ring, walking along the sandy beach bare-chested. Wearing only shorts, he glanced at the skill tree. The proficiency in underwater breathing had increased significantly, but now there were already many skills on the skill tree, a bunch of skills waiting for him to grind the proficiency up. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. Level 2, 678/1500 Wizard's Mark. Level 2, 178/300 Water Arrow Technique. Level 1, 81/100 Water Shield Technique. Level 1, 75/100 Underwater Breathing. Level 1, 421/500. Looking at this string of skills, Duke didn't plan to learn any other magic in the short term. Just these spells were going to take him a lot of time to grind proficiency, and learning new spells would leave him without the time and energy to improve. Duke found that today's underwater training was quite effective. The sea was a very good environment for him, almost equivalent to an alternative cultivation room. He just needed to be cautious, not to stray too far from the shore, in case he encountered some sea monsters. Duke did not know which region of the sea Black Sail was located, but he could be sure that it was definitely located in the vast ocean. There were definitely some boundary lines around, where witch arrays were set, making it difficult for outsiders to enter, and for insiders to row out using ordinary boats. Trying to swim out from the bottom of the sea within Black Sail's range was even more impossible. There were likely terrifying giant creatures guarding the boundary areas. Duke walked back to the dormitory bare-chested, with water stains on his body, the sunlight spilling down, making the muscles on his body glitter. His physique was much better than most wizard apprentices, and his stamina hadn't been greatly exhausted despite staying in the sea for so long. It was just that there was little magic power left, so to avoid some possible dangers, he didn't continue staying there. With Duke's physique, he could dive very deep into the sea, which was also his advantage. Additionally, with the aid of fighting spirit, his physique surpassed that of ordinary wizard apprentices. Most wizard apprentices on Academy Island had not practiced breathing techniques, nor did they possess the physique of a great knight. If these wizard apprentices exhausted their magic power and spiritual power, Duke could crush them as easily as he would a chick just with physical strength. However, wizards generally wouldn't let themselves fall into such dire straits, often carrying some supplies for contingencies. Magic stones had such a function. Wizards could absorb the energy from magic stones to quickly replenish magic power and recover. It's just that this method was too extravagant and generally not used. When Duke got back to the dormitory area, he didn't expect Hannah to also just return, carrying some things in her hands. He took a closer look. They were 2 pairs of brand new black stockings, styled a bit differently, seemingly lace-edged, and one pair seemed to have an opening. When Hannah saw Duke, her eyes lit up, drawn by Duke's perfect muscle lines. Duke's physique was enhanced by the skill tree, nearly reaching the limit of human aesthetics, perfectly balanced and very healthy. After exchanging greetings, they only chatted briefly before heading upstairs. Duke sensed Hannah was constantly looking at him. When they reached the door, Hannah suddenly said, "Duke, I bought 2 new pairs of stockings and want to try them on. Can you come in and see how they look?" "No need." Duke shook his head in refusal. Hannah quickly said, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to make a sale to you. If it's you, I can offer it for free." Duke rolled his eyes, unable to understand what was on this woman's mind, and directly went inside and closed the door. Hannah stood at the door, pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She looked down at her body and touched her face, for the first time doubting whether her charm had diminished, being rejected so decisively. Duke's mind right now was focused on grinding proficiency. A ton of skills were waiting for him to level up. More importantly, the complicated relationship with the woman next door was too much trouble. Getting involved with her could easily cause problems, which was unnecessary. If Duke really wanted to relieve some desire, it would be better to go into town, where he'd only need to spend money without worrying about any trouble. But now, training and cultivation from morning to night left no energy for such matters. Duke heard from Simon that someone in Zone C of the accommodation area had died inexplicably in their sleep, without any wounds on the body, with no cause of death found. If it were just this, it would be fine. But this was already the 3rd such death this month, all dying in the same way in their sleep. Simon said through the wizard's mark, "This matter has not yet drawn attention from above, no official wizard has come to investigate, but there's certainly lurking something in the housing area. We all must be careful so as not to become sacrifices. Duke understood the meaning of the sacrifices Simon referred to. If the number of deaths in the housing area continued to increase, it would eventually draw an investigation by an official wizard. All they could do was try not to get into trouble. Before then, not to become one of those dead people. Duke always knew that Academy Island wasn't safe. Besides those 3 who died in their sleep, it wasn't uncommon to find wizard apprentices' corpses along the sea. No one knew how they died, might have been murdered or attacked by sea monsters. These wizard apprentices mostly had no background, and the ones above wouldn't expend much effort to investigate thoroughly. They died, and was simply crossed off Black Sail's list. Duke kept to himself, hardly clashing with others, which was how he remained unscathed. Yet whether this situation could continue, he was unsure. Duke realized he needed to speed up, to produce shadow water as soon as possible. At least to ensure he had enough combat power. Currently, he only had some strength when in the sea. Others weren't foolish either. Duke couldn't exactly tell them to let's have a fight in the water. On land, his water arrow technique would hardly pose a threat to other wizard apprentices, and he still needed the aid of shadow water. After making some preparations, Duke decided to officially enter the sea, diving deep to capture the shadow squid. Through these days of intensely grinding proficiency, he had also enhanced underwater breathing technique, water arrow technique, and water shield technique to level 2, not far from level 3. Duke originally planned to fully level up before capturing the shadow squid, which would be more assured. But the current situation made him realize not everything will let him prepare thoroughly. He needed to quicken his pace. Duke purchased several basic medicinal items, checked the items in his space ring, and after confirming everything, headed to the seaside. The Duke spent 3 inferior magic stones to purchase information related to the shadow squid. The information mainly consisted of various activity areas of the shadow squid, which were roughly marked on a map. This map depicted Academy Island and the surrounding sea areas, marking not only the activity areas of the shadow squid, but also other deep-sea magical beasts. Additionally, it marked some islands, which belonged to official wizards. Wizard apprentices were not allowed to approach these islands without permission. The Duke had memorized the map completely, remembering which areas were forbidden. He arrived at the seaside, with no intention of preparing a boat, and directly jumped into the sea after removing his robe. To him, swimming in water was faster than sailing. The physical exertion from swimming was negligible to him. After entering the sea, the Duke began diving, and at a certain depth, he could gradually see the surrounding terrain. He swam toward the activity area of the shadow squid based on the map in his mind, while memorizing the terrain around him. The map only showed the surface sea areas, not the underwater terrain. The Duke planned to memorize all the terrain routes he encountered along the way, as mastering these terrains would facilitate future underwater activities. He moved his body, swiftly advancing along the water current. Along his journey, the Duke saw many peculiar deep-sea creatures, such as mushrooms emitting blue flames and spiders spinning webs underwater. He knew these were likely highly valuable magic materials, which could fetch a good price if brought back. However, the Duke wasn't blinded by greed. Each magical creature was unique, and even gathering them required special methods. Acting rashly might lead to being permanently trapped in the deep sea. The Duke simply memorized the positions of these creatures, maintaining a distance while moving forward. His mind was clear, continuously remembering the route he swam. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the activity area of the shadow squid. Upon reaching this area, the Duke became very cautious, moving slowly to avoid making any noise. The shadow squid was wary by nature, fleeing at the slightest disturbance. They liked to attach to stones at the seabed for rest, their color similar to the stones. With the dim light underwater, it required careful observation to spot the shadow squid. Fortunately, the Duke possessed the physique of a great knight, with excellent dark vision, and the dim underwater light didn't cause him much trouble. The Duke felt the flow of water around him, moving with it while slowly diving deeper. He widened his eyes, observing the stones below while slowly swimming forward, searching for the shadow squid. About 5 minutes later, the Duke stopped, noticing an inconspicuous protrusion on one of the stones below. Upon closer inspection, he saw some tentacles naturally floating behind the protrusion. After carefully identifying it for a while, the Duke recognized it as a shadow squid. Rather than moving recklessly, he silently conjured several large water shields, quietly placing them around, controlling the shields to close in gradually on the shadow squid, completely blocking its possible escape routes. Once the water shields were set up, the Duke silently conjured a water arrow, aiming it at the head of the shadow squid. The arrow could not strike the shadow squid's abdomen. Otherwise, the ink would spill, rendering his trip in vain. Once the water arrow was formed, it suddenly shot out, its high speed stirring the surrounding water. Sensitive to water flow changes, the shadow squid immediately leapt off the stone, dodging the water arrow. The water arrow exploded upon hitting the stone, creating a small pit at the site. The shadow squid's burst speed was quite fast, and as it attempted to flee, it collided head-on with the water shield. Due to its high speed, the collision unexpectedly knocked the squid unconscious, leaving it limp in the water. With a smile, the Duke reached out, grabbed the little creature, and tossed it into his space ring. Inside the space ring, life cannot be sustained. The shadow squid would soon die. The Duke didn't mind, as he only needed the ink from the shadow squid. Having caught the first shadow squid, the Duke was in good spirits, continuing to explore further. In about 10 minutes, the Duke found a second shadow squid, repeating the process of using water shields to block its escape routes before capturing it. This shadow squid wasn't as lucky. Its reactions was slower, and the water arrow directly pierced its head, blowing it off completely. The Duke picked up the squid's corpse and threw it into the space ring, glanced at the shadow squid's blood dispersed in the water, controlling the flow to encase it within a lump of water. The glob of water contained some magic power, capable of sustaining itself for an hour before dissipating automatically. The Duke did this to prevent the scent of blood from attracting troublesome deep-sea magical beasts. After another half-hour passed, the Duke caught the third shadow squid. Indeed, the squid's numbers were quite limited. Capturing more would require venturing into farther sea areas. However, for caution's sake, the Duke was not ready to risk going to such distant waters. Catching 3 squids exceeded expectations. With these 3 squids, he had enough to complete a batch of shadow water. Having accomplished his goal, the Duke resisted greed, using surrounding water currents to assist his accelerated return. Moving through the water like a nimble fish, following his route back the way he came, avoiding unfamiliar underwater paths. While swimming, the Duke continued to pay attention to his surroundings, remaining vigilant. About half an hour later, he suddenly stopped, sensing something abnormal ahead. Upon comparing with memories in his mind, he noticed some differences, realizing there seemed to be something additional in the water ahead. After carefully observing, he discovered they were actually spider webs. The Duke immediately became alert, looking around. But the underwater spider was nowhere in sight. This web must have just been spun, likely waiting for someone to fall into its trap. Without hesitation, the Duke turned back, no longer proceeding forward, choosing to skirt around this area. Uncertain about the spider's strength, engaging in a battle without information was extremely dangerous. It was unnecessary to take such risks. As the Duke swam away, a large stone at the seabed shifted slightly before transforming into a spider. The spider's body color was grayish-white, possessing a petrifying ability, camouflaging itself as a rock. The spider stared blankly in the direction Duke left, its 16 compound eyes wide open, seemingly unsure of how it was discovered. Duke chose a relatively safer route and smoothly returned to Academy Island. In fact, the sea around Academy Island does not have any overly powerful deep-sea magical beasts, so being cautious should avoid major issues. Upon returning, Duke immediately began to deal with the 3 shadow squids. When he took the shadow squids out of the space ring, he found that the one that had knocked itself out was still alive and even planning an escape. Duke swiftly ended its suffering with a single sword strike. He carefully dissected the belly of the shadow squid to extract the ink within. Altogether, the 3 shadow squids provided Duke with 220 grams of ink, which he stored in 2 small bottles. Duke planned to sell 20 grams of ink in exchange for some lesser magic stones for daily needs. He currently only has a few lesser magic stones on hand, which is rather scarce. Additionally, preparing shadow water also requires other materials, so he needs to trade for some magic stones to purchase materials later. He didn't waste the shadow squid corpses either. He cleaned them up completely and took them to the town to sell. The corpses can serve as magic potion materials or be used as food. Grilling them makes for a great delicacy. For now, Duke couldn't bother with indulgence. It was enough to fill his belly. He sold the shadow squids for 6 lesser magic stones. The 20 grams of ink was sold at a rate of 6 lesser magic stones per gram, and the town's magic potion shop bought it all, asking if Duke had more. This item is evidently rare. Even in a magic potion shop, it's not commonly found. The shop assistant knew that a single shadow squid yields at least 50 to 60 grams of ink. Duke only sold 20 grams, likely retaining more, and they indicated they'd offer a higher price if he had more. But Duke had no intention of selling further. He needed it himself. After receiving the money, he went to purchase materials related to shadow water. Silver light grass root powder, elf soil. Following the shadow water formula, Duke purchased various materials from multiple stores in town, enough for 2 batches, costing a total of 70 lesser magic stones. To ensure success in preparing shadow water, Duke also bought a second-hand book titled Magic Potion Introduction for 5 lesser magic stones. Shadow water is not exactly a magic potion and isn't very difficult to prepare. Magic potion making is a vast field, with a network-like structure that many wizards spend their lives mastering just a part of. Duke only aimed to understand the basics, making. Shadow water didn't require advanced knowledge. Once Duke processed all the shadow water materials, he added them into a cauldron in order, lighting an alcohol lamp underneath. Brewing shadow water requires a low temperature, making the alcohol lamp's heat just right. As time passed, the black solution in the cauldron gradually reduced, becoming less and less. Seeing that it was almost done, Duke poured a bottle of shadow squid ink inside, causing black smoke to rise immediately. He waved his hand to disperse the smoke and focused intently on the cauldron, observing a layer of black gelatin forming inside. Duke reached in and lifted this layer of gelatin, letting it hang in mid-air, bouncing up and down. He held the gelatin in his hand and then infused it with magic power. This was the refining process. During this process, continuous infusion of his own magic power is needed, while using spiritual power to control it, leaving his spiritual power signature inside. After approximately 3 minutes, the gelatin in Duke's hand turned liquid-like, flowing on his skin without dripping to the ground. This marked the successful refinement of shadow water. Duke manipulated the shadow water to cover his entire body. Outwardly, there was no noticeable difference, but a layer of shadow water was now adhered to his skin. There was no sensation from the shadow water covering his body, not affecting daily life. Duke then attempted to cast a water shield technique. This water shield contained shadow water, its color darkening from sky blue. The water shield's strength increased significantly, its defense rating moving from around 0.2 to 0.4. The same was true for the water arrow technique, which went from 0.1 to 0.35. Duke didn't visit the island's magic laboratory for testing, as it required numerous magic stones. Making testing these 2 spells seemed too wasteful. His magic stones were few, each needing to be used where it counted. The spell's strength could be estimated via the formula data itself, with minimal discrepancy. 1 batch of shadow water couldn't cover his entire body, only half. Duke proceeded to prepare a second batch. With prior experience, this time it went even more smoothly. With success in the second batch of shadow water, it could finally cover his entire body. Feeling the shadow water covering his whole body brought Duke some sense of security. This layer of shadow water provided basic magical energy defense. Prior to this, wearing armor still made him feel exposed in icy terrains. However, while there was now a layer of defense, it was still somewhat flimsy. Duke needed to continue capturing shadow squids, refining shadow water, and enhancing its strength. After completing the shadow water preparation, Duke resumed his practice of meditation technique, not letting his proficiency slip. Duke barely had any time to rest, maximizing the skill tree's advantages without even taking the time to sleep. The next morning, Duke continued diving to capture shadow squids. After just 10 minutes of swimming, his underwater breathing skill leveled up. Underwater breathing level increased, spiritual power plus 0.1 underwater breathing. LV3, 5/900, both water arrow technique and water shield technique were close to leveling. Yet due to preserving magic power for unexpected situations, proficiency hadn't increased yet. Once again, Duke intentionally avoided the spider's area and swam more cautiously. He returned to the sea where shadow squids resided, finding one easily perched on a rock. Several water shields formed. these containing shadow water, more sturdy than before. This time Duke refrained from using water arrow technique against the shadow squid, fearing the increased intensity with shadow water could easily blow the squid to bits. The ink inside each shadow squid is worth quite a few magic stones, and Duke is reluctant to waste it. This time he planned to try another method, manipulating the surrounding water elements to form an invisible hand. This was Duke's first attempt at doing this. He had become increasingly adept at utilizing water elements and could develop more applications on his own. This proficiency was thanks to his constant practice in the sea recently, where skill comes with practice. The hand formed by Duke's manipulation of water elements worked even better than expected. The shadow squid was captured without any awareness. To it, this hand was no different from the surrounding water, so it wasn't able to detect the danger. Once caught, the shadow squid began to struggle violently, but the hand was like an iron clamp, firmly restraining it, unable to move. Duke casually tossed it into the space ring, then continued to search for other shadow squids. This time, Duke was somewhat unlucky, having only caught 2 shadow squids. He spent quite some time looking but couldn't find more shadow squids. However, after being underwater for such a long time, the underwater breathing skill had leveled up once more. This upgrade provided 0.1 spiritual power, bringing the spirit attribute finally to 13 points. Free attribute points, 2. He was now only 2 points away from the 15 spiritual power threshold of a second-class wizard apprentice. Duke was still not in a hurry to use the free attribute points, preferring to enhance his spiritual power through regular practice to its limits before using the free attribute points. This way, he could maximize the advantage of the free attribute points for the best cost-effectiveness. More importantly, Duke wasn't planning on rushing to advance to the second-class wizard apprentice realm since he felt his knowledge was too limited. With insufficient knowledge, he might encounter some unsolvable problems during the advancement process. If he failed, it wouldn't just waste resources but also cause damage to himself, affecting his future development. After returning, Duke dissected the 2 shadow squids he caught, extracted the ink, and combined it with other materials to continue refining a batch of shadow water. After successfully refining it this time, he also put his own shadow water into a crucible for further refining. Duke stretched out his hand, and shadows appeared on the previously empty back of his hand. These shadows seemed alive, wriggling as they flowed into the crucible, merging with the shadow water inside. After refining the shadow water with the crucible, the overall amount was reduced, but the intensity had increased. He just needed to repeat this process, continually refining the shadow water to gradually enhance its strength. Duke recalled the notes in Basic Theory of Water Element, which suggested that by refining this way, the shadow water would eventually reach a limit. Once at that limit, his water arrow technique, initially at 0.1 degree, could be directly elevated to 1.2 degrees. Such intensity was something any wizard apprentice would have to be cautious of, as without proper defense, a single hit could be fatal. Duke did not know how many shadow squids it would take to achieve this effect, so he had to continue capturing more in the sea. His schedule was full, and his days were fulfilling. 2 days later, Duke received a message from Simon. The examination was approaching. This was a Black Sails irregular examination for wizard apprentices, allocated according to their abilities, with varying contents. The message had not been officially released. Simon got this inside information through his channels. The time was roughly 2 months later, and by then, apprentices like Duke who hadn't undergone an examination would undoubtedly be on the list. The timing, location, and methods of Black Sails examinations were not fixed, but they followed certain patterns. Generally, newly joined wizard apprentices would experience an examination within a few months. After passing an examination, usually, there wouldn't be a second one within 6 months to a year. Participants in the same exam would be of equivalent realms. There wouldn't be a situation where third-class and first-class wizard apprentices competed together. Duke also learned that a crucial aspect of Black Sails examination was that killing among apprentices was often allowed. This was related to the philosophy of Black Hand Morgan, the founder of Black Sail, a great level 4 mage. Black Hand Morgan was originally a pirate and is both the founder and the highest leader of Black Sail to this day. He believed that a wizard's combat strength was essential. Staying confined in a laboratory would not nurture capable killers. A long time ago, Black Sail was a purely black wizard organization, with extremely bloody and brutal internal competition. Now, with the advancement of wizard civilization, Black Sail had undergone significant changes, and many of its internal rules were no longer as ruthlessly cold-blooded, but it still retained some original ideologies. Every examination resulted in the deaths of many wizard apprentices. The examination itself was generally not highly dangerous, and most who died were killed by other apprentices. Many wizard apprentices formed groups before entering the examination, just to survive within them. This was why Simon had been networking with other wizard apprentices since he joined, to expand his connections. He naturally invited Duke to team up, suggesting that if they entered the same exam, they could cooperate. Simon already had 6 other trusted wizard apprentices with familiar backgrounds. After some thought, Duke agreed since no binding contract was signed, so he didn't fear any traps from the others. Once in the examination, he just adapted to the circumstances. After finishing his conversation with Simon, Duke began contemplating his subsequent plans. His top priority must be to capture more shadow squids to enhance the strength of his shadow water as much as possible. This was a direct method to enhance his own strength, which could be prioritized. With the high-level water element affinity talent, Duke naturally wanted to make the most of this advantage. Although he had only captured a few shadow squids over the past few days, it was already quite a lot. Most wizard apprentices did not have his conditions and couldn't linger in the sea for such long periods. During the examination, Duke's opponents would inevitably be third-class wizard apprentices. With the shadow water technique, he had enough to handle various situations. However, Duke did not let his guard down, knowing not to underestimate others. He had only recently embarked on the wizarding path, lacking the accumulation and foundation that others had. Duke planned to transform into a fisherman for the next few days to capture as many shadow squids as possible. Besides bringing shadow water to its limit, he would sell some ink for magic stones and strive to accumulate enough stones to buy 1 or 2 demonized items. Duke had been wandering in the sea area for half an hour, without seeing even a shadow of a shadow squid. He caught 3 in the past 2 days, but today he couldn't see a single one. The number of shadow squids themselves is relatively small, and those active in this area have basically been cleared out by Duke. If he wants to catch more shadow squids, he can only venture deeper into the sea for better gains. Duke thought about it and decided to explore further, willing to take some risks. Refining shadow water still requires a lot of ink, and more shadow squids are needed, so advancing is a must. Duke followed the seabed forward, noticing that the terrain was getting progressively lower, indicating that the water ahead was getting deeper. If he ignored these waters, where he stood was actually a mountaintop, with a long slope ahead. Duke stood at the seabed, looking around carefully, searching for signs of shadow squids. Following the slope down, he lightly tapped the water and drifted downwards, moving swiftly with the current. At the foot of the mountain was another flat area, scattered with huge boulders everywhere. Duke perked up upon seeing these rocks, as he had become familiar with the habits of shadow squids during this time. These rocks are the shadow squid's favorite places to stay. Glance ahead and Duke sharply spotted 4 shadow squids, with 2 quite close to each other. He observed the positions of these 4 shadow squids and planned a capture scheme to ensure he could take all 4. Duke slowly approached the 2 closer shadow squids, silently conjuring 7 or 8 water shields to block their escape routes. Simultaneously, 2 hands formed from the water stealthily approached the 2 shadow squids. Controlling so many water shields and hands at once, Duke felt some pressure. His other spiritual power was somewhat strained. Moments later, after some small splashes, the 2 shadow squids entered Duke's space ring. He kept the noise minimal, not disturbing the 2 distant shadow squids. Meanwhile, information came from the skill tree. Hunting level increased, gained free attribute points +1 hunting. LV5 trait, lurking, can reduce one's presence to some extent while hunting. Duke hadn't deliberately focused on grinding proficiency in the hunting skill, as hunting tends to be time-consuming. He felt that grinding ordinary skills now yielded too little improvement, and with limited time, he couldn't allocate too much to these skills. Duke had inadvertently maxed out his hunting skill proficiency during this period of capturing shadow squids. He sensed the lurking trait and found it equivalent to a method of concealing oneself, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. would be hard for the average person to notice without careful observation. Of course, for wizards, the effect of this trait is quite limited. However, for ordinary magical beasts and animals, this trait is a great tool for hunting. Duke quickly tried it out. After blocking a shadow squid's escape route with water shields, he stealthily approached it. Even when his face was almost touching the shadow squid, it still hadn't realized his presence. Shadow squids don't rely on vision to observe their surroundings, which is a characteristic of many deep-sea creatures. This makes it impossible for the shadow squid to detect Duke at such a close range. Duke reached out and directly tossed the shadow squid into the space ring as easily as picking up a stone. He then used the same method to pick up another shadow squid. Now he didn't even need the water shields, as the shadow squids couldn't detect his presence until they were captured. As Duke picked up shadow squids while moving forward, he found quite a few of them here, capturing 5 in no time. "What is that?" Duke paused, hiding himself behind a large stone, observing ahead. In front of him stood a broken stone pillar with some chains entwined around it. It seemed the chains were originally binding something, possibly a person tied to the pillar. But now, the pillar was half broken, and the chains were severed into several pieces, drifting like seaweed in the water. What caught Duke's attention was a groove on the pillar's surface, embedded with a ring-like object. Since it was a bit far, he couldn't see it clearly, but Duke could sense it was a demonized item, feeling its faint aura. He hesitated for a moment, considering whether to go retrieve the item. Normally, obtaining a demonized item would be excellent. Especially for Duke, every demonized item is precious. Moreover, in such a place, an embedded demonized item in the pillar was likely to be extraordinary, possibly something valuable. Judging from the surroundings, it vaguely appeared to have been a plaza long ago. Whoever built such a plaza at the bottom of the sea and tied a person to a pillar is anyone's guess. This is what puzzled Duke. He didn't see anyone tied to the pillar. He looked around but didn't find anything unusual. After so many years, even if there were someone, they would have been devoured, and not finding remains is normal, Duke thought. Gritted his teeth, deciding to take the risk and try. It was right in front of him with no apparent danger, worth a try. Then Duke entered lurking mode, with his spiritual power highly focused and several water shields floating around ready. Additionally, he also prepared to activate the brass ring at any moment. On high alert, Duke silently approached the pillar, smoother than expected, without any incident. Standing before the pillar, looking at the groove's ring, he discovered it was actually a silver bracelet. He gently hooked it with a finger and unhooked the bracelet. The pillar seemed to have stood there for many years, internally corroded by the seawater. As soon as Duke unhooked the bracelet, the pillar crumbled like tofu, falling into countless fragments and drifting with the current. Having obtained the bracelet, Duke didn't examine it closely, tossing it directly into the space ring before leaving the area. On the way back, he picked up another 3 shadow squids, cramming the space ring with a pile of them, nearly out of room. This space ring space was small to begin with. Cramming so many shadow squids was a bit forced. Duke looked at the space ring full of shadow squids, feeling as if he were running a seafood business. It was now quite far from Academy Island, and estimated it would take an hour to swim back. As Duke increased his speed, he remained vigilant, occasionally altering his route to avoid any deep-sea magical beasts he spotted in advance. Avoiding conflicts wherever possible, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for himself. His space ring was already full, so even if he hunted more deep-sea magical beasts, it would be difficult to bring them back, only adding to his burden. It took him almost an hour and a half to reach the vicinity of Academy Island, spending much time avoiding deep-sea magical beasts along the way. Underwater breathing level increased. Spiritual power plus 0.3. Free attribute points plus 1 underwater breathing, LV5 feature, Sea Race Blessing, Sea Race Blessing. Receive a blessing from the sea race, while in water increasing swimming speed by 100%, and reducing stamina consumption by 70%. Duke felt some information transmitted from the skill tree, and upon checking, he found that the underwater breathing skill had also reached its maximum level. Besides 0.3 spiritual power and free attribute points, he also obtained a new feature. Still in the water, Duke already felt the benefits of this feature, its effect remarkably apparent. He now swam in the sea almost without feeling any resistance. Normal swimming consumes a lot of stamina, but Duke's physical strength was enough to support him for long-distance swimming. Now, as the water's resistance almost disappeared, Duke's speed more than doubled as if he were flying in the water. Duke now felt like a bird in the sea, the scenery around him quickly receding, the surrounding water seemingly making way for him without any obstruction. The journey that originally would have taken 5 minutes to the shore now took just a little over 2 minutes. If Duke further manipulated the surrounding water flow to assist, his speed could be even faster. Upon returning, Duke didn't rush to deal with the shadow squid, but instead took out the silver-white bracelet. Only then did he see clearly that the bracelet was engraved with extremely intricate patterns, appearing ancient, its age unknown. After probing with his spiritual power, Duke quickly gathered the spiritual power information left inside the bracelet. This bracelet was named the Evil Spirit Crown. Its engraved spell was called Spiritual Protection, which had good defensive effects against malicious attacks, curses, and other negative spiritual effects. It was an automatically triggered spell, not needing active activation. As long as it's worn on the body, it would automatically trigger protection when encountering malicious attacks or curses. Upon examining the Evil Spirit Crown, Duke realized its design was indeed like a small crown. But with such a small crown, one's head would have to be tiny to wear it. Naturally, Duke couldn't wear it as a crown and instead wore it as a bracelet on his left hand. Demonized items are never too many. Having one more means having one more method for oneself. For a wizard apprentice, demonized items are very important. Most wizard apprentices initially master very few spells and do not have enough spiritual power and magic power to cast spells multiple times. Demonized items only require a small amount of magic power to activate, making them highly cost-effective for wizard apprentices. Currently, Duke only had 3 demonized items, including the space ring, with the brass ring and evil spirit crown both being defensive, without any offensive demonized items. This realization made him attentive to the sea, hoping to find something useful. The vast ocean conceals countless treasures buried over the years. Duke could use his advantages to extract wealth from the surrounding sea areas. He glanced at the space ring, noticing the shadow squids inside were mostly half dead. Without water or oxygen in the space ring, these shadow squids wouldn't survive long. Familiar with the routine, Duke started dissecting and producing shadow water, then continued refining. Just as Duke returned from the sea, he received a message from the Black Sail Badge. The Black Sail Badge serves both as an identifier and a channel through which Black Sail conveys various information. As long as a Black Sail wizard remains in the wizard plane, they can receive notifications from Black Sail through the badge. Only relatively important announcements are communicated through the badge, such as the examination for wizard apprentices. All wizard apprentices receiving the message are required to take the examination. If the distance is too great and immediate return isn't possible, they must inform Black Sail via the badge to postpone the examination to the next opportunity. But the chance to postpone comes only once, and regardless of any reason, participation in the next examination is mandatory. Otherwise, they risk expulsion by Black Sail. Duke, being somewhat unfortunate, had just joined less than 2 months ago and is now required to prepare for the examination. Black Sail doesn't care if a person is new, as long as one is a 3rd level or higher wizard apprentice who has started the meditation technique. They must participate in the examination. This method may seem unfair, but it is easier to manage. Unless Duke procrastinates on starting the meditation technique, avoiding this examination is pointless. There's no purpose in avoiding it. Eventually, it must be faced. The examination date is set to occur in a month. As long as Duke passes this examination, there won't be another one for at least 6 months. Duke sent a spiritual power signal back to the Black Sail Badge, acknowledging receipt of the message. Watching the azure ocean ahead, he resolved to accelerate his capture of shadow squids these days. With continuous efforts over recent times, the shadow water has reached near its limit of refinement. A few days later, Duke extinguished the alcohol lamp, the crucible still emitting some residual heat. With a single thought, a layer of shadow covered his skin. If not observed closely, they could be mistaken for shadows cast from elsewhere. Duke had refined shadow water with a very high concentration, and with his current capability, he couldn't enhance it further. The amount of shadow water coating his body was significant, allowing him to employ the water arrow technique and other spells even without absorbing the water element. Spells fully comprised of shadow water boasted high strength. Duke hadn't tested it, as doing so would greatly deplete the shadow water. Every drop of this precious shadow water was hard-earned, demanding extensive time and effort from Duke. Although integrating some into spells would gradually consume shadow water, it occasionally needs refreshing. Duke's space ring held a supply of refined shadow water in case of need. He planned to continue going to sea, but his main goal was no longer the capture of shadow squids, but rather to increase his proficiency with the water arrow technique and water shield technique. The water arrow technique and water shield technique are the only two magics Duke can rely on now. The level of these two spells is very important. If it were on land, the remaining 1 month would definitely not be enough to grind these two skills to full level. He is only a level 3 wizard apprentice now, and the magic power in his body is too little. Even if he uses up all his magic power every day, it's impossible to grind these two skills to full level before the assessment. However, if he's in the water, the magic power consumed when Duke casts spells will be reduced a lot, giving him hope of grinding to full level before the assessment. After entering the sea, Duke released water arrow technique and water shield technique while searching for deep sea magical beasts that could be hunted. During this period, he also purchased a piece of information that recorded some common types of deep sea magical beasts and provided a simple description of their strengths. Duke firmly remembered this information in his mind. In fact, he had already seen many deep sea magical beasts before, just that he didn't know their names and strengths until now. For example, the spider that weaves a web underwater is actually a beast called the deep sea earth spider, with considerable strength. Generally, it takes a level 2 wizard apprentice to take down such a beast with relative ease. The deep sea earth spider is entirely composed of treasures. Its compound eyes and spider legs are excellent magic potion materials, appearing in many magic potion recipes, especially the threads of the deep sea earth spider, which are excellent alchemy materials. Its threads have high flexibility, are very durable, and can carry magic power with good compatibility with magic power. Complete deep sea earth spider can at least be sold for 15 level 1 magic stones, which is a full 1,500 sub-level magic stones. Deep sea earth spiders are generally located on the seafloor, making them troublesome to capture and being solitary creatures. They are sparsely distributed and not easy to find. Duke's encounter with one was actually quite lucky. However, he didn't let the thought of 15 level 1 magic stones cloud his judgment. Maintaining a very realistic view of himself, Duke assessed his own strength and felt that if he fought the deep sea earth spider at best, it would be a 50-50 outcome. Even if he could take down this beast, he would likely get injured, and it's not necessary to take such a risk. It's not stable enough to hunt that spider now. He plans to wait until he has advanced to a level 2 wizard apprentice before trying. Duke marked the location of the earth spider on his self-drawn map, along with the locations of other encountered deep-sea magical beasts. The waters near Academy Island are relatively stable environments, so the activity range of these beasts generally doesn't change much. Duke secretly observed several times, and the deep-sea earth spider was always quietly pretending to be a rock on the seafloor, never leaving. The map he drew is becoming more detailed and is already much more comprehensive than those purchased from merchants. Duke is not planning to sell this information. To him, these are riches to be utilized in the future, just waiting there for now. He is currently only capturing and slaughtering some of the weaker deep-sea magical beasts in exchange for magic stones. Once he accumulates enough magic stones, he plans to buy 1 or 2 demonized items. Duke was floating in the seawater. The skill tree in his mind had changed. The branches representing water arrow technique and water shield technique were now bearing 2 fully ripened fruits. Too bad they didn't fall. Duke had figured out the rules of the skill tree. If the fruit remains on the tree after the skill reaches full level, at most, you get 1 trait. Only when the fruit ripens and falls from the skill tree can you gain a talent ability. It was evident that talent abilities are exceedingly rare. Currently, he only has 1 talent of high-level water element affinity. Water arrow technique level increased, spiritual power plus 0.3, free attribute points plus 1. Water shield technique level increased, spiritual power plus 0.3, free attribute points plus 1. Water arrow technique. LV5 trait. Corrosion, water shield technique. LV5 trait, energy absorption corrosion. When using water arrow technique, it will carry a corrosive effect energy absorption. When using water shield technique, water shield can absorb a certain amount of energy. Attack. Duke grinded both water arrow technique and water shield technique to full level, obtaining a trait for each. He first tried the water arrow technique. Now the water arrow technique was no longer purely blue, but had elements of black and green. Black and green blended together to form a dark green arrow. With a thought, he controlled this water arrow to hit a stone on the seafloor in the distance. The stone exploded, shattering into countless fragments, while some stones had dark green liquid clinging to them, smoking and sizzling. Duke floated over to check it out. The water arrow now inherently carried a strong corrosive nature. After the water arrow hit the stone and exploded, this liquid also adhered to the stone, continuously corroding it. Soon, some small stones were eroded significantly, leaving many small holes on the stone fragments, like tofu dregs. The corrosive trait directly boosted the destructive power of the water arrow technique by a level. If it could corrode stones like this, the result on flesh would be imaginable. Duke could imagine if someone accidentally got hit by his water arrow technique, even if just grazed, the opponent would be in trouble. Once stained with this stuff, flesh would surely be eroded into a big pit, and such pain isn't something that everyone can endure. Duke then tried the water shield technique, which now had the trait of energy absorption, able to absorb part of the energy. He tried hitting his own water shield technique with water arrow technique. Originally, the strength of water arrow technique and water shield technique should be similar. A water shield could at most block 2 water arrows before dissipating. But now, with the energy absorption trait, the effect of water arrow technique was greatly reduced. Even the corrosive energy would be partially absorbed by the water shield. Now a water shield can block about 3 water arrows. After testing the effects of the 2 spells, Duke had a greater understanding in his heart. In fact, his greatest gain wasn't these 2 traits. Instead, it's the large influx of knowledge that accompanied the upgrade of these 2 spells into his mind. This knowledge includes a lot about water arrow technique and water shield technique's improvement and optimization, very comprehensive, starting from the basic water arrow technique, covering things like magic power guidance, route and spells, magic model optimization, etc. At this point, Duke had a deeper understanding of the skill tree's incredible nature. The experiences and knowledge others need years of study and experimentation to acquire. He just needed to repeat simple actions and grind the skills to upgrade to obtain. Most of the knowledge is still interrelated, different. Academic fields complement each other. Duke pushed these 2 magic spells to max level and gained not only the content of these 2 spells, but also some related knowledge in certain fields, which surged into his mind. This knowledge may still be quite scattered now, not forming a system. But as the accumulated knowledge grows, Duke's related knowledge system will gradually become enriched, eventually forming a vast network of knowledge interconnected with each other. With the skill tree in possession, Duke continuously works on various skills, gradually becoming a knowledgeable scholar. To be precise, scholars are usually referred to as arcane masters within the wizard community. In today's wizard plane, arcane masters are extremely important figures and are individuals most wizards need to respect and honor. The Arcane Master Association is spread across many corners of the wizard plane, generally wherever there is a wizard community. There will be an Arcane Master Association present. Arcane Masters also have level ratings, such as level 1 Arcanists, level 2 Arcanists, etc. However, this level is different from the wizard's level. The Arcanist level has nothing to do with the wizard's own power. A regular level 1 mage can also simultaneously be a level 2 Arcanist. The rating for Arcane Masters is very strict, requiring you to submit knowledge and theories that make significant contributions, and after evaluation by the Arcane Master Association, a certain score will be granted to you. Only when Arcane Master points accumulate sufficiently can you apply for a level upgrade as an Arcane Master. Note that just having enough Arcane Master points does not necessarily mean you can upgrade. It also requires multiple Arcane Masters to organize a review meeting and to ask some questions, after which the review committee concludes whether you pass or not based on your performance. The entire rating criteria for Arcane Masters are extremely strict, and every wizard who can have the title of Arcane Master is an unequivocal scholar with extremely profound knowledge. As the levels in Arcane Master go further, upgrading becomes increasingly difficult, and the whole Black Sail seems to have only a few level 3 Arcanists and not even a single level 4 arcanist. In the wizard organizations on the West Coast, only Thorn Holy Tower and Doomsday Bell possess level 4 arcanists. Duke thought of this and always had the illusion that Black Sail was full of brutes, even compared to Doomsday Bell, who spent their days researching skeletons. They seemed more wizard-like. It's worth mentioning that the Doomsday Bell Wizard Organization used to be a more purely black wizard organization than Black Sail. Doomsday Bell excelled in research within the domains of the undead element and negative energy element. It was common for wizards within this organization to kill dozens or even hundreds for experiments. This wizard organization was once besieged by many wizard organizations due to the grudges they had accumulated, almost becoming an irreconcilable blood feud passed down through generations. Yet after so many years, even to this day, the Doomsday Bell still exists and prospers significantly. Once one becomes an arcane master, not only can they possess a high status, but also vast connections. Among the upper echelons of various wizard organizations, there will be some number of arcane masters present. These are all potential resources. More importantly, the Arcane Master Association internally possesses a large number of treasures and resources. These can only be exchanged with arcane master points, and as long as you accumulate enough points, you can even exchange for some plane to own. It was upon understanding matters relating to arcane masters that Duke felt astounded by the knowledge provided by the skill tree. The knowledge he obtained now is naturally very basic, a long way from being an arcane master. But this is because of the low level of spells Duke has engaged with. Once his power gradually increases, he will naturally access deeper spells. When that time comes, when he works on these spells, the knowledge feedback from the skill tree will no doubt be substantial. After returning home, Duke just ate something casually and prepared for meditation practice. Only a few days remain before the upcoming assessment begins. In the days ahead, he plans not to go to sea, just to prepare an optimal state for the assessment. Before this period, he needs to quickly increase the level of the meditation technique, to raise it even by a bit. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique level increased. Spiritual power plus 0.2 Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. LV3 1/2000. The experience points required for the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique are too numerous, and since this practice cannot quickly enhance proficiency, only by slowly grinding away can it be improved. This was managed by Duke sacrificing sleep time, spending almost all night grinding proficiency in the meditation technique. On the skill tree, the branch representing the meditation technique remains a green sprout, without changes in form. Duke couldn't help but frown. The Deep Blue Tide meditation technique was level 3 yet still in a green sprout state. If it needs to reach level 4 to become a green leaf, it means the max level of the meditation technique is at least level 16. This means it will have to grind until the monkey's year. Duke couldn't help but ponder. No matter what skill it is, it demands more proficiency as levels increase. The meditation technique at level 3 already requires a full 2,000 proficiency points, no telling how much will be needed at level 16. After the assessment, I must study magic potions that assist meditation practice. Duke contemplated. He knew that there are many magic potions that can aid in meditation practice. Only such potions are fairly expensive. These magic potions require long-term use. Using only one or two occasionally yields little effect. Most wizard apprentices don't possess the funds to support long-term use of magic potions. Only those with deep backgrounds and from wizard clans can achieve this. However, not all wizard clans are wealthy. On the West Coast, there exist many poor wizard clans with their descendants living under tight circumstances. The wealthy are always the minority. This is true everywhere. Duke glanced at the attribute panel on the skill tree, preparing to organize his thoughts. Free attribute points. 6 spiritual power has reached 14.2, only 0.8 short of the threshold for a level 2 wizard apprentice. This step could be taken at any time. Free attribute points have accumulated to 6. Duke plans to use some to maximize the utilization of all resources available to him. Accumulating attribute points is for using them when spiritual power reaches a sufficiently high level, being most cost-effective at that time. However, too much accumulation can cause resource wastage. With a full 6 free attribute points, there isn't a necessity to keep them unused indefinitely. Some can be utilized appropriately. Moreover, with the assessment approaching, Duke needs to improve his power. He thought it over and applied some free attribute points. To spiritual power. Skill tree add points. Free attribute points. Duke used 3 free attribute points, adding them all to spirit, bringing his spiritual power directly to 17.2. This level of spiritual power has already exceeded that of most third-class wizard apprentices, and is even higher than some second-class wizard apprentices. The threshold for a second-class wizard apprentice is 15 points of spiritual power, and some who have decent aptitude will wait until their spiritual power reaches 16 or 17 before choosing to advance, increasing their chances of success and confidence. Most people struggle hard to accumulate their spiritual power to 15 points before having the opportunity to aim for a second-class wizard apprentice. Duke plans to decide when to aim for becoming a second-class wizard apprentice after the assessment is over. His strategy remains primarily cautious. As long as he can continue to improve, he will strive to increase his spiritual power. The remaining 3 free attribute points are temporarily unused, to be decided later if he should use them to increase the success rate of breakthroughs. After Duke upgraded his meditation technique, he checked the magic stones in his space ring, preparing to go to town to buy demonized items. He had earned a lot of magic stones during this period by venturing into the sea to capture some deep-sea magical beasts. Now there are a full 30 level 1 magic stones stored in his space ring. For most third-class wizard apprentices, this is quite a fortune. On Academy Island, there are many ways to buy demonized items, including buying second-hand demonized items from other wizards or alchemy shops. In the stall area outside the small town, various second-hand demonized items are for sale. The sources of these demonized items are complex, and the quality is not guaranteed, so it relies on one's ability to discern. Many demonized items look normal and work fine, but after a few more uses, or when they slightly collide with other magic in real combat, problems immediately occur. This has happened many times and is quite common. The pitfalls in second-hand demonized items are numerous, and without experience, it's hard for wizards to find their way through them. And if not careful, they can be trapped. Duke does not want the expensive demonized items he bought to have any issues during real combat, as it concerns his life. He thought it over and decided not to save money here, opting instead to buy demonized items from the alchemy shop. The items sold in alchemy shops have to be vouched for by the sellers, and if quality issues arise, Black Sail will hold them accountable. All shops on Academy Island have backing and channels and will not sell counterfeit demonized items to deceive customers. After all, this is Black Sail's territory, and no one dares to cause trouble within Black Sail. Duke plans to purchase offensive-type demonized items because he currently lacks offensive methods. Among the spells he masters, only the water arrow technique is an offensive spell, which makes his methods too singular. If this method proves ineffective, he could only passively take hits. As for the fighting spirit of the Great Knight level, it is not very useful in wizard battles and can only be used as a means after both parties deplete their magic power. Now, even if Duke condenses his whole body's fighting spirit into a fighting spirit shield, it is no stronger than a water shield from the water shield technique. This is the essential difference between the two. They are not on the same level. Upon arriving at the alchemy shop, Duke stated his purpose. The clerk who received him was named White, a capable young man with an intelligent look in his eyes. Here's the list of demonized items in the shop. Take a look. White handed over a booklet listing many demonized items. Each page detailed a demonized item, including its material, enchanted magic, and the maker's identity, all clearly noted. In addition, it also recorded some specific data on the magic, including its strength. There were also some additional suggestions, detailing the suitable and unsuitable scenarios for each demonized item. Duke's eyes lit up, and he was no longer in a hurry to choose a demonized item, but instead carefully perused the contents, because he realized this was ready knowledge. Initially, he came to buy demonized items, but unexpectedly, it turned into a bookstore visit. Duke stood at the counter and read through the entire booklet without minding the strange looks from others. White simply smiled without saying anything, poured Duke a cup of hot tea, and brought him a chair to sit on while he slowly made his choice. There were significant price differences in the demonized items in the booklet, from a few level 1 magic stones to over 1,000. Duke saw a demonized item named the Enchanting Demon Bell, with a price marked at 998 level 1 magic stones. Such a high price left him speechless, and he was even more surprised to see its actual effect. The effect of the enchanting demon bell is that when activated with magic power, it can summon an enchanting demon that fully obeys your commands, allowing you to specify gender and type. The enchanting demon bell is a popular alchemy item among wizards, enhancing life's pleasures, and is a must-have for home and travel. Duke's mouth twitched as he read the description, not expecting such an expensive demonized item to have this effect. Currently, he has no interest in enchanting demons, nor can he afford something so expensive. Duke discovered many excellent offensive demonized items, and after much consideration, chose one called the Shadow Insect Bag. This bag is a summoning-type demonized item that can summon an insect race creature called the Shadow Insect by expending magic power. Shadow insects can consume magic power as long as their numbers are sufficient. They can easily devour some wizards' magic shields and similar items. Duke did not choose more direct enchanted fireball technique, thunderball, and other such demonized items because he believes these spells are actually the same type as the water arrow technique, basic elemental magic attacks. If the water arrow technique was inefficient, other elemental magic wouldn't be much better. The Shadow Insect Bag is a unique method that can diversify his tactics, allowing him to handle more complex situations. Duke spent 20 level 1 magic stones to buy this Shadow Insect Bag, causing him a bit of heartache. His savings of 30 level 1 magic stones were quickly reduced to just 10. But money is meant to be spent, and Duke understands well that these resources only matter when transformed into his own power. After leaving the alchemy shop, he went to the magic potion shop to buy some common healing, detoxification, and dispelling magic potions, spending 5 level 1 magic stones. After spending these magic stones, the contents of the space ring increased, stocking up on quite a bit. After Duke returned, he took out the Shadow Insect Bag and infused it with some magic power. The Shadow Insect Bag itself does not store shadow insects. Essentially, it is merely a summoning medium. Infusing it with magic power allows you to summon some shadow insects. The more magic power expended, the more shadow insects can be summoned. 5 shadow insects crawled out of the Shadow Insect Bag. Since they hadn't yet received Duke's command, they were merely fluttering around him. The shadow insects were only as big as a pinky fingertip, very small in size, and entirely black. Duke could sense the state and location of each shadow insect through his own spiritual power, and could also receive some simple feedback from them. He immediately realized that shadow insects could also be used for reconnaissance and alert purposes. Although the information feedback from shadow insects was simple, they could still report whether there were any living creatures around and how many. Duke recalled what the booklet said, that shadow insects could also serve as excellent support-type creatures. For the impending examination of unknown content, shadow insects might come in handy. The offensive capabilities of shadow insects were also quite impressive. Due to their small size and large numbers, they were difficult to completely defend against. Additionally, shadow insects inherently possess the shadow attribute, making them particularly adept at concealing their existence. In combat, Duke could release a large number of shadow insects, allowing some to quietly land on the enemy's body surface. If the opponent didn't notice, the shadow insects would gnaw away at the opponent's magic shields or similar protective spells, such as Duke's own shadow water. After devouring these, shadow insects could then burrow into the opponent's body, roaming and gnawing at flesh inside, making them extremely troublesome. Shadow insects carried a toxin within them, capable of numbing a creature's senses, preventing it from feeling the pain of wounds. Duke estimated that if he expended all the magic power within him now, he could summon over 300 shadow insects. The quantity wasn't vast, but it should be enough to deal with level 3 wizard apprentices. The next evening, Duke arrived at a restaurant in town named Frost Fire. This was a well-known establishment on Academy Island, with its signature dish being Frost Fire, which was actually roasted frost wolf leg. However, the flames they used were quite special, blue in color, and when served, the flames were still burning, creating quite a spectacular visual effect. Duke wasn't here today to satisfy his appetite. He wasn't that concerned with such things. Simon had invited him here to discuss matters related to the examination. Several others were also participating, all wizard apprentices familiar to Simon. In the private room of Frostfire, there were a total of 7 people, including Duke 5 men and 2 women. Seeing everyone had arrived, Simon introduced. "This is Duke. You might not have seen much of him. He's usually very busy, even I rarely get to meet him." Duke briefly got to know them with few words exchanged. Apart from Simon, the others didn't pay much attention to Duke. He had already familiarized themselves with everyone in this little group, knowing Duke was a wizard apprentice from ordinary origins, without any background. To them, forming this little group was about gaining support. But clearly, aside from his appearance and physique, Duke didn't seem to offer them much support, so their indifference was natural. Duke didn't mind either. To him, this little group was just slightly better than nothing. Would be better if there was some help, but if not, it didn't matter. He never placed his hopes on others, he could only rely on himself. Simon naturally noticed this too, and with a sigh in his heart, he didn't say anything but spoke. "Regarding the upcoming examination, our overall strategy is to stick together. No matter what situation we encounter, we will gather together. As long as we act together, there shouldn't be much problem with this examination. But what if we don't have the opportunity to gather together?" asked a red-haired man named Went. He was a wizard apprentice from a wizard clan, but his family wasn't strong, with only average capability. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this small group. In fact, Went's family took pride in him, and joining Black Sail on the west coast wasn't easy. The 4 great wizard organizations are giant entities here, dominating everything. People like Duke, who joined Black Sail with a token, were extremely rare. Most wizard apprentices on Academy Island actually came from the local west coast. Simon nodded. "This is also what I was just about to address. I familiarized myself with the various examination methods of Black Sail in the past. Among them is a method where everyone is initially separated. In such cases, we can only act according to the circumstances. If you encounter each other inside, try to stick together with hopes of quickly regrouping." He then glanced at the room door, making sure it was closed before continuing. "Next, I need to tell you about a few people you need to pay attention to. The private rooms of the restaurant were equipped with sound insulation magic. No matter how loud the noise, it couldn't be heard outside. I found out that among the level 3 wizard apprentices participating in this examination, there are a few formidable opponents. If you encounter them, don't get into a conflict. Whether it's their strength or background, we can't afford to provoke them. First is Uli of the Jokic clan, a 13-year-old genius wizard with the aptitude of a level 7 wizard. Despite his young age, he could have advanced to a level 2 wizard apprentice long ago, but he has held back for future potential. This person has a rather extreme personality. Jokic clan wizards are all like this, who revere bloodlines and harbor hostility towards non-pure blood mages. If he inquires about your background, make sure to say you come from a wizard clan, and never say you are of ordinary origin." As Simon said this, he glanced at Duke, who nodded in understanding. Among the 7 present, only 2 were from wizard clans, and Simon himself was not from one. Another is Merrick. Although he is from a half-blood mage family, his extraordinary talent led Master Land from our Black Sail to take him as a disciple. Master Land is a level 3 wizard, an influential figure within Black Sail and very protective. Avoid conflict with Merrick when possible. Simon went on to mention several other names, all gathered from his detailed intelligence investigations. Duke silently memorized these names, feeling that internal factions within Black Sail were quite complex, consisting of wizard descendants from various origins. Duke listened to Simon and summarized that there were quite a few second-generation wizards participating in this assessment. To be precise, they should be considered NTH generation wizards. While their backgrounds might not mean much on the West Coast, to ordinary wizard apprentices like them, they were still challenging to deal with. Duke had no intention of having any disputes with these people, but if a confrontation were inevitable, he would not hold back. Early the next morning, Duke and Simon, along with a few others, arrived at the port of Academy Island, where a large ship was docked. After showing their Black Sail badges, Duke and the others boarded the ship one by one. This assessment was divided into many batches, with their ship being just one batch of the 3rd-class Wizard Apprentice assessment. There were too many Wizard Apprentices in the Black Sail organization, even for just 3rd-class Wizard Apprentices. There were 40 to 50,000, making it impossible to gather them all for an assessment. Duke and Simon stood in a corner of the deck, chatting casually, and Duke estimated that there were over 300 third-class wizard apprentices on this ship, likely the total number for this batch of assessments. After waiting on the ship for half a day, the vessel finally left the port, heading toward the distant horizon. The ship sailed at an extremely fast speed, surpassing many of the cruise ships Duke had commonly seen in his previous life. Duke stood on the deck without hearing any mechanical roaring. The bottom of the ship was very calm, and he wondered how it was designed. The place they were heading to seemed to be very far away, as the ship only stopped outside an island by the time of the evening dusk. The host of this assessment was Mr. Jode, whose magic basic theory course Duke had attended. Obviously, Jode couldn't possibly remember Duke. He had taught countless wizard apprentices. Jode held a piece of parchment, standing at the bow, and said sternly, "Next, you will be given a task list documenting the names of 5 types of magic potion materials. Your task is to gather these required magic potion materials on this island within the next 3 days, collecting at least 3 to complete the task. For each additional magic potion material submitted, you can earn 5 black sail contribution points." The wizard apprentices on the ship each received a sheet of parchment detailing their task content. Duke glanced at his parchment, which listed the 5 magic potion materials: night shadow grass, blood moon root, starlight vine, sharp tooth, bat's tooth, colorless lizard's eyeball. "Duke, what's your task content?" Simon asked. Duke showed him the parchment, and Simon murmured, "Indeed. Everyone's is different, only some materials overlap." The 7-member group looked at each other's task content, finding significant differences, with only 1 or 2 overlapping materials. Simon and the others breathed a slight sigh of relief, as this meant competition wouldn't be too fierce. For most wizard apprentices, simply submitting 3 kinds of magic potion materials meant completing the assessment. As for submitting all 5 kinds to gain contribution points, that would depend on luck. Every person's list of 5 magic potion materials included 1 or 2 that were relatively hard to obtain. Black sail contribution points were not easy to earn, as contribution points affected a wizard's status and privileges within Black Sail and were hard to obtain. In practice, this assessment was an opportunity for capable wizard apprentices. Completing the 5 tasks to get contribution points was considered relatively easy. Besides the magic potion materials required for the task, any other materials collected on the island by the wizard apprentices could be kept for themselves. Black Sail's assessments have always been this way, exercising and selecting wizard apprentices while offering them growth opportunities, indirectly providing cultivation resources. These resources just needed to be acquired through one's ability. They were there, and it depended on how much you could take. "Mr. Jode, can we leave once we collect all the task-required magic potion materials?" asked a skinny wizard apprentice with round glasses. Jode replied solemnly, "No, no matter when you collect all materials, you must wait until 3 days later when the assessment ends." The wizard apprentices on the ship fell silent upon hearing this because they understood what it implied. This, perhaps, was the real content of the assessment: to survive safely on the island for 3 days, while emerging with at least 3 of the task-required magic potion materials. It wasn't easy to meet these requirements. The island was not only home to many magic beasts, but also threats from other wizard apprentices. In Black Sail assessments, there was no prohibition against apprentices fighting each other. For many capable wizard apprentices, others were like walking resources. Before the assessment, Duke had purchased magic potions and demonized items to prepare. The other wizard apprentices had done the same, carrying considerable resources just to better survive the assessment. In this context, some viewed others as easy targets. Defeating others allowed one to take their resources. Duke realized that this was the reason behind the 3-day assessment period. It was essentially to encourage apprentices to fight and rob resources from each other. Breeding venom, Duke thought of this phrase. A long time ago, Black Sail's nurturing mechanism was like this. Only now it wasn't as blatant. It had merely taken a different form, but nothing substantial had changed. The notion of collecting magic potion materials was only the facade. Merely collecting materials had little assessment value. Duke and Simon exchanged glances, and everyone, being smart, quickly understood the true intent of this assessment. "Once we disembark, let's move together, make sure no one gets separated," Simon said gravely. As long as the 7 of them acted as a group, the dangers were likely minimal, and few would choose to target such a large group. But Jode, as if hearing Simon, announced, "When you line up for the teleportation array, you will be randomly transported to any location on the island. Begin lining up now." Additionally, the wizard's mark on the island is forbidden for use, so you will not be able to communicate through it. As Jode spoke, a pale purple magic array appeared in front of him, emitting an eerie purple glow. While others hesitated, some quick-thinking wizard apprentices hurried to the array. Duke did the same, rushing to get in line upon hearing the news. Being the first to land on the island had its advantages because with so many people, if you were the last to go, by the time you reached the island, who knows where you might appear, and at that moment, the island would already be full of others. Perhaps as soon as you appeared on the island, you'd already be caught in a trap set by others. Simon followed closely behind Duke, and the others soon realized and began to line up as well. The first in line was the boy with round glasses who had asked a question earlier. He stepped directly into the purple magic array and disappeared instantly. The wizard apprentices in line behind him let out gasps of surprise upon witnessing this. Though most of these wizard apprentices came from the West Coast, they had rarely seen such a witch array. Duke was 7th in line and the teleportation was proceeding quickly. In no time, it was his turn. He approached the witch array and Jode watched him expressionlessly, saying nothing. Duke took a deep breath and stepped directly into the magic array. A wave of dizziness washed over him, with a brief feeling of weightlessness, nowhere to land yet not falling, leaving him with a sense of insecurity as he couldn't find a footing. However, this feeling was fleeting, and when Duke regained his senses, he found himself in a forest. It was dusk, the golden sun was touching the ocean horizon, casting orange light through the trees, leaving dappled shadows on the ground. Duke quickly scanned his surroundings but found no one else present. The area was somewhat quiet, with only occasional unfamiliar bird calls audible. He tucked the parchment, recording his task into his space ring, and began to slowly explore ahead. As it was nearing sunset, Duke planned to find a place to spend the night. This island harbored advanced magical beasts, all possessing casting abilities. Even the weakest advanced magical beasts were as strong as second-class wizard apprentices, with stronger ones generally matching first-class wizard apprentices in strength. Ordinary third-class wizard apprentices would struggle to handle advanced magical beasts. However, there were no level 1 beasts on this island, ones that would match official wizards. If such level 1 creatures existed, these wizard apprentices would face total annihilation. Laxale was assessing them to select promising talents, not to slaughter them. Duke needed to use the time advantage of arriving early to find a suitable hiding place. On the ship, many wizard apprentices were still lining up to enter the teleportation array, with over 300 people needing time to be fully teleported. Many of the wizard apprentices complained, "Why not teleport all at once? This is so unfair." They naturally didn't dare shout nor show any dissatisfaction to Jode, but quietly grumbled to their friends. Jode, however, heard them clearly and said solemnly, "This is yet another lesson for you, not to pursue fairness. You must realize that fairness is not the nature of this world. Don't always think about following rules. Don't become foolish from staying in the lab all day." At Jode's words, those complaining wizard apprentices all fell silent, not daring to speak recklessly again. Many people gained a deeper understanding of Black Sail, a wizard organization originating from pirates. Talking about fairness and rules with pirates would only earn ridicule. Jode wanted these young wizard apprentices to understand that the world is inherently cruel. Being used to a greenhouse environment would cost them dearly later. If Duke was still there, he might recall what Earl Hardy said to Vivian before leaving Florence continent. "Wolves don't ask a sheep's name before they eat it." Duke had arrived by a small lakeside by now, with a waterfall cascading down near it, producing a roaring sound. The lake contained fresh water suitable for drinking. Duke, however, wasn't there to drink. He summoned a few shadow insects and set them into the lake to explore downward. The lake was deep, with its bottom invisible from the surface. Duke had a keen sense of water element distribution, and in his perception, the lake was very deep, prompting him to explore below. Being cautious, he opted to use shadow insects for scouting rather than risking it himself. The shadow insects moved slowly underwater but could relay simple information, which was sufficient. Through these shadow insects, Duke discovered a deep pit below, connected to the outside sea, allowing direct swimming out to sea from there. Moreover, the shadow insects discovered a special cavern beneath, a reversed small grotto with no water and airflow inside. Duke had the shadow insects investigate more thoroughly, confirming no particularly powerful magical beasts were there. Indeed, some beasts and sea creatures were active below, but they posed no threat to Duke. Duke glanced at the distant ocean horizon, with the sun almost fully set and night about to fall. By the time all apprentice wizards arrived on the island, the place would be shrouded in darkness. Black Sail seemed to have deliberately arranged this, making the apprentices face the first night immediately upon arrival. How to safely endure the night was a question, as they couldn't tell how many apprentices would see the next sunrise. Duke stopped hesitating, and, seeing that no one else was around, effortlessly jumped into the lake, barely making a splash as if merging with the water. He released some shadow insects, placing them in hidden corners around. Maintain awareness of the situation above while underwater. Upon entering the lake, Duke noticed the water was cooler than the sea. It was indeed very deep, and took Duke a while of swimming downward to reach the cavern spotted by the shadow insects. Upon reaching there, he followed a circular tunnel, swimming forward, then upward for a bit before resurfacing to breathe fresh air. It was a damp cavern, small but sufficient for one person's movement. There were gaps in the walls, seeping water droplets and faintly carrying wind sounds, occasionally gusting in. After inspecting the surroundings to ensure safety, Duke cleared a clean area on the ground, laid a blanket, and lay down. Took out some prepared dry food, ate a bit, then closed his eyes to meditate. He didn't plan to leave before dawn, as this was a perfect refuge, allowing him to avoid many troubles during the dangerous night. He could already imagine the chaos that would descend upon this island once night fell. Wizards were inherently not a kind group, and among Black Sail's apprentice wizards, malicious individuals were not scarce. This island, in essence, was a temporary chaotic haven, with human nature's malice unveiled when order was disrupted. After nightfall, the entire island plunged into darkness, with only some glowing minerals and mushrooms providing negligible light. Duke practiced the meditation technique while constantly keeping an eye on the movements above through the shadow insects. Initially, everything was calm, but after about an hour, there was some commotion beside the lake. Two obviously unfamiliar wizard apprentices coincidentally arrived at the lakeside. They cautiously glanced at each other but did not take action. After taking some fresh water from the lake, they retreated on their own. With no direct conflict of interest, they did not know the opponent's background and had no confidence in taking them down with a strike. In such circumstances, taking action is unwise. Most wizard apprentices have relatively ordinary abilities, their goal being to survive this test and pass it. Duke constantly monitored the situation here, noting the arrival and departure of the two. After this, the lake again fell into prolonged silence. The island is quite large, with over 300 third-class wizard apprentices scattered all over it, making encounters quite unlikely at the beginning. This lake where Duke is located is near the center of the island. Most wizard apprentices initially appear elsewhere, so not seeing anyone for a short while is very normal. Until midnight, Duke received information from the shadow insects. Near the lake, a young man was sprinting, looking terrified, his left hand hanging weakly as if broken, constantly dripping blood. Behind him, a giant silver-white wolf was in pursuit. This was an advanced magical beast named Frost Wolf, which, aside from its powerful physique, possesses frost element casting ability. Judging from the Frost Wolf's pace, it didn't seem to be chasing prey. Rather, it looked as if it were taking a stroll. The Frost Wolf even had a human-like mocking smile on its face, clearly toying with this unlucky wizard apprentice. The boy stumbled, seeing the lake ahead as a sign of hope, intending to jump in to evade the advanced magical beast behind him. Though he knows the chances are slim, the Frost Wolf is surely capable of swimming. This is an island, after all. But he had no other choice but to try this route. Receiving this information, Duke immediately opened his eyes in vigilance. He only hoped this person wouldn't lead the Frost Wolf here, or he would be implicated. As for going out to rescue, Duke had no such intention. He knew his own strength well. Even if he fought with all his might, he might only repel the Frost Wolf, making it hard to kill. His current offensive methods did not include particularly powerful attack spells, making it difficult to kill an advanced magical beast like the Frost Wolf in one strike. Just as the boy was about to reach the lakeside, the Frost Wolf's eyes showed a hint of playful intent. and it spat out a huge ice ball. The ice ball flew out and directly hit the boy, instantly turning him into an ice sculpture, frozen in place, his blood gradually stopping. Moments later, the frost wolf seemed to be done playing, walked over, and bit off the person's head, blood splattering everywhere, turning the nearby lake's surface blood red. The frost wolf had been on this island for a long time. Those damned wizards wouldn't let it roam freely, confining it to the island. Life on the island was too dull. Besides occasionally seeking out other advanced magical beasts to fight, there was not much to do. Today, some humans appeared. They happened to be damned wizards, making the frost wolf quite excited. Within one night, it had already eaten several, its belly nearly full. The frost wolf even thought, "These weak humans better not come yet, let me digest first." The recent pursuit was considered a form of entertainment, barely a post-meal walk to aid digestion. After eating, the frost wolf came to the lake, lowered its head, and drank some water. It suddenly raised its head and sniffed around, detecting several different human scents, though none seemed nearby. Duke dared not breathe below, keeping a constant watch on the lakeside's movements. Luckily, he had swum to this location across the lake, the water masking his scent. If this advanced magical beast had remembered his scent and pursued, it would be troublesome. After sniffing the scents, the frost wolf slowly walked toward them, seemingly not in a hurry. Perhaps because the frost wolf had been here, the lakeside remained quiet throughout the night. No wizard apprentices came here, nor did any other magical beasts or predators come to drink. Possibly, the frost wolf's scent lingered here, deterring ordinary magical beasts from coming. Duke kept up his meditation practice until dawn, using the shadow insects to scout the surroundings, confirming no danger before slowly emerging from the water. The island was restless throughout the night, contrasting sharply with the peace below the lake. Duke now only wished to quickly gather the magic potion materials needed for his task, then dive into the underwater cave to hide until the test ended. He didn't want to fight it out with anyone on the island. With the skill tree in hand, as long as he stays focused on his development, he'll become stronger over time, so there's no need to take risks. Night shadow grass, blood moon root, starlight vine. Sharp-toothed bat's tooth, colorless lizard's eye. Duke contemplated as he looked at the parchment's list of magic potion materials. Among these, night shadow grass, blood moon root, and starlight vine are common magic potion materials, which can be gradually found by searching around. However, the sharp-toothed bat's tooth and colorless lizard's eye are difficult to find, as these are relatively elusive creatures. Especially the colorless lizard. Unlike a chameleon, it is born transparent, tangible but invisible. Finding such a thing is not easy, and Duke didn't hold high hopes. He planned to observe the situation later. If the island's situation were chaotic and dangerous, he'd directly gather the 3 herbs and dive into the cave. Duke recalled the basics of herbalism he previously learned, and had an impression of the appearance of night shadow grass, blood moon root, and starlight vine. He walked through the forest while keeping an eye on the ground around him for things he needed. Meanwhile, a dozen shadow insects spread out nearby to ensure that he would be alerted to any movement within 100 meters, avoiding ambushes. Despite having shadow insects for vigilance, Duke didn't put all his hope on this and stayed ready for an attack at any time. About 2 hours later, he found a patch of night shadow grass under a large tree, took a small shovel from the space ring, and uprooted it, preserving the roots intact. The night shadow grass is entirely black-purple in color, and generally appears quite small, much like a wildflower by the roadside. Easily overlooked if not inspected closely. Duke placed this night shadow grass into the space ring, finally completing one of the 5 potion materials listed on the parchment. As he walked, he also paid attention to the surrounding terrain, drawing a simple map in his mind of the places he passed. Over an hour later, Duke found the blood moon grass, whose root part is the potion material blood moon root. Duke dug out the entire plant and separated the root part by cutting it away. The root must be submitted as a task item, but he can keep the other parts, which are considered potion materials. Duke had already dug up several herbs along the way, all stored in the space ring. He regretted not learning more about potion making. He knew too few herbs. Additionally, the space ring wasn't large enough, only capable of holding as much as a larger box. Still, he was satisfied with his harvest. On the first day, he'd completed 2 items. Once he found the starlight vine, he could choose to rest easy. At least the basic task requirement was fulfilled. Other potion materials would depend on luck and weren't obligatory. Duke remembered that the starlight vine typically grows near the edges of cliffs or at the foot of mountains. He glanced around and headed toward a nearby mountain, hoping for some luck. By midday, the sun hung high, and the weather grew increasingly hot. Duke munched on some dried food as he walked, casually forming a small water bubble and swallowing it whole to quench his thirst. Having casting abilities is truly convenient, Duke thought to himself. At least he didn't need to worry about water sources anymore. He could create pure water himself, ensuring absolute safety without fear of poison or contamination, giving peace of mind. As Duke was walking, he suddenly stopped and quickly hid behind a tree, asking, "Who's there?" He learned from the shadow insect's information that someone was hiding behind a tree ahead, seemingly waiting for him to approach. A moment later, someone emerged from behind the tree. Meeting Duke's gaze, they both realized they knew each other. It was Went, part of Simon's small group. From a wizard family. Went smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, it's you. I thought it was an enemy I was about to strike." Duke remained vigilant, saying, "I thought so too." The two of them fell silent for an instant, seemingly unsure what to say. Suddenly, Went suggested, "I've already caught up with Simon and the others. They're on the other side. Let me take you there. It's safer together." Duke frowned and took a step back, saying, "Tell Simon I'll find you all later. I just discovered a possible potion material site. I need to investigate further." After saying this, he cautiously retreated, distancing himself from Went. Went simply watched him with a smile, making no moves. After Duke had completely left, Went's face turned cold with thought. "I didn't expect this one to be so cautious." Duke didn't choose to go with Went for a simple reason. His intuition told him something was off about Went. On the island, they couldn't use the wizard's mark, so he couldn't communicate with Simon to confirm his location. But Duke was sure that Simon wasn't with Went. Simon would never let Went act alone if they had met. He would ensure they moved together. Went's earlier actions clearly indicated Simon wasn't nearby. After leaving, Duke summoned more shadow insects with his magic power, expanding the alert range. The starlight vine wasn't easy to find. Duke searched the vicinity of the mountains all afternoon and still didn't find any trace of it. Until dusk, Duke planned to return to the lake when he unexpectedly ran into Simon and his group. Simon had 4 people with him, surprising Duke because, aside from his old companions Abel and Anley, Went was also present. Could it be that my earlier feeling was wrong? Duke wondered. Seeing Duke, Simon was delighted and said, "Duke, it's so good to see you're all right. We haven't found the others yet. It's just the few of us who have met." He said this with some worry because they'd seen quite a few wizard apprentice corpses along the way. These corpses were either killed by magical creatures or by other people. Duke said, "I'm glad you're all fine. By the way, when did you meet?" he asked casually, noticing Went's expression noticeably changed. Simon didn't notice this and answered naturally, "I caught up with Abel and Anley last night. We just met Went." "Oh, just met," Duke said, glancing at Went, whose expression had grown cooler. Duke said nothing, feeling more guarded towards Went. They met hours ago, and Went claimed Simon was nearby, yet Simon now said they just met. Clearly, something was wrong with Went. "It's getting dark. We need to find a place to spend the night," Simon said, walking forward, chatting with Duke. After chatting a bit, Duke learned that Simon and the others had managed to regroup last night thanks to a unique demonized item. The item was called the Activated Triangle Plate, a modular demonized item divided into 3 parts. Simon, Abel, and Anley each held a piece, allowing them to sense each other's location and distance as long as they weren't extremely far apart. Luckily, they were deployed close to each other, so it didn't take them long to meet up last night. With the 3 of them together, neither magical creatures nor wizard apprentices dared attack them. The activated triangle plate was typically only held by those trusting each other, as being able to sense each other's location at all times wasn't ideal otherwise. Considering whether to mention Went, Duke was asked by Simon, "Duke, what materials are you still missing?" "I only need the starlight vine to complete the 3 items," Duke replied. "Starlight vine? Anley picked one today. You can submit it for the task." "We don't have that task requirement," Simon said. Anley nodded in agreement. "That's right, here's for you, Duke. Now your task is complete," she said, and took a long green vine from her space ring, dotted with sparkling points like diamonds. That's how the starlight vine got its name. Such a complete starlight vine is worth quite a bit of magic stones on the market. And for Simon and the other two to share it like this is truly not easy. I'll give you the value in magic stones according to the market price. I remember a starlight vine costs about 3 level 1 magic stones. Duke didn't want to owe them a favor and took out 3 level 1 magic stones. Enli shook her head, refusing the magic stones, and said, "We all agreed before we came, we are cooperating together. This is not a transaction relationship." At that moment, a relatively young, sharp voice came. "Starlight vine, I happen to need it, give it to me." A short boy, about 1.4 meters tall, walked out, his eyes fixed intently on the starlight vine in Anli's hand. "Uli," Simon exclaimed. Duke heard the name, and remembered that this Uli was one of the people Simon had mentioned not provoked previously. Uli is from the Jokic clan, a pure-blood wizard family that values pure bloodlines, never marrying non-wizards. Since they mostly marry within the clan, their offspring often have some deformities. This Uli was one such example, only 1.4 meters tall, with somewhat crooked features, looking rather uncoordinated. But no one present dared to underestimate this thin Uli, and all were very tense. It was unclear how many demonized items Uli had on him. His strength was also considerable, and with his background, no one wanted to conflict with him. Simon was decisive and immediately said, "Anli, give him the starlight vine." Anli gave Duke an apologetic glance and then tossed the starlight vine to Uli. After receiving the starlight vine, Uli glanced at it and directly stored it in his space ring, a smile appearing on his face. He sized up Duke and the others, seeming to weigh something. Duke and his companions were very vigilant, their breathing slowed, apparently ready for battle. Uli's eyes darted back and forth and finally seemed to give up, turning to leave without saying a word. He probably wasn't sure if he could handle Duke and his companions alone, so after weighing the pros and cons, he gave up. This is the benefit of sticking together. Even someone like Uli has to consider if it's worth it to take action. After Uli left, Simon said, "Let's leave here first." He was still afraid that Uli might return, and whether to fight or not would be troublesome then. Someone like Uli is better not provoked if it can be helped, which is why he decided to take a step back despite the greater numbers. But Duke didn't move. Instead, he looked up at Went and said, "You're in cahoots with Uli, aren't you?" As soon as he said this, Simon and the others were a bit shocked, clearly not understanding why Duke would say such a thing. Went's expression visibly changed, but he quickly regained composure and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Your lost starlight vine has nothing to do with me, don't pin it on me." Duke smiled and said, "Then let me ask you, a few hours ago when we met, you said you had already met up with Simon and the others and were going to take me to them. But Simon said you just met them. So who was it you met a few hours ago? If not Simon, this." Went was speechless, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Simon and the others understood everything and also realized there was something wrong with Went, so they all kept their distance from Went. Went, seeing this scene, also understood he couldn't explain it away and simply stopped pretending, sneering, "That's right, I am indeed working for Lord Uli. It's my honor and my family's honor. You lowly half-blood mages don't even have the qualification to lick Lord Uli's feet. This time you're lucky, but luck won't always be on your side." As Went spoke, he slowly backed away, obviously also fearing Duke and his companions would attack him. Duke and his companions was somewhat apprehensive of Uli backing Went, and none chose to act, just watched Went leave. Simon and the others recalled their previous experiences and was somewhat fearful. "I didn't expect Went to be this kind of person. It seems I underestimated the bloodline discrimination on the West Coast," Simon sighed. "Thanks to Duke. Otherwise we wouldn't know what might have happened today," Anli looked at Duke and said. Upon hearing this, the others nodded one after another, all fearful of what could have been. Judging by Uli's sudden appearance, Uli had likely been lurking around for some time, always following them. Went being the visible one, Uli the hidden, cooperating with each other. Had it been until nightfall when they all rested in one place, it would likely have been when Went and Uli acted. Then, with Simon and the others being caught off guard, they'd likely have no escape from death. Uli most likely couldn't resist jumping out upon. Seeing the starlight vine, after all, he was only 13 years old. Lacking some maturity, Went likely also cursed this teammate of his for revealing too soon. But in reality, with Duke present, even if Uli hadn't appeared, Duke would still have pointed out Went's problem later. Having met Simon and the others, Duke didn't plan to return to the lakeside. It was getting late, and going back would take quite some time. Besides, Uli and Went might still be nearby, so being alone would be dangerous. With the four of them moving together, they could at least cause some apprehension. The four of them finally found a place in a grove, which they used as a temporary campsite. They didn't light a fire to avoid exposing their location, which might draw in beasts or other wizard apprentices. A simple campfire wouldn't deter those high-level beasts, only wild animals. Each of the four found a tree, climbed up to rest, while also keeping an eye on their surroundings. Duke was reflecting on past events. The shadow insects he had set up around had not detected Uli's presence, indicating that Uli had used some kind of magic to conceal himself, leaving the shadow insects unable to find him. In terms of the examination tasks, both Simon and Abel had completed theirs. Anley still needed one moonlight grass. Duke needed one starlight vine. After some discussion, they decided to go to the place Anley found the starlight vine the next day and see if they could find another one. The island nights were not peaceful. Ever since these wizard apprentices arrived, the sound of beast roars could often be heard around, as well as explosions from spells. Duke and his companions didn't dare sleep at all meditating to restore their spirits, ever alert to their surroundings. Deep in the night, Duke was the first to open his eyes upon hearing some noise. Noises continued to come from the distant forest, the sound growing closer. Simon and the others also woke up as a result. Duke, looking into the distance, relied on his strong night vision ability and said, "This isn't good, it's a beast horde coming this way, run." After speaking, he stepped on a branch and leapt like a monkey to a distant tree, escaping the area. There are many magical beasts on this island, with numerous high-level ones. Something must have happened on the other side of the island, triggering a beast tide, causing a large number of magical beasts to frantically run toward this side. In this situation, it is crucial to leave this place quickly. Running into the beast tide would inevitably result in being overwhelmed by these panicked creatures. Duke is merely a third-level wizard apprentice, and his power is particularly insignificant in the face of such a beast tide. Even if he could deal with high-level magical beasts, he would be directly overwhelmed and exhausted by the sheer number of creatures. The magic power inside a third-level wizard apprentice is too scarce, making it impossible to sustain long-term and high-intensity combat. After Duke took the lead to leave, Simon and the other two quickly followed, with Simon casting a wind attribute magic spell to assist in moving swiftly. The speed difference among the four was significant, gradually widening the gap. When Duke looked back, he could no longer see Simon and the other two. The island's jungle terrain was already complex, making it hard to see from a slight distance. At this point, he also did not have the capacity to help Simon and the others. They could only focus on their own survival and hope for good fortune. Occasionally, some birds or magical beasts flew overhead, with some being particularly large. Under normal circumstances, he'd surely face attacks, but now these beasts couldn't care less about Duke, a human, solely focusing on flying toward the ocean beyond the island. As long as they were away from this island, they'd be safe, which was an easy task for these flying magical beasts. Suddenly, Duke got an idea, looked around, adjusted his direction, and headed toward the sea. With the beast tide happening on the island, there was virtually no place that was safe, inevitably leading to significant casualties. Duke thought of jumping directly into the sea and swimming back to that cave, since everything beneath the water was interconnected anyway. He changed direction, stepping on a wild boar's head before leaping onto a tree on the other side, and continued moving forward. He moved through the forest like a flying bird, his figure agile and nimble. Duke's strong physique came in handy now, making running away easier and quicker. At this moment, he seemed more like a magical beast than the creatures themselves. As if he were an indigenous resident of the island. It took Duke 10 minutes to reach the seaside, where he immediately leaped into the sea without hesitation. After entering the water, his speed abruptly increased, rushing out like an arrow. Duke dove directly underwater, and as he reached a certain depth, the sense of threat within him gradually dissipated. The beast tide on the island no longer posed a significant threat to him. Even just hiding here would suffice to avoid the island's beast tide. In any case, Duke didn't need to worry about breathing underwater and could stay submerged for as long as necessary. He swam near the island's perimeter, looking for a water route. He released some shadow insects to distribute around, helping with basic reconnaissance and vigilance. When Duke was previously in the cave, he had used shadow insects to explore and knew that several routes connected with the outside sea. He swam around the island for over 10 minutes and found a route leading beneath the island. Duke let a few shadow insects go ahead of him, while he stayed behind, maintaining some distance as he swam slowly. He followed the underwater route beneath the island, gradually finding the path leading to the cave. Now Duke only hoped the beast tide would calm down quickly. His tasks were still incomplete. At least he had to find the starlight vine. Outside the island on the ship, a female wizard, looking worriedly at the island, said to Jode beside her, "Shouldn't we do something? Many people will die due to this beast tide." Jode said expressionlessly, "Even if we help them this time, can we assist the next time they encounter danger? If we don't let them experience these trials and hardships, they will face even more complex and dangerous situations in other planes. One must rely on oneself to gain strength." The female wizard sighed, understanding that merely a beast tide was insufficient to warrant intervention, as it was within the scope of a normal examination. They would only intervene if an external force invaded, causing large-scale deaths of the wizard apprentices. Duke successfully returned beneath the lake. He now possessed a very keen perception ability of water flow, allowing him to gauge the general direction by the movement of the water. After arriving beneath the lake, he first sent shadow insects into the cave to investigate. Finding no anomalies, he swam in and emerged above the water's surface. The cave appeared the same as when he left. There were no signs of anyone else having been there. After all, this location was too remote for most wizard apprentices, making it quite challenging to reach. With a wave of his hand, Duke extracted all the water clinging to him, throwing it into the surrounding water. His control over the water element was becoming increasingly powerful. Extracting the water from his body and clothes was no simple task. Though seemingly simple, it actually demanded very precise control over the water element. In an instant, Duke went from being soaked to completely dry. In the past, he would have needed to kindle a bonfire just to dry off. He took out his shadow insect bag, summoned some shadow insects, and let them swim to the lake's surface to scout the situation. The chaos outside persisted, with magical beasts frantically running everywhere. These beasts, mostly with their own activity ranges, were now shuffled and started fighting after colliding with one another. The shadow insects Duke released was swallowed by unknown magical beasts, with a few corpses of beasts still floating on the lake's surface. After learning about the situation above through the shadow insects, Duke knew he couldn't go out anytime soon. Took out some dry rations, quickly ate a few bites, and began his meditation practice. No matter how chaotic the outside world became, it had nothing to do with him. Since venturing out was not feasible, he would silently focus on his practices. The beast-tide turmoil on the island persisted until just before sunrise, gradually calming down. The island was strewn with fallen trees, burning jungles, the corpses of magical beasts, and the bodies of wizard apprentices. Some magical beasts that had fled for an entire night now felt famished and were feeding on the corpses on the ground, as if rewarding the survivors. Duke had been keeping an eye on the commotion above and noticed the surroundings gradually growing calmer. However, he still did not plan to venture out. With more than a day remaining before the examination ended, there was not much time, but being hasty was not an option. At sunrise, two people arrived at the lake's edge. One of them was Uli, a short-statured individual who looked very unwell at the moment, with blood dripping continuously from his head, his twisted features making him appear even more ferocious. Of the three demonized items, rings on his hand, only one remained, with the other two destroyed in the previous battle. Uli panted heavily as he ran frantically, constantly looking back with a hint of fear in his eyes. A brown-haired teenager followed Uli unhurriedly, expressionless, holding a dagger in his hand, with black flames burning on the dagger. Uli saw him coming and said, "Merrick, do you really dare to hunt me down? Don't think that just because you're Land's student you can do whatever you want. Our Jocket clan is not easy to mess with." Merrick laughed. "So what if I kill you? Your Jocket clan has so many people. Would they make a move just because of a dwarf like you? Even if they did, my teacher wouldn't sit idly by." Upon hearing the word dwarf, Uli's anger flared again. He had always disliked Merrick as a half-blood mage. By birth, Uli disliked Merrick from the very core of his lineage. But Merrick had always been popular on Academy Island, thanks to his outstanding talent, strong background, and good looks, which made him very popular. Uli, on the other hand, was the opposite extreme in personality, ugly in appearance, and more feared than liked by the people on Academy Island. This made Uli feel very unbalanced, often clashing with Merrick. Merrick never tolerated him, often calling him dwarf, which infuriated Uli. After the beast died last night, the situation on the island became even more chaotic. Uli got separated from Went, coincidentally encountering Merrick. Enemies meeting face to face, with blood boiling all the more. Without a word, Uli attacked Merrick directly, vowing to keep Merrick on the island. Unexpectedly, Merrick's strength was far beyond what Uli anticipated, and with many powerful demonized items at his disposal, Uli was no match for Merrick at all. After all, the Jokic clan had many descendants like Uli, but students of Master Land were few. The treatment the two received was completely different. Merrick indeed had exceptional talent, though not from a wizard clan. His talent on the path of wizardry was excellent otherwise. He wouldn't have been noticed by level 3 wizard Master Land. At this point, Uli's magic power was nearly exhausted, and he had finished all the potion supplements. He held a magic stone, hoping to absorb energy from it to replenish his magic power. But in such a short time, Uli couldn't absorb much energy, and the magic he could replenish was extremely limited, too brief a time. His demonized items were no longer functional, leaving him in a completely dire situation. Merrick seemingly finished playing, toyed with the dagger in his hand, and lightly threw it. The dagger with black flames instantly flew away, piercing through Uli's chest, but miraculously left no wound, no blood spattered. Yet Uli's eyes instantly lost their luster, and he collapsed weakly, sinking into the lake. Merrick didn't bother to check, directly turning and leaving, showing great confidence that he had dealt with Uli. After Uli's body sank to the bottom of the lake, Duke had been keeping an eye on it, refraining from making any rash moves, merely sending some shadow insects to monitor from a distance. A few minutes later, black smoke suddenly emerged from Uli's body, and a Grassman doll appeared. Then spontaneously ignited, quickly turning to ashes. Uli's vacant eyes gradually gathered focus, and amazingly, he came back to life. He looked around and started swimming, seemingly finding Duke's cave swimming over. Uli appeared to notice the cave, emerged from the water, and cursed loudly, "Damn Merrick, actually made me use the substitute Death Grassman in such a place." The substitute Death Grassman was an extremely precious level 1 witchcraft artifact, not a demonized item, but one that could shield its host from death once. The importance of such a special witchcraft artifact is self-evident, and Uli only had this one artifact, used in an ordinary test. Leaving him very depressed, increasing his hatred for Merrick, Uli suddenly sensed something, looked up to find someone slightly familiar. He recognized it as the wizard apprentice he encountered during the day, saying sharply, "Kid, hand over all your magic potions, and give me the space ring." Uli assumed Duke would comply. In his view, such an ordinary wizard apprentice wouldn't dare oppose him. Duke was speechless. This was completely trouble descending from the heavens, who knew he would be dragged into this, while quietly staying in such a hidden cave. Naturally, he wouldn't hand over the contents of the space ring. Uli was now stretched to the limit. There was no need to fear him. Duke did not speak, merely silently condensing a dark green water arrow. Uli exclaimed, "You!" Unable to believe the person before him dared to attack him, and even more without saying a word. Uli had no magic power left, completely defenseless. The water arrow instantly pierced through his head, blasting his entire skull apart, blood splattered everywhere. Duke conjured a water shield to block the splattering. Blood watching the headless body floating on the water, silently contemplating. Moments later, he condensed a stream to extract the space ring from Uli's hand, then cleaned all the blood in the cave, sending it into the underground lake stream. The stream carried the blood into the sea, gradually dissipating. Duke also sent Uli's body into the stream, carried out to the ocean outside the island. He purposely waited here until several deep-sea magical beasts, drawn by the blood, came and witnessed them devour the corpse cleanly before leaving. Duke never physically touched Uli throughout, doing everything using water streams. He had to completely dissociate himself. After Uli's death, the Jokic clan would undoubtedly investigate. No traces should be left about himself. After disposing of Uli's body, Duke manipulated the water flows into the cave, continuously washing away the traces inside. He looked at Uli's floating space ring, exploring with spiritual power, found little inside. Aside from some clothing and food, the most valuable were over 500 level 1 magic stones, and a pile of magic potion materials, and unopened magic potions. For Duke, this counted as a fortune. The space ring was quite large, a full 10 cubic meters. Duke very much wanted to keep the space ring, but holding onto it would be a problem. Space rings, when worn for long periods, become infused with their owner's aura. This aura is hard to remove, at least difficult for Duke to handle properly now. Wizards have many methods. Duke couldn't guarantee that the Jokic clan wouldn't trace him through this space ring. Once within the Jokic clan's sights, Duke would basically be dead. His current strength is weak, with no background, completely unable to contend with such a wizard clan. Duke pondered for a moment. If he were to take this space ring for himself, it would only mean an additional, slightly larger space ring for him. However, that would also entail the risk of being targeted by the Jokic clan. Compared to that risk, this space ring was not worth it. Duke didn't let this bit of benefit cloud his judgment and ultimately chose to give up this space ring, taking only the level 1 magic stone and some magic potion materials inside. His starlight vine was among them, and having the starlight vine meant that this assessment task was at least completed. Not only that, Duke also found the eyeball of a colorless lizard among these magic potion materials, stored in a test tube with a label on it, likely a material Uli used for refining magic potions daily. This assessment did not restrict the sources of magic potion materials. If you were lucky enough, you might have already had all 5 kinds of magic potion materials without needing to spend time searching, just waiting for the end of the assessment to submit them. After checking these things, Duke put them all into his own space ring, then sent Uli's space ring into the underwater current, which would carry it to the depths of the sea. After finishing all this, he didn't return to that cave, but instead went directly to the seabed, far from the bottom of the cave. Duke was not planning to show himself anymore and decided to stay underwater until the end of the assessment, occasionally surfacing for air. His assessment task was completed. There was no need to continue taking risks. For the task, he had collected 4 out of the 5 kinds of magic potion materials, only missing the teeth of the sharp-toothed bat. Duke didn't plan to risk himself just for these 5 contribution points, and settled down on the seabed for meditation practice. The chaos on the island was no longer his concern. Duke enjoyed the peaceful practice time underwater. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk on the 3rd day of the assessment, and the ships docked beside the island. With the sound of a conch horn, the end of this assessment was announced. The wizard apprentices on the island came out one after another, boarding the ships. Duke landed at a secluded spot, shaking off the seawater on his body before heading towards the ship. On the way, he encountered Simon and a few others besides Simon's 3. There were 2 more from the small group at the gathering that day. With Duke only Went was not there. Simon breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Duke and said, "Glad you're okay. Did you find the starlight vine?" "We found another one and can give it to you to complete your task." "No need, I've already found it," Duke replied. He was grateful to Simon and the others for still thinking of helping him complete his task. Duke asked, "Are any of you missing task materials? Let me see if I have any." In his space ring, he had the magic potion materials obtained from Uli. If Simon and the others lacked task materials, maybe he could help. As it turned out, Simon and the others had already gathered all the materials. Although they were scattered after the beast tide, they managed to regroup with the activated triangle plate in hand. They had been worried about Duke, not seeing him for so long and fearing he might have met with an accident. Now seeing Duke safe and sound, they were genuinely happy. The wizard apprentices lined up, boarding the ship one by one, and had to submit the required magic potion materials upon boarding. Only those who submitted at least 3 kinds of materials would have their assessment marked as passed on the roster. Those who failed to complete the assessment task would have this recorded in the roster. Generally speaking, there's 1 chance for the assessment. If you don't pass this time, you can wait for the next. But if you fail 2 consecutive assessments, you would be forced to leave Black Sail. Among this assessment, many people were in such a situation. Due to the beast tide, most wizard apprentices were struggling just to survive, making it very difficult to collect all the required magic potion materials. Many seized this opportunity to sell magic potion materials under the ship, charging exorbitant prices. Jode turned a blind eye to this, apparently not opposing people completing assessment tasks through transactions. The rules for Black Sail's assessment were quite lenient. Anything not forbidden was allowed, just like how it's not forbidden for wizard apprentices to directly fight each other. While underwater, Duke wondered if this was a violation, but remembering the rule that what is not forbidden is allowed, he stayed comfortably underwater. The organizers of the Black Sail assessment probably never expected anyone to stay underwater for so long. Duke waited in line for quite some time before it was his turn. After submitting 4 types of materials, he felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. By the time all the surviving wizard apprentices boarded the ship, it was completely dark. Many people lay or sat exhausted on the deck, too tired even to speak. For most people, these 3 days had been very challenging, pushing themselves to the limit just to survive. Duke was relatively relaxed. He still felt quite good, leaning against the ship's rail and enjoying the sea breeze, feeling very comfortable. He saw Merrick, who was sitting at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. Duke did not direct his gaze over, not wanting to draw Merrick's attention. Once the ship left the island, it accelerated towards Academy Island. Duke felt that only a little over 200 wizard apprentices remained on the ship. Estimating around 100 had permanently stayed on that island. Such a high death rate was already significant, although partly due to the sudden beast tide. From Simon and the others, Duke learned that the beast tide seemed to have been caused by Uli. He intentionally triggered the beast tide to drive the beasts to hunt other wizard apprentices, a truly malicious act. They hadn't seen Uli, but didn't think he had died on the island, merely assuming Uli had boarded early and was now in the cabin. Many cursed Uli in secret, thinking if not for him, this wouldn't have resulted in so many deaths. Such words remained unspoken, as they dared not offend Uli. When they returned to Academy Island, it was already late at night, the entire island silent and only broken by the ship's arrival. At the port, the group of third-rate wizard apprentices disembarked, feeling a sense of security as they stepped onto the ground of Academy Island. All were very tired, saying their goodbyes before returning to their dormitories and falling asleep as soon as they hit the bed. The next morning, shocking news spread among the wizard apprentices. The genius youth of the Jocket clan, Uli, had unexpectedly died in this assessment, and his body was nowhere to be found. Along with the news spreading, there was another message, which is Merrick personally admitted that he killed Uli. After this news was released, many people started to gossip, all curious about what would happen next. The Jocket clan was, of course, extremely furious because Uli had decent potential in their generation and surprisingly was killed during a regular assessment. Moreover, Merrick, who killed Uli, was so arrogant as to directly admit he was the killer. How the Jocket clan didn't even need an investigation. They simply issued a bounty on the west coast, offering 10,000 level 1 magic stones for bringing Merrick's head to the Jocket clan. They also sought Black Sail to hand over Merrick, but even if Merrick was only a regular wizard apprentice, let alone Land Master's student, Black Sail wouldn't hand him over. The Jocket clan had no way to deal with Black Sail. They were merely a wizard clan, and could be considered a minor force compared to Black Sail. It could provoke Landmaster, but Black Sail was another matter entirely. Landmaster naturally made his voice heard, stating that if anything happened to Merrick, the Jocket clan would face trouble. He even published an article in some newspapers on the West Coast, implying that the Jocket clan couldn't afford to lose and resorted to desperate measures. The rules of Black Sail's assessment were just like that, and Landmaster couldn't guarantee Merrick would safely return. Falling in the assessment could only be blamed on one's incompetence and bad luck. Seeking revenge seemed petty. The Jocket clan didn't stay silent either, publishing articles in various newspapers accusing Landmaster, even bringing up old accounts. For instance, how Landmaster used the guise of taking students to take in noblewomen from certain families. These events stirred up a wave of gossip frenzy on the West Coast, significantly boosting newspaper sales. In the morning, Duke munched on pumpkin pancakes and drank apple juice while reading a newspaper called Elf Daily. This newspaper recorded many recent happenings on the West Coast, covering all sorts of topics, including finding partners. Duke also saw the spat between Landmaster and Jocket clan, and knew the Jocket clan apparently didn't know Uli was killed by him, so he was safe for the moment. Even Merrick himself believed he had killed Uli. But he didn't know Uli possessed a substitute Death Grassman, a witchcraft artifact, which allowed him to escape a tragedy. Only Uli was quite unfortunate as, after escaping the wolf's mouth, he ran into a tiger's den and encountered Duke, who killed him. Currently, Landmaster and the Jocket clan are at a standoff, and neither side is likely to communicate this information. However, as time goes by, they might eventually negotiate. because neither Landmaster nor the Jokic clan finds a death match beneficial to their interests. Regarding the Jokic clan, Uli was merely one of the more talented among this generation, not worth waging war with Landmaster and losing family interests. Their fundamental need is to leverage this matter to extract compensation from Landmaster, aligning with the family's interests better. Even if Uli died, they would use his death to their advantage. For these wizard clans to have developed for so many years and still carry on, they are not fools. Landmaster is also aware that the Jokic clan's purpose lies in this. It's just a matter of whether a deal can be reached. By the time negotiations occur, the Jokic clan may very well discover Uli wasn't killed by Merrick. At that point, the Jokic clan will inevitably investigate and identify the true culprit behind Uli's death. Even though all evidence should have been washed away by the seawater by then, Duke couldn't guarantee they wouldn't have other means to identify him. Before that happens, he must enhance his strength as much as possible. I hope it doesn't involve me. Duke could only hope his luck wouldn't be so bad. Being cautious, he didn't take Uli's space ring, only taking magic stones and a portion of the magic potion materials. Since he had so few space rings, he barely had space to fit those more than 500 level 1 magic stones, let alone more magic potion materials. Duke didn't regret killing Uli. Instead, he felt fortunate for being decisive then, otherwise it would have inevitably brought trouble. Uli was extremely paranoid and inherently hostile towards half-blood magicians. In that situation, Duke wouldn't have surrendered his space ring. Not surrendering meant incurring Uli's enmity. Even if he lacked the ability to kill Duke at that time, he would have continuously caused trouble after the assessment. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate Uli right there, thus preventing a lot of hassle. Thinking about it, Duke realized it was just bad luck. No matter whether he killed Uli, encountering him still would have led to some trouble. Duke looked at his full space ring, seeing all the level 1 magic stones, indeed more than 500 pieces. He had to make good use of this money, turning it into his cultivation resources. Duke glanced at the skill tree in his mind, pondering over the attribute panel. Free attribute points. 3 originally, he planned to slowly push his spiritual power to the limit through daily meditation practice before using the free attribute points. But now Duke felt he had to speed up the process, as only by quickly boosting his strength could he manage more situations. After some thought, he added the remaining 3 free attribute points to Spirit. His spiritual power instantly reached 20 points, exceeding many second-class wizard apprentices' levels. The threshold for a first-class wizard apprentice is only 30 points. Duke now needs just 10 more. For others, those 10 points aren't simple, as it's harder to increase as the base spiritual power rises. Eventually, even a 0.1 increase in spiritual power could take many wizard apprentices a lifetime to achieve. Duke too felt this way. Through meditation practice, the increase in his spiritual power was extremely slow, requiring a long time to accumulate. But thanks to the skill tree, he could leap directly through free attribute points, making the process easy. After raising his spiritual power to 20.2, Duke planned to prepare for advancing to a second-class wizard apprentice. To ensure safety, he decided to purchase a dawn potion. With his current spiritual power combined with a dawn potion, his chance of successfully advancing to a second-class wizard apprentice was significant. On the market, dawn potions generally cost 300 level 1 magic stones each, which is quite expensive. Many third-level wizard apprentices, once their spiritual power is up to standard, spend a lot of time saving money to buy potions. Duke suddenly thought that his neighbor Hannah was doing just that, saving up to buy a dawn potion. Dawn potions can increase the success rate for a third-level wizard apprentice to advance to a second level, catalyze this process, and reduce the aftereffects of a failed promotion. This potion has been optimized and iterated numerous times, and its formula has been revised many times, making it basically risk-free to use. If Duke hadn't received Uli's magic stones from the recent assessment, he would also have had to save money for quite some time. He sighed a bit. No wonder they say crime pays. Duke suddenly realized that this is the intent behind the Black Sail assessment, just like he had speculated before. Black Sail uses this method, akin to raising venomous insects, to select potential people from among these wizard apprentices. Put a group of wizard apprentices together, and those with strength will naturally acquire resources, while those without may be eliminated or struggle to survive. Luck is also an important factor, but it requires strength to seize it. Duke wasn't in a hurry to buy dawn potions. These are never in shortage, being a staple item in potion stores. He needs to take some courses in preparation for his promotion before advancing. Duke again went to the hall in the learning area, and now, when looking at the bulletin board, the courses seemed very affordable. He realized this is a convenience Black Sail provides for wizard apprentices, allowing them to access knowledge relatively easily. Duke chose 3 courses: Wizard Promotion, The Mystery Behind Life Levels, Common Questions About Promotion, and Magic Power and Energy Fluctuation. The 3 courses together cost only 2 level 1 magic stones, practically a bargain. Black Sail prices such public knowledge courses very affordably to ensure these wizard apprentices can attend them. In exchange for these courses, Black Sail rewards the teachers with magic stones and contribution points. Over the next few days, Duke was either attending classes or studying second-hand books he had purchased, gaining a deeper understanding of the wizard's promotion process. The wizard's promotion process is essentially a life-level advancement process. The course initially used knight practices as an example, showing that after reaching the level of Great Knight, the knight's path comes to an end. Generally, a Great Knight is the pinnacle of the knight's path, unable to advance further. A Great Knight is far from a level 1 life form, merely a stronger ordinary person. This stems from the limitations of life levels. An ordinary person reaching Great Knight is humanity's limit and cannot advance further. Regardless of physical strength or constitution, there will be a limit. Once at this limit, no matter what, no further advancement is possible. An ascension process for wizards involves breaking this limit, advancing one's life level. Wizard apprentices using meditation technique can increase their spiritual power, which halts upon reaching a certain level. This represents reaching the current life level's limit, where further meditation practice yields minuscule gains in spiritual power, making advancement difficult. The purpose of the Dawn Potion is to help wizard apprentices enter the life level advancement process, serving as a catalyst. Upon consuming a Dawn Potion, one's entire being, from flesh to spiritual power, begins to push toward a new life level. If this process is smoothly navigated, one's life level elevates, increasing the spiritual power ceiling, allowing the wizard to advance further. However, this process is perilous. If one's spiritual power is not strong enough, there's a high risk of losing control over one's physical state, magic power, and spiritual power, possibly leading to their collapse. In case of loss of control, the best outcome is becoming a cripple, unable to continue practice. The fatality rate of losing control is extremely high, with a survival rate of less than 3%. This is why the spiritual power threshold for second-level wizard apprentices is 15 points, meeting this standard guards against losing control during promotion. Duke informed Vivian of his preparation for promotion, and she was surprised that his spiritual power had reached the standard so quickly. "How much spiritual power do you have?" Vivian asked. 15 points. Duke thought for a moment and replied. He didn't reveal to Vivian that his spiritual power had reached 20 points, as it seemed too unbelievable. Vivian suggested, "You should wait a bit longer and try to improve as much as possible. Do you have enough magic stones for the Dawn Potion? I can send you some." "No need, I was lucky to sell a demonized item I found in the sea for enough stones. I've already bought the Dawn Potion, so don't waste your money." Duke replied promptly. He actually hadn't bought a Dawn Potion yet, but he feared Vivian would send him one immediately. "Then I'll copy my teacher's promotion notes and send them to you. They've been helpful as I prepare for future promotion myself." Vivian offered. Duke accepted, finding the notes useful presently. Coming from third-level Wizard Grace, the insights should be highly valuable. Days later, Duke received a letter and a small package from Vivian. The letter contained Grace's detailed promotion notes, covering potential issues during promotion and their resolutions. The content was lengthy, spanning 15 pages of parchment, virtually encompassing all facets of third-level wizard apprentice promotion. With these materials, Duke felt like he was preparing for an open book exam, needing to memorize the questions and answers before taking the test. Having a mentor is indeed wonderful. Duke couldn't help but sigh. The wizards on Academy Island wouldn't be so kind to wizard apprentices. Courses would only touch on topics without going into detail. Lack of time and the effort needed to delve into specifics also contributed to this approach. Duke temporarily set aside the materials and picked up a small package, which, upon opening, revealed a light blue potion. This is a spiritual power stabilizing potion. Drink it before promotion to reduce the chances of spiritual power going berserk, allowing for a smoother process. Read a note from Vivian. Duke recalled that a sky blue spiritual power stabilizing potion was worth around 500 to 600 level 1 magic stones in the market. This is an auxiliary potion, used for advancing to an official wizard. As Grace's student, Vivian receives a batch of resources every now and then, including magic stones, magic potions, casting materials, and so on. These resources are more than enough at the wizard apprentice stage, allowing her to practice and study with peace of mind. Vivian is also very thrifty, never wasting these resources recklessly. She is diligent and talented, consistently performing well in the assessments at the Thorn Holy Tower. The reward system at the Thorn Holy Tower is mostly based on exams, with high-ranking students receiving substantial prizes. This is meant to encourage wizard apprentices to diligently study and practice, which is a good thing for those who are talented and hardworking but lack connections. As long as you are excellent, the Thorn Holy Tower provides sufficient resources for practice. Nonetheless, a spiritual power stabilizing potion is a significant expense for Vivian. Duke looked at the light blue potion in his hand, thinking that he must improve himself quickly so he can repay Vivian someday. Duke rented a meditation practice room on Academy Island, which had a special witch array to enhance meditation practice efficiency. The room was also filled with incense made from the resin of the elf ancient tree, which helped calm the mind. The cost of this practice room was 20 lesser magic stones per hour, not very expensive, but it would be a considerable expense if used long-term. Generally, only wizard apprentices nearing a breakthrough or wanting to adjust their state would spend time in a meditation room. Duke came here to complete the promotion process, needing a safe, undisturbed environment. The dormitory area was almost entirely unsafe, crowded with many wizard apprentices, mixed personnel, and no security staff. The dormitory rooms didn't even have basic soundproofing. Meditation practice could be endured at usual times, but not critical breakthroughs. In front of Duke were spiritual power stabilizing potion and a dawn potion, the latter contained in a round, bellied glass bottle filled with a silver liquid. He picked up the spiritual power stabilizing potion and drank it down in one gulp. The blue liquid quickly spread throughout his body. Duke felt very comfortable, as if his entire body was soaked in a gentle energy. Especially in his mind, he felt clear-headed, and managing his spiritual power became extraordinarily smooth. Duke waited for a minute, as the spiritual power stabilizing potion took some time to fully work. He then picked up the bottle of Dawn Potion, uncorked it, and drank it slowly. The Dawn Potion can't be drunk all at once. It has to be sipped in small quantities. Furthermore, every sip needs to be encased with magic power to let its medicinal properties slowly release. The whole process has to be careful and not rushed. The components of the Dawn Potion are deadly toxins. For ordinary people, drinking it would surely cause them to die suddenly. Even wizard apprentices must drink it slowly, using magic power to refine its medicinal properties, allowing the components to be gradually absorbed after refinement. About 10 minutes later, Duke refined all the Dawn Potion he had drunk. After the Dawn Potion was absorbed, his entire body began to heat up, his blood circulation increased, and his breathing became more rapid. Duke maintained a clear mind, monitoring all parts of his body's state with his spiritual power. He felt every cell in his body vibrating, constantly emitting heat. Duke's face turned bright red. Sweat continuously dripped, his body temperature rapidly increased. White steam began to rise all over his body, a sign that sweat was evaporating from his body heat. He circulated magic power through his body, calmly guiding the Dawn Potion's medicinal properties to move around, keeping it from causing chaos. Suddenly he saw an image of Vivian in front of him, dressed provocatively, completely different from her usual style, giving Duke a seductive smile. A gentle breeze swept through his mind, clearing his head instantly, and the scene vanished. Duke realized that what he saw was an illusion, and the spiritual power stabilizing potion had taken effect, snapping him out of the hallucination immediately. Hallucinations are common during promotion, appearing to confuse those advancing. If one cannot break free from hallucinations in time and becomes lost in them, the chances of a successful promotion are slim. Duke had previously studied illusion and hallucination knowledge, but the illusions had disappeared before he could use them. With sufficiently high spiritual power and the protection of the spiritual power stabilizing potion, the promotion process was overall calm and without danger. About an hour later, Duke's body temperature gradually returned to normal, and the magic power surging within him subsided. He could feel his mind seem to have expanded, with more space around the skill tree. Duke understood that this was a sign of increased spiritual power capacity. More than that, his muscles, blood, bones, every cell in his body underwent a qualitative change, becoming more compatible with magic power and energy particles. Once this physical change reaches a certain level, even without using meditation techniques for practice, the body's cells can automatically absorb the surrounding free energy particles, converting them into its own energy. This capacity is typically observed in spellcasting magical beasts or magic life. Humans are not naturally endowed with this ability, but achieve it through wizard practice by gradually enhancing their life level. Having personally experienced the promotion, Duke gained a deeper understanding of life level enhancement. During the promotion, he also gained considerable knowledge, which seemed to flow into his mind from an unknown source. This phenomenon is what some lucky wizards experience as knowledge capture during promotion. Some wizards have hypothesized that this is a reward from the wizard plane itself for beings that have enhanced their life level. Most people find promotion challenging, relying on sheer willpower to persevere, and easily miss these fleeting knowledge insights. Due to the plane-related nature of these phenomena, Duke found very limited information and not much detailed explanation. When he examined the skill tree, he noticed an overall increase in all his attributes. Constitution, 1215 Strength, 12.6 15.8 Free Attribute Points, 0 Constitution, Strength, and Agility. These basic attributes of the body all showed significant improvement, and spiritual power increased by 1.3. Duke had anticipated this, but did not expect such a large boost in basic attributes. The wizard's physique is not weak. Especially as their realm increases, the wizard's physique becomes stronger and stronger. Initially, the physique of a wizard apprentice may not be able to match a great knight, but as their strength increases, their physique alone can surpass many physically powerful magical beasts. Moreover, many wizards conduct some magic research to enhance their physique, resulting in their bodies being quite strong. During Duke's promotion process just now, every cell in his body was infused with a large amount of free energy particles, continuously strengthening his physique. This process is far more direct than the practice of a breathing technique, rapidly enhancing the strength of all aspects of the body. Duke's basic attributes were already quite high, and on this basis, his physique, strength, and agility all increased by more than 3 points each, which is enough to illustrate the significant enhancement a wizard apprentice receives from the promotion process. The basic attributes of others are generally not as high as Duke's, so the increase in numerical value would be even higher. Duke's spiritual power seems to have increased very little, only 1.3. But this is because his spiritual power had already reached 20 points, while a typical third-class wizard apprentice only has about 15 spiritual power points at promotion. According to the data Duke found, a typical third-class wizard apprentice can increase their spiritual power from 15 to around 17 to 19 after promotion. It's extremely rare for ordinary third-class wizard apprentices to reach 20 points of spiritual power after promotion. 19 points are already considered excellent. After Duke successfully promoted, both his body and spirit felt somewhat exhausted. Although his physical attributes and spiritual power improved, that sense of fatigue lingered. His body expended too much during the promotion process, and simply increasing a bit won't suffice to recover. He needs to rest for some time. Duke's entire promotion process lasted for 3 hours. After paying the magic stone, he returned to the dormitory area. When he returned, Hannah was standing at the door hanging out clothes to dry. The moment she saw Duke, she sensed something different about him. After a brief perception check, she asked in surprise, "Did you get promoted to a second-class wizard apprentice?" Duke had just been promoted, and the magical aura around him was still unstable and unrestrained, easily perceived by Hannah. "Yes." Duke nodded without saying much. He just wanted to take a shower and have a good sleep now. For a long time he hasn't slept. Now that both his body and spirit are exhausted, he needs a deep sleep to recover. Duke filled the bathtub with hot water, and after lying in it, the comfort almost made him fall asleep. After soaking for a while, he got out of the bathtub, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. Duke was woken up by the sound of a few crows. When he woke up, he was still in the dormitory, but the surroundings had changed somewhat. As soon as he sat up, a cloud of dust was stirred up, causing him to cough. It was then that Duke noticed a thick layer of dust covering his bed, as if it had been there for hundreds of years. He was puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Duke then got off the bed, noticing the thick dust covering the floor and other parts of the room as well. The entire house seemed to have been abandoned for hundreds of years, with no one visiting during that time. Duke furrowed his brows but did not panic. He knew something must have happened to him. He looked at his hands. The space ring, brass ring, and evil spirit crown were all present. Evil spirit crown. Could it be that I encountered an evil spirit attack? Duke thought about the effects of the evil spirit crown, which can resist evil thoughts, curses, and spirit-related attacks. Thinking further, he doubted it. As if he really had encountered an evil spirit attack, the evil spirit crown would react. The evil spirit crown itself has the ability to perceive evil spirits and evil thoughts, and if there were any evil spirits nearby, it would automatically heat up. But now, the evil spirit crown felt normal, without any reaction. The device wasn't broken. When Duke communicated with it using spiritual power, it still functioned normally. The same was true for the space ring. He could retrieve items from it. Duke also noted that the food and clean water inside were normal, unspoiled. This made him feel strange. The room's scenery suggested hundreds of years had passed, yet the food inside the space ring was still fine, indicating not much time had actually passed. The space ring cannot preserve food for a long time. If too much time passes, the food will spoil. Duke mobilized the shadow water on him. It could be mobilized normally. He looked toward the tightly closed door and heard occasional crow noises from outside. Duke didn't rush to open the door but went to the window, gently drawing the curtain to open a narrow slit. He peeked through the gap and saw the surroundings still resembled the dormitory area. However, further away, it was different, with no sight of the sea in the distance. The dormitory area is not far from the seashore. Usually, one could see the rolling sea outside the island from this window, but now they only saw some barren hills. Just as Duke intended to pull the curtains further, a pale woman's face appeared at the window, with vacant eyes staring fixedly at him. Duke felt a tingling in his scalp, and simultaneously, the evil spirit crown suddenly heated, becoming scorching hot. A phantom crown appeared above Duke's head, exuding a golden glow that shined on the woman's face, burning with fiery flames. Ugh! The woman let out an extremely piercing scream and disappeared in the blink of an eye. By then, Duke had already stepped back several paces, distancing himself from the window with several water shields floating around him. As the woman outside the window left, the temperature of the evil spirit crown gradually cooled down, returning to calm. What was that? An evil spirit. Duke only then realized his back was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily. He had just been shrouded in an intense sense of death threat. Without the evil spirit crown, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Duke remembered Simon once told him about several wizard apprentices who died in their sleep, their bodies unmarked, with no cause of death found. He realized that he might have encountered the same situation as those deceased. Just by having the evil spirit crown for protection, he narrowly escaped. Otherwise, tomorrow Academy Island might have had one more dead body. Now Duke felt somewhat tired, and the fatigue became increasingly heavy. The surrounding scene disappeared in an instant, replaced by boundless darkness. The ground beneath him vanished, and he began to fall unceasingly downwards. The sensation of falling left him feeling helpless, desperately trying to grasp something, yet unable to grasp anything. Time gradually passed, as if an eternity had gone by. Yet it also seemed just an instant. Duke woke up suddenly, sitting up and gasping for breath. He realized his entire body was drenched in sweat. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and glanced at the bed. It was very clean and the thick layer of dust had disappeared. Looking around the room again, it was also very clean, as if nothing had happened. Duke got out of bed, feeling the sunlight streaming in from the window was somewhat glaring. From the rays of light, he could tell it was still daytime outside. How long did I actually sleep? A few minutes or a whole day? Duke was puzzled, unable to determine the current time. When he went to sleep, it was still the afternoon, and now it looked like not much time had passed outside, but he felt as though he had slept for a very long time. The woman and the dream seemed familiar. Duke recalled the dream he just had. The persistent feeling that the face appearing in front of the window was very familiar. No matter how hard he tried to remember, he couldn't recall the exact appearance, just the sense of familiarity. He went to the door and opened it, finding himself still on Academy Island with nothing unusual. Next door, Hannah was still hanging clothes, just as she was before he fell asleep. He showered quickly, only taking a few minutes. Judging by the clothes being hung out to dry, he had indeed not slept for long, maybe only 2 or 3 minutes. At this point, Hannah had also finished hanging her clothes, picked up the wooden bucket, and prepared to go back inside. When she saw Duke, she was a bit surprised. "Duke, what happened to you? Your face is so pale and you've sweated so much. Are you sick?" Hannah came over as she spoke, with something swaying as she moved. She reached out to wipe off Duke's sweat. Seeing Hannah, Duke seemed to recall some terrifying memories, hurriedly backed away and closed the door, leaving Hannah confused and a bit aggrieved. "Why are you so disgusted with me? Am I that dirty?" Hannah felt very aggrieved, with tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. Went back inside sadly. Inside his room again, Duke finally remembered when he saw Hannah that the pale face in his dream looked exactly like Hannah's. Is Hannah an evil spirit? Duke was a bit confused. From a time perspective, it seemed impossible. When he fell asleep, Hannah was still outside hanging clothes, which left him puzzled about what was actually going on. Duke thought for a moment and believed Hannah was probably not an evil spirit. Evil spirits generally have no physical form and exist as soul bodies. He could clearly sense that Hannah was a living being of flesh and blood, emanating a strong aura of life and hormones. If Hannah truly were an evil spirit, she couldn't have been on Academy Island for so long without being discovered. Black Sail is, after all, one of the 4 great wizard organizations on the West Coast. It's unlikely they would let an evil spirit infiltrate without being noticed at all. Duke knew how strict the security defenses of Black Sail were. Even spiritual bodies could hardly get in. Could it be a side effect of my recent promotion? Duke pondered. He leaned more towards this possibility. Indeed, promotions can cause some side effects. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that Hannah's image appeared in his nightmare. After all, he had just met Hannah, then went to sleep and had a nightmare. Theoretically, it was quite possible. Thinking about this made Duke feel a bit embarrassed and guilty. He knew his earlier behavior had hurt Hannah, leaving him a bit uneasy. After some thought, he went to Hannah's door and knocked. Hannah quickly opened the door, having changed into a loose-fitting top, clearly wearing only that. "Hannah, I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare and haven't quite recovered from it." "I'm really sorry," Duke apologized. Hannah seemed pleased to hear this, chuckling as she said, "So, was I scary in your dream? Were you that afraid of me, thinking of me as a ghost? Let me show you if I'm a ghost," Hannah said, grabbing Duke's hand and placing it on her chest, saying, "Feel my heartbeat." Duke, taken aback, felt the softness and warmth in his hand and sensed Hannah's heart beating. Hannah's bold move caught Duke off guard, but from her heartbeat, she clearly wasn't calm either. "This." Duke reluctantly withdrew his hand. The sensation was indeed too good, causing some excitement in him. Seeing Duke like this, Hannah found it quite amusing, seemingly understanding something as she said, "Seems like you haven't experienced this before. I'm available these days. You can knock anytime at night. I'll be waiting, whatever works for you." Hannah said this while licking her lips like a ripe, tempting peach. Scratching his head, Duke returned to his room, still wanting only to figure out what happened. Now it seemed Hannah should be all right, but everything he just went through made him even more confused. He thought for a bit, then sent some information to Vivian, informing her about the incidents he just experienced. Vivian at the Thorn Holy Tower might know something more useful. At this hour, Vivian was either in class or in the lab, and didn't reply instantly. She usually checked the wizard's mark after her afternoon classes. Duke then went to the market area, bought several books related to evil spirits, intending to learn more about it. Returning to his dorm with a few books, after reading a bit he felt even more puzzled. The events he just experienced theoretically shouldn't have much to do with evil spirits, because evil spirits typically don't attack in broad daylight. Even when attacking, they invade the body, not dreams. For an evil spirit, entering a dream is like taking extra unnecessary steps. But judging by the reaction of the evil spirit crown, he indeed encountered an evil spirit. Recalling his experience, Duke felt that what he went through probably wasn't so simple, that there must be something more complex behind it. Just due to a lack of knowledge about this issue, he couldn't sort things out clearly. A while later, Vivian sent a message. What you described is indeed strange, generally. Once a wizard reaches the apprentice level, with our spiritual power, we almost never have nightmares. Can confirm you encountered an evil spirit, but it seems a bit extraordinary in form. I need to consult a teacher, perhaps they know something. Vivian found Duke's experience quite strange. Normally, a wizard wouldn't have nightmares. Duke recalled he hadn't experienced such things before. It happened today coincidentally. After some thought, it might be the side effects following a promotion, but there was another possibility. And that is, today he fell asleep. Next door, Hannah was very happy because Duke apologized to her, making Hannah feel the respect of the word for the first time. Duke didn't know that some things he took for granted were actually a rare quality in this world. Since Duke mastered the deep blue tide meditation technique, he hadn't slept but used meditation to replace sleep. Until today, after advancing, both his body and spirit were overly fatigued, he finally got to sleep. It was during this sleep that he encountered the events he just experienced. Duke thought, should I sleep again? He thought about it and did not rush to implement this plan but went shopping first. Duke bought a demonized item from the alchemy shop, which looked like a pendant, a small silver sword resembling a cross. This demonized item is called the Holy Silver Sword, enchanted with a spell targeting spiritual bodies, effectively harming spiritual entities, and having miraculous effects on evil spirits. Duke currently only had defensive means against evil spirits, lacking offensive methods. He spent 30 level 1 magic stones to buy the Holy Silver Sword. Duke wore the Holy Silver Sword around his neck and confidently returned to his dormitory. This time, he intended to ensure that the evil spirit would have no return. Duke lay in bed, gradually lulling himself into a sleeping state. Moments later, a few cawing sounds of crows came through. Duke opened his eyes, and sure enough, his room was once again covered in dust. He first checked the evil spirit crown and the Holy Silver Sword on him. They were all there and could be activated. Duke immediately felt some sense of security. He approached the window again, held his breath, and pulled the curtains, but the evil spirit did not appear. He then opened the door directly and walked out. As soon as he stepped on the wooden boards of the hallway, they creaked under the strain of years of disrepair. Duke felt that if he walked with any heavier force, this corridor would collapse. He carefully walked down the corridor and stopped outside Hannah's room. After thinking for a moment, Duke opened Hannah's room and there was no one inside. He went in and checked around. Like his own room, it was covered in dust, with a thick layer of dust piled up over unknown years. Duke found quite a bit of clothing inside the room, as well as many stockings in the cabinet, which crumbled at the touch. He felt that both Hannah's room and his own seemed modeled after the real world. Whatever existed in reality existed here. Duke found nothing of interest in Hannah's room and planned to leave when he suddenly felt a chill behind him, as if something like a tongue was licking his neck. At the same time, the evil spirit crown became hot again. A crown floated above Duke's head, projecting a few rays of golden light. A shrill scream came from behind. Duke hurriedly retreated, turning around to see none other than the evil spirit. Identical in appearance to Hannah, only now did he see the full form of the evil spirit, with a human head and upper body, but the lower body was composed of countless tentacles. The golden light from the evil spirit crown pierced through several holes in the evil spirit's body, emitting black smoke from these voids constantly. Duke realized that this black smoke likely consisted of evil thoughts, containing various negative energies. The evil spirit itself was a conglomerate of a soul, combined with various negative energies. Instead of fleeing like last time, the enraged evil spirit charged. Its mouth gaped wide to reveal an abyssal black hole and countless sharp teeth, as if ready to swallow Duke whole. Immediately, Duke infused magic power into the Holy Silver Sword, which then glowed brilliantly, radiating dazzling white light. Mere moments later, a silver-white longsword appeared ahead, its tip pointed at the evil spirit. A flash of white light, the Holy Silver Sword came down, cleaving the evil spirit in two. From the two halves of the evil spirit's body, it was evident that it lacked a tangible form, merely composed of countless black smoke, all dense negative energy. After being split, this negative energy billowed upward like smoke, dissipating quickly. The evil spirit also gradually lost its form. A lot of black smoke, upon encountering the airborne Holy Silver Sword, immediately emitted a sizzling sound. After the black smoke completely dispersed, a surprising scene appeared before Duke. A silver-white spiritual body appeared, looking identical to Hannah. Unlike the evil spirit earlier, the spiritual body no longer had pitch-black eyes, but human-like emotions. Hannah's eyes were filled with sorrow. She looked at Duke and said with a trembling voice, "Duke. What's going on?" Duke had a head full of questions, unable to understand the situation. It now seemed that this evil spirit was indeed Hannah. But if that's the case, then who was the flesh and blood living Hannah living next door? Hannah wiped at her eyes as if to clear away tears, though as a spirit, she had lost the function to cry. Here's what happened. Hannah recounted her experiences from beginning to end. Duke finally understood the matter. Hannah was originally just an ordinary wizard apprentice, fortunate enough to join Black Sail. Lacking background and having little talent, she diligently studied and practiced until one day she met a man named Muse. Muse was a first-class wizard apprentice who took care of Hannah, often providing guidance on various issues. Hannah always felt grateful to Muse, but one night, a drunken Muse knocked on Hannah's room door. Out of trust in Muse, Hannah eventually opened the door. But intoxicated as he was, and harboring a long-standing lust for Hannah, Muse immediately let his carnal desires lead. Tempting to assault Hannah. Naturally, Hannah was unwilling, fiercely resisting, but as a third-class wizard apprentice, she was no match for Muse. In a mishap, Muse's stone spear pierced through Hannah's stomach, killing her on the spot. Muse sobered up, panicking at the sight before him. Just as he deliberated on what to do, a mutation occurred. Hannah had always owned a special demonized item, a silver heart-shaped earring. However, she never figured out how to use the earring and merely wore it. After Hannah's death, her soul did not dissipate, but was channeled through this earring to the nightmare plane and, influenced by the nightmare plane's power, transformed into a special evil spirit. Muse was also influenced by the earring's power. Brought to the nightmare plane, dying there, with his body never returning. Hannah also underwent some strange changes due to the influence of the nightmare plane. Her soul was half transformed into an evil spirit, while the other half remained in its original state, confined within her body by the earrings. This made Hannah appear as a living person, possessing a soul and a vibrant body, yet she was only half alive. The other half of her soul, transformed into an evil spirit, continued to attack many sleeping wizard apprentices during the subsequent times, leading to later death incidents. But this was unknown to the portion of Hannah's soul within her. She didn't even realize she was already dead. In her view, Muse just raped her and then vanished. It wasn't until Duke defeated the evil spirit with the holy silver sword that Hannah's two halves of her soul merged into one, becoming a truly pure soul. However, Hannah's soul state couldn't last long and would soon disperse. The soul returns to the soul, earth to earth. After her soul merged, Hannah comprehended everything through these memories and realized her other half soul had turned into an evil spirit and killed so many people. To her, this reality was too brutal. She had been happy earlier because of Duke's respect for her. Seeing Duke successfully promoted to a second level wizard apprentice, she wanted to work hard to become one soon. No longer use filthy means to earn money. Because Duke treated her like a human, Hannah felt reborn, wanting to live well. But then this happened, and the harsh reality left her immensely sorrowful. Hannah's soul was weeping. Duke reached out wanting to hug the injured girl, but found his hand could only pass through her soul, unable to touch her any longer. Duke could no longer feel Hannah's heartbeat like he did in the afternoon, feel that youthful flutter between a boy and girl. Hannah wiped non-existent tears, looked at Duke, and suddenly smiled sweetly, relieved, saying, "Actually, it's quite good, thank you, Duke. If it weren't for you, I'd have completely turned into an evil spirit, and my soul wouldn't have found peace. If it weren't for you, I don't know how many more I would have killed." "Thank you, Duke." Hannah's voice was choked, but she was truly grateful to Duke. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit powerless to help your situation." Duke felt guilty, really wanting to help Hannah but unable to do more. He could only watch Hannah's soul become increasingly transparent, a sign it was gradually dispersing. Hannah gently took off a heart-shaped earring from her ear, placing it in Duke's hand. "I don't have much time left. All I can leave you is this item. I've checked the memories from this period. This item can bring you to the nightmare plane. It's a very dangerous place. Don't use this item until you're strong enough. This is somewhat like a plane coordinate, and I've heard such coordinates are extremely precious for any wizard. Keep working hard, Duke," aim to become a very powerful wizard. By then, this item will lend you a hand. I hope you stay well. Before Hannah could finish speaking, her soul completely dispersed. Duke held the earring tightly, speechless. A moment later, the surrounding scene dissipated, and Duke fell once more, waking up. Upon waking, Duke immediately saw the earring in his hand. Thinking of something, he hurriedly rushed out the room to knock on the neighboring door. No matter how he knocked, Hannah did not come to open the door like she used to. Duke kicked the door open directly and found Hannah lying on the ground, still wearing the clothes she had on when she opened the door that afternoon. Upon inspection, Hannah showed no signs of breath or life. The soul had dissipated, and naturally the person was gone too. Near Academy Island lies an island, a cemetery for black sail, where all dead wizards without elsewhere burial are laid to rest. Duke chose a spot where the sea and Academy Island can be seen, burying Hannah there. The only person sending Hannah off was Duke. She actually had no other friends. During her time on Academy Island, she endured many strange looks until Duke's apology brought a ray of light into her life. Duke didn't inform anyone about the matter, not even Vivian. To others on Academy Island, it was just another strange incident of dream death. Hannah was just unfortunately implicated. Duke received advice from Grace through Vivian. Grace believed there was certainly an evil spirit in Duke's area, but this one was quite special, advised Duke to report directly to Black Sail for handling. Before the situation is resolved, Grace also advised Duke not to sleep and to stay away from the dormitory area. Grace only deduced some things based on her experience and knowledge, unaware of the actual situation. But her deduction was roughly accurate, except she didn't consider the nightmare plane incident. Duke returned to the dormitory and, passing by Hannah's room, couldn't help feeling rueful seeing her clothes still hung in the hallway. Not yet retrieved, Duke thought about it, collected the clothes, and placed them in Hannah's wardrobe. It won't be long before Black Sail's people clean out the room, removing all traces related to Hannah. By then, few would remember a girl named Hannah once lived here. This is a snapshot of many wizard apprentices' ordinary lives. Duke returned to his room, taking out the heart-shaped earring. Upon testing with spiritual power, he found it could indeed be activated, though requiring certain spiritual power. Hannah's spiritual power was too low to activate this. Demonized item. Demonized item. This should be considered a witchcraft artifact. Duke thought, but actually the earring couldn't be termed as a witchcraft artifact. It wasn't an ordinary alchemy creation, but a plane coordinate, capable of transporting people to the nightmare plane. During this period, Hannah's evil spirit leveraged the nightmare plane's power, using the earring to drag sleeping people into the nightmare plane, targeting their souls. This earring was always in the evil spirit's hand on the nightmare plane side, while Hannah thought her earring was merely lost and couldn't find it, lacking memories on this side. Duke certainly wouldn't use this earring now. He wouldn't rashly venture to the nightmare plane. Previously, he dared to do so out of ignorance, not knowing anything. Now, understanding the situation, he wouldn't dare, even with 100-fold courage, at least not now. Duke did not inform Vivian about the earrings, as the matter involves plane coordinates, and he had to exercise caution. He was somewhat distrustful of the magic of the wizard's mark, always feeling that some very important information couldn't be communicated through it. The wizard's mark itself is a simple minor spell, and its ability to achieve long-distance communication relies on something else. Duke was not unfamiliar with this, having experienced things like communication towers in his previous life, and possessing some understanding of the principles of communication. In his view, the wizard's mark likely adopted a similar structure, thereby achieving communication anywhere within the wizard plane. This means that the information transmitted by the wizard's mark probably passes through some communication tower-like places, and such information is likely to be intercepted by certain people. Everyday messages naturally wouldn't draw attention, but if plane coordinates were mentioned, then it would be a different matter. Considering this point, Duke was being so cautious. He was still too weak, unable to be noticed by certain individuals, lacking any real ability to protect himself as of now. Duke deeply felt that his knowledge regarding planes was too limited, so he enrolled in a course titled The Wizard Plane and the Endless Plane, taught by Selene. Back then, he also learned the deep blue tide meditation technique in Selene's class, and among the official wizards, Selene was known for having a comparatively good temper, being easygoing and more patient. Duke spent 10 pieces of level 1 magic stone to enroll in this course, which was not a big deal to him since he had nearly 200 pieces of level 1 magic stone in his pocket, mostly contributed by Uli. Regarding Uli, Duke recently heard about some things concerning the Jokic clan and Master Land. Merrick was still too impetuous. Under the premise of being wanted, he boldly left Black Sail and went to Dusk City to indulge in revelry. Such behavior was blatantly provocative toward the Jokic clan, equating to slapping them in the face, showing no respect whatsoever. As a city under the jurisdiction of the Silver Hand, Dusk City was strictly managed, so naturally, no one dared to assassinate Merrick there. However, once Merrick left Dusk City, he encountered assassination attempts, and not just from one hitman. He wasn't a fool, as someone was secretly guarding him, and the Guardian resolved both assassins. After this incident, Master Land seized the opportunity to publicly denounce the Jokic clan in various publications for sending hitmen to commit murder. This was followed by a war of words. Duke merely kept an eye on the development of the situation, preferring it to spiral into chaos. The worse it got for both sides, the better his chances of survival in the turmoil. For him, the later their negotiations, the better, as it would wash away traces of the island more thoroughly, making it harder to find any connection to himself. It was said that the Jokic clan had tried locating Uli's body, but discovered that the sense body had dispersed into hundreds or thousands of parts throughout the sea, making it impossible to find. Clearly, this indicated that the body had been consumed by sea creatures and had undergone multiple cycles in the ecosystem by now. Even if they found it, it would just be a pile of excrement. Duke arrived at a lecture hall, found a seat near the front, and waited for the course to begin. There weren't many people in this expansive lecture hall. Scattered about were only 40 or 50 individuals. Duke observed, noticing that these were all quite powerful, with many being first-class wizard apprentices. And only a few were second-class apprentices. As for third-class wizard apprentices, not a single one was present. He, as a second-class wizard apprentice, felt somewhat conspicuous sitting there. After some thought, Duke understood. The knowledge about planes was still far too advanced for wizard apprentices and impractical in the short term. The enrollment fee for this course was also not cheap for ordinary wizard apprentices, costing 10 pieces of level 1 magic stone. Ordinary wizard apprentices already lived tight on resources for cultivation, so they wouldn't have spare money for such courses. After a while, Selene appeared, still sporting a Mediterranean-style sparse hair, with only a few locks hanging. Duke couldn't help but wonder, could even official wizards not solve hair loss issues? He thought it seemed unlikely, probably just that Selene didn't care about such matters. During this time, Duke noticed that many wizards were like this. They seemed somewhat unkempt and didn't care about their outward appearance in daily life. To them, spending time and energy on their appearance was less appealing than dedicating more to their research. The classroom gradually filled with people, yet ultimately only about 60 attendees, most of them being first-class wizard apprentices. Duke figured why mostly first-class apprentices attended. Typically, exploring other planes required at least the strength of a first-level official wizard. These first-class wizard apprentices were preparing ahead, gaining some relevant knowledge. Seeing everyone settled, Selene began the course content in earnest. This course had no accompanying textbooks. The material relied entirely on what was in Selene's mind. However, after the course, he would recommend some books for the wizard apprentices to purchase and read at their discretion. Firstly, what is a plane? Selene began his lecture. He pointed to the ceiling and said, "Every night when you look up, you can see a sky full of stars. These stars are generally divided into two categories, planets and planes." He drew a circle on the blackboard with a shell-like structure surrounding it and then started his explanation. Duke listened attentively, realizing that this was essentially a lesson on cosmic knowledge, aligning with a lot of what he knew from his previous life. This world was similar to his previous life, possessing a boundless universe filled with countless planets. The difference was that planes existed in this universe. Planets were like those in the previous life, rather fragile, typically only having a protective atmosphere. These were the most common in the vast universe. Planes were different. They had an external plane barrier, a structure composed of rules, exceedingly sturdy. Generally, ordinary forces could hardly inflict even the slightest damage on a plane barrier. Plane barriers provided a secure protection for the beings within, allowing them to proliferate, nurture, and grow peacefully. Any world referred to as a plane had the presence of a plane barrier, though the differences between plane barriers in different planes was significant. This brought up another concept related to planes: the classification of plane levels. The hierarchy of planes is classified from low to high as follows: small plane, low plane, middle plane, high plane, top plane. These planes, varying in levels, together form the endless plane, which is the entire universe we currently inhabit. Small planes usually refer to those that have a plane barrier but lack powerful individuals within the plane. Generally, the strongest entity a small plane can accommodate is level 3 life. Any life form exceeding this level cannot enter a small plane, only their projection can. If a life form exceeding level 3 forcefully enters, it can easily cause a collapse of the small plane's world rules. But in reality, life forms beyond level 3 find it difficult to force themselves in. Low planes refer to those where life within has developed to a certain scale and possesses considerable strength, including the presence of level 3 life individuals. Such planes are essentially similar to small planes, the only difference being the power levels of life forms within and the presence of level 3 life. The strongest life a middle plane can accommodate is level 6 life, and when a life in a low plane breaks through to become level 4, it triggers the plane's advancement process. When level 6 life in a middle plane becomes level 7 life, it propels the plane to become a high plane. A high plane can accommodate the strongest entity as level 9 life, which is the limit for many planes within the endless plane. Only when a high plane has at least one level 9 life can it be called a top plane. Duke learned that the wizard plane is currently a middle plane and contains several level 6 powerhouses. However, none of these level 6 powerhouses are on the west coast. The Appalachian continent only has one level 6 powerhouse, and they are on the east coast. The wizard plane is currently on the path to becoming a high plane, but this step has been attempted for thousands of years without success. Only when one of the level 6 powerhouses within the wizard plane becomes a level 7 powerhouse can the entire wizard plane become a high plane. This would be a great benefit to all beings in the wizard plane, bringing immense advantages to the entire plane. Even ordinary people would gain substantial benefits from the plane's advancement. However, stepping forward is not easy, as the endless plane is extremely dangerous. The wizard plane is, after all, just a middle plane and is far from being powerful within the endless plane, potentially being wiped out by a top plane at any moment. The wizard plane's various factions control numerous low planes, small planes, and even middle planes. These are the results of wizard plane's many years of campaigns, conquering other planes, plundering resources, and strengthening itself. Duke realized that the endless plane is essentially a place governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Wolves eat sheep without asking the sheep's name. Duke suddenly recalled this phrase. Those low planes, the wizard plane is a wolf, an invader taking their resources. But in front of stronger planes, the wizard plane is just a sheep. The high-level factions within the wizard plane clearly recognize their own weakness and need to sharpen their teeth, make their claws sharper, and toughen their fur before a stronger wolf arrives. All this is for survival and development. The stronger a plane becomes, the more conspicuous it is within the endless plane, attracting the attention of other planes, thus inviting capable hunters. The wizard plane is now in an awkward position. So close to becoming a high plane, yet unable to take that step. This means they have some capability but are far from truly powerful. The wizard plane has suffered many attacks from other planes, encountering several near-extinction crises along the way. It hasn't been easy. After the class ended, Duke left the classroom, his mind still filled with fresh knowledge. Only now did he have a complete understanding of the world. It's far grander than he imagined. This knowledge doesn't offer substantial aid or improvement to him currently, but it broadens his perspective. After leaving the learning area, Duke went to the marketplace and purchased several second-hand books, all related to planes. In these books, he found the name of the Nightmare Plane. The Nightmare Plane is a top plane and is among the stronger ones within top planes. Seeing this, Duke broke out in a cold sweat, relieved he hadn't acted hastily these few days. If his casual entry into the Nightmare Plane attracted the attention of powerful entities within, it could bring doom to the wizard plane. With its current strength, the wizard plane can't possibly contend with a plane like the Nightmare Plane. The Nightmare Plane is very peculiar. No one knows its exact location, and no one has ever seen this plane. Yet the nightmare plane is ubiquitous, because the dreams of every creature in the endless plane originate from this plane. In essence, if you have nightmares, you might connect to the nightmare plane. However, ordinary people's nightmares rarely connect to the nightmare plane and usually have little impact. Some wizards speculate that the nightmare plane is fundamentally composed of the dreams of all creatures in the endless plane. As long as there are beings in the endless plane who can dream, the nightmare plane will never be destroyed. Reading this, Duke felt somewhat overwhelmed, realizing that the nightmare plane is virtually invincible, undefeatable from the start. No one can defeat such an opponent. No wonder the nightmare plane is so powerful and elusive. Looking at the heart-shaped earrings in his palm, Duke realized it's the conversion of the nightmare plane coordinates. He even suspected this object is like a bait, intentionally released by the nightmare plane for fishing. The more Duke thought about it, the more plausible this assumption seemed. He's decided not to touch this item for the time being, as it involves power levels far beyond his current capabilities. He stored the earrings into the space ring to study them. Later, after returning to the dormitory, he continued using meditation to substitute sleep, speeding up his practice and honing his skills rigorously. Now that Duke understands the vastness of this world, he feels a growing sense of urgency. In essence, he's like an ant in the grass to powerful life forms. Through meditation practice during this time, the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique is finally ready to level up. Deep Blue Tide meditation technique level up. Spiritual power plus 0.5 Deep Blue Tide meditation technique. LV4 1/2500 spiritual power 21.522. Duke discovered that on the skill tree, the branch representing the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique still has a green bud. It seems that the maximum level for the Deep Blue Tide meditation technique is at least level 16. Duke pondered for a while. He wanted to maximize his own advantages, so he needed to grind as many skills as possible. It would be best if grinding these skills could also bring him many benefits. Duke felt that magic, potion, and alchemy were very suitable for him. Both paths have certain thresholds, but are also very profitable. As long as he has the opportunity to grind proficiency, he can improve his skills without having to worry about talent issues. The only problem is, both magic, potion, and alchemy require costs, and grinding proficiency is not that easy. Duke heard that many official wizards in Black Sail recruit wizard apprentices to assist them, generally offering very low pay, only providing a learning opportunity. Some official wizards even charge for their assistance. You have to pay them. Not paying cash is also possible. Many female witch apprentices in official wizard laboratories come this way. However, wanting to pay money is not that easy. Many people do not have this qualification. When official wizards recruit assistants, they won't take complete novices. You need to have a certain foundation, which must be solid enough. Duke had learned the basics of herbalism a long time ago, but he had not tried magic potion refining yet. He then went to enroll in a course, Magic Potion Introduction, taught by a teacher named Jasmine. For this course, apart from buying the textbook yourself, you also need to prepare a set of magic potion refining equipment. 1 round bottom flask, 5 10 cm glass test tubes, 1 brass crucible secret silver balance. Duke looked at the equipment list he received after enrolling and bought a batch of second-hand equipment in the market area, spending a whole 20-something level 1 magic stones. Whether it's magic potion or alchemy, both are money-burning businesses. Just the entry-level equipment purchase is enough to deter countless wizard apprentices. Many people can't even afford these second-hand items. Duke barely fit these pieces of equipment into his space ring, but now he was a bit worried as the space ring was becoming increasingly insufficient. He inquired about the price of space rings at the alchemy shop. A 10 cubic meter space ring cost more than 800 level 1 magic stones, which he simply couldn't afford. The cheapest is the one he currently has, a 1 cubic meter space ring, which costs more than 60 level 1 magic stones. Duke even considered buying another one of these space rings, but he decided against it for now, to use it reluctantly. After all, he didn't have many magic stones left. Spending over 60 level 1 magic stones in one go needed careful consideration. The next day, Duke arrived at a classroom in the learning area, ready to attend the Magic Potion Introduction course. This was no longer a lecture hall, but a very spacious room with many long tables inside. Jasmine was a female wizard with golden curly hair wearing round frame glasses, looking plain and dressed simply, resembling an honest country girl. She saw everyone was present and softly said, "Everyone, find an experiment table for yourself." Duke was already standing next to a table at the front, so he didn't move. The others were very obedient, not showing any disrespect because Jasmine seemed easygoing. "Today, I will use the basic magic recovery potion. A simple potion, to teach everyone the most basic knowledge of magic potion." Jasmine took out a pale green potion. The basic magic recovery potion is the most basic type of magic recovery potion, the cheapest in price and most widely used. Even though it's the cheapest, it costs 20 level 1 magic stones per bottle, still not affordable for ordinary wizard apprentices. For average second-class and third-class wizard apprentices, a bottle of basic magic recovery potion can restore a third of their magic power. If it were a stronger first-class wizard apprentice, it would only restore a quarter of their magic power. For official wizards, the magic power restored by basic magic recovery potions is extremely limited, and official wizards generally don't use these basic potions. The basic formula for basic magic recovery potion is cabbage grass, root of purple sandalwood. Jasmine prepared a set of materials for a basic magic recovery potion for everyone. The expenses for these materials were included in the budget black sale allocates for wizard apprentices. The cost for one basic magic recovery potion amounts to 7 or 8 level 1 magic stones, and over time, Black Sale has spent quite a bit on this. These are actually hidden benefits provided to wizard apprentices. Everyone only has one set. If refining fails, you can only accept that misfortune and watch from the sidelines thereafter. Duke looked at the dishes in front of him, containing various materials. Using the refining of this potion as an example, Jasmine taught them how to handle magic potion materials, how to categorize and store them, demonstrating the entire refining process. These processes are described in the Magic Potion Introduction textbook, but the text is too abstract. Such experimental work requires hands-on practice, otherwise you won't understand the points to note. After Jasmine finished the demonstration, she successfully refined a pale green basic magic recovery potion. Later on, the one who refines with the best quality will receive this potion as a reward. Jasmine said, "A bottle of basic magic recovery potion is not cheap. Whether used personally or sold, it would at least be worth a dozen or more level 1 magic stones." A group of wizard apprentices were a bit excited and immediately started refining according to the process. The classroom gradually fell silent, only the sounds of bottles clashing and various herbal scents constantly diffusing. Duke carefully followed the process. This was his first time refining a magic potion, so he was unfamiliar with handling magic potion materials and using the equipment. He was in no rush for him. The goal was to succeed in refining it the first time, not to focus on quality. 10 minutes later, a red-haired girl next to him holding a bottle of pale green solution exclaimed, "I did it." Jasmine immediately walked over, took the solution, sniffed it, nodded, and said, "Very nice, well done, child." Duke glanced over and then continued focusing on refining his potion. Such opportunities to practice with free materials were rare. People in the classroom gradually completed their refining, but the sound of test tube breakage was also heard, indicating someone failed. Duke was among the last to finish. He held a bottle of pale green solution. However, this green looked a bit odd, with some black impurities inside. Jasmine saw that Duke had successfully completed the refining and came over to take a look. With just a quick glance, she understood Duke's problem. "You probably didn't heat the root of the purple sandalwood long enough, which left these impurities. Overall, it was a success though. It doesn't affect the efficacy, just the quality is a bit lacking," Jasmine commented. "Thank you, teacher Jasmine." Duke expressed his gratitude, understanding where he had gone wrong. That bottle of basic magic recovery potion was definitely not going to be his. Many others had refined potions of better quality than his. Most of these people already had some basic knowledge and were not making a potion for the first time. It was already quite an achievement for Duke to succeed on his first attempt, and he couldn't really strive for better quality. There were many in the classroom who had failed in their refinement, which was quite normal as most were making a potion for the first time. The magical potion industry is inherently one that requires a significant cost of trial and error, and the learning curve is steep. Duke wasn't concerned with these failures. He was more interested in the changes occurring in his mind's skill tree. A new branch had grown, sprouting a green bud. Basic Magic Recovery Potion. Level 1, 1/30. Upon seeing this information, Duke finally felt a sense of relief. Just as he had predicted, specific magical potion refining indeed counted as a skill that appeared on the skill tree. As long as it was solidified on the skill tree, Duke didn't have to worry too much and just needed to increase his proficiency. When Duke was studying herbalism and magic potion, he noticed that the skill tree didn't show branches for these subjects, probably because the knowledge systems of these disciplines were too vast, covering too wide a range. After successfully refining the basic magic recovery potion, Duke confirmed this point. He couldn't grind magic potion as a skill, but he could gain some knowledge and attribute points by focusing on specific magic potions. By refining the basic magic recovery potion repeatedly, Duke could gradually increase his skill proficiency, enhance his refining techniques, gain some knowledge. The only issue was that Duke didn't have enough materials to support increasing his proficiency. The material cost for a single basic magic recovery potion was 7 to 8 level 1 magic stones. For 30 portions, that would be nearly 300 level 1 magic stones. If Duke wanted to grind, he would have to refine while selling them. He could sell them to the town's magic potion shop or in the market stall area. However, people generally chose to sell to magic potion shops, as things like magic potions were not easy to sell in the market stall area. Wizard apprentices feared there might be issues with your magic potions and lacked the means to identify them properly, so they preferred buying more expensive potions from magic shops rather than buying in the market stall area. After all, you're supposed to drink these potions, and they are expensive. If you get a faulty one, you'll suffer a huge loss. After the class, Jasmine rewarded the red-haired girl with the basic magic recovery potion she had refined. Everyone was envious because, in addition to this potion, Jasmine asked for the girl's name. The meaning behind this was not simple. The girl most likely had the hope of becoming Jasmine's experimental assistant. After leaving, Duke went to the town's magic potion shop to purchase materials for 10 basic magic recovery potions. He spent 75 level 1 magic stones on these materials, leaving him with only 60 level 1 magic stones. The failure rate for novice potion refining was high, and these 75 stones might result in a loss. The market price for a basic magic recovery potion was 20 level 1 magic stones, while selling to a magic potion shop would fetch even less. Duke needed to be cautious with this batch of potions to maximize his success rate and thus increase his proficiency. He had to at least ensure a 40% success rate for this batch of potion materials not to lose money. Refine the potions, Duke rented a laboratory on the island at a rate of 50 sub-level 1 magic stones per hour. Black Sail strictly prohibited wizard apprentices from refining potions in their dormitories, as many potions produced harmful substances like gases or vapors. Given many wizard apprentices had low-level refining skills, they often could not adequately handle these harmful substances. If they leaked, they could pose a threat to others in the residential area. In the past, there had been numerous such incidents, prompting Black Sail to implement strict regulations, after which no one dared refine potions in their dorms. Equipment in the laboratory was available for a fee. However, if you brought your equipment, you could save on these costs. But Duke only had basic equipment, and in the future, he'd need special equipment for other potions. Duke placed the materials on the laboratory bench and began processing them in preparation for refinement. As time ticked away, 10 minutes later, a light green solution appeared in Duke's hand. Unlike his first attempt, this time the potion was very pure, free of impurities. You have completed a basic magic recovery potion refining, proficiency plus 1 basic magic recovery potion. Level 1, 2/30. 2 hours later, Duke held a wooden box for storing reagents, peacefully containing 6 basic magic recovery potions. All went smoothly. 6 out of 10 basic magic recovery potion materials succeeded, while 4 failed due to various reasons. Duke summarized these reasons to avoid repeating them. In the future, in reality, some reasons were hard to avoid, like minor quality issues with the potion materials themselves. This slight quality difference was difficult to detect. Failures caused by such reasons were unavoidable, even for a magic potion master. They couldn't guarantee success every time. Many factors were beyond individual control. Even temperature and humidity during potion refining could have effects. Holding these 6 potions, Duke approached the magic potion shop intending to sell them. The shop assistant quickly checked the potions' quality, confirming they were acceptable for purchase. Duke sold these 6 potions for 108 level 1 magic stones at a rate of 18 each. This was the standard acquisition price. If Duke wanted to sell to other wizard apprentices, the price would have to be lower to attract buyers. This batch of materials broke even, and Duke earned over 30 level 1 magic stones. Selling directly to the magic potion shop, they essentially made a simple profit of 2 level 1 magic stones per potion without much effort. Duke ran into someone familiar while selling the potions. It was none other than the long-legged Rila, who had guided him when he first arrived on Academy Island. "Duke, did you make all these?" Rila asked, surprised. He had seen the quality of those magic potions. The solution was very clean, indicating they were very qualified magic potions. The fact that they were bought by the magic potion store proved this point. Rila thought for a moment and said, "I have something I could recommend to you, but I'm not sure if you're interested." "What is it?" Duke asked. "Lady Hella needs a magic potion assistant. If you're willing, I can introduce you," Rila said. Duke was a bit puzzled. Normally, this is something anyone would be willing to do. No wizard apprentice would refuse. Being an assistant to an official wizard in magic potion. Naturally, I'm willing, it's just that. Duke did not rush to answer. Rila noticed he had concerns and explained. Lady Hella had an accident in an experiment earlier and suffered quite serious injuries. To survive, she made some modifications to herself, so her appearance might look a bit scary. Plus, her spiritual power was affected, so her temper can be a bit eccentric. But Lady Hella is actually a very good person. I've been her magic potion assistant all this time. It's just that I've been preparing for advancing to official wizard, so I have less time to help. I think you have quite the talent, why not give it a try? Duke thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. Since Rila had been a magic potion assistant there for a long time, it probably wouldn't be a big problem. As long as safety was not an issue, Duke didn't care about the rest. You're about to advance to official wizard. Duke noticed what Rila said earlier, feeling both surprised and envious. Rila nodded. "That's right, my spiritual power has met the requirement. I just need some more time to prepare. The minimum standard for advancing to official wizard is 50 points of spiritual power, and there aren't many wizard apprentices who reach that level. I'll make an appointment with Lady Hella later. I'll take you there when the time comes," Rila said. Duke nodded, and after chatting for a while, they left. Before leaving, he also purchased a batch of magic potion materials for basic magic recovery potions, planning to make some money with them and improve his corresponding skills proficiency. The next morning, Duke received a message from Rila, saying they would meet Hella in the afternoon. The two arrived at the Academy Island's dock at the agreed time, where a small boat was already docked, rowed by a dark demon. They were heading to the island, owned by Hella personally. Under usual circumstances, wizard apprentices can't approach these official wizards' personal islands unless, like today, they have permission. After Duke jumped onto the boat, he gentlemanly helped Rila on board. Rila tried to sit down, but the boat was so small that her long legs couldn't stretch out, so she had to stand. After they boarded, the dark demon gave a silly grin and began rowing vigorously, and the boat shot off like an arrow, entering a mist. The mist surrounds many parts of Academy Island and serves as a signal that the area ahead is forbidden. Otherwise, one might not be able to exit it. Duke and Rila had already lost their sense of direction. This mist was a special kind that confuses one's senses. The dark demon, however, was unaffected, confidently rowing the boat. Soon after, the mist dissipated, and the surrounding area returned to the scene of blue skies and white clouds over the sea. Ahead appeared an island, identifiable by its many buildings in unique styles, with fields of various herbs visible in the distance. On the island, there were many figures moving around, seemingly tending to the planted herbs. The boat docked at the island's edge, and after they disembarked, Rila casually tossed a red object to the dark demon. The dark demon's eyes lit up at the sight of it, catching it with his mouth and swallowing it in one gulp, then grinning at Rila. "That's all for now, go ahead," Rila waved her hand. She turned to Duke and said, "They love smoked deer hearts like these. Might want to prepare some in your spare time to build a good relationship with them. At least next time you call for boat, they'll come faster. They remember everyone's aura." Duke nodded, silently noting it down. He had been at Black Sail for quite some time now but hadn't ventured out yet, though he definitely planned to in the future. The West Coast's wizard civilization is incredibly prosperous with numerous wizard cities, but for now, he's still relatively weak, and the outside world remains a bit dangerous for him. Walking in front, Rila's long, shapely legs were remarkably eye-catching. Duke noticed the island had many humanoid creatures of races he had never seen before. These are slave creatures, helping with various chores on the island. Just delegate any task to them as needed. They've learned Morian language, Rila said. Slave creatures have various sources. Some are captured from this plane, but most are plundered from other planes, used as slave creatures. Aside from chores like on the island, slave creatures serve broader purposes, acting as slave legions in other planes, serving as the vanguard in military offensives. In other words, slave creatures are primarily cannon fodder, usually used to deplete enemy forces. Being able to do chores here was a fortunate thing. For these slave creatures, at least they didn't have to fight in other planes' battlefields. They mostly came from other planes, having witnessed the ferocity and cruelty of wizards with their own eyes, and saw the fallen slave creatures. They had no desire to become any of those cannon fodders. Rila led Duke into a courtyard, where there was a recliner beside a table, and an old lady was lying on it. "Lady Hela, this is Duke," Rila said. Hela immediately stood up and turned to glance at Duke, and upon being looked at, couldn't help but shiver. There was an intangible spiritual power wave emanating from her, exerting tremendous pressure on him. "Oh, sorry. My spiritual power's been fluctuating a bit these days." Getting old makes control a bit difficult. Hela's voice was extremely hoarse. Only then did Duke notice that Hela's appearance was indeed a bit frightening. Both of her eyes were gone. Her left eye was a brass gear with many small gears inside, continuously rotating like a precision clock. Hela's right eye was a black misty vortex, looking bottomless, its contents unknown. More importantly, a large part of her skull was missing, with a green gelatinous substance covering it. Inside, glimpses of her brain could be seen. Hela's body was shrouded in a black wizard's robe, obscuring everything inside. From Hela's appearance, it was clear that she was severely injured in the previous experiment. Many parts of her body had serious wounds, and it was likely that there were many injuries beneath the robes as well. Surviving under such circumstances was already not easy, so the appearance wasn't that important. The Duke was not frightened by such a terrifying appearance. Instead, he respectfully saluted with a natural expression. Hela asked, "Do you want to become my magic potion assistant? You can freely read the books here, and when I have time, you can ask me some questions. Just help me manage this medicinal garden well, and assist me during experiments." The Duke naturally had no objections and agreed on the spot. For him, such an opportunity was rare, and there was no reason to refuse. Many wizard apprentices wanted such an opportunity but couldn't get it. Hela just appeared a bit scary on the outside. Hela seemed surprised that the Duke agreed without hesitation, completely unaffected by her terrifying appearance. She felt a bit happy inside, although her face showed no expression, as it had been difficult for her to show expression since the experiment accident. "As long as you perform well, I can give you extra magic potion materials from here. You can use the laboratory freely as long as you keep it tidy and clean," Hela said. She emphasized the words tidy and clean, especially because the reason she had an accident in the experiment was due to not meeting the standard of tidiness and cleanliness. Since then, Hela paid special attention to this aspect, almost to the point of being obsessive. "Rila, take him around and tell him what to watch out for," Hela said. Rila nodded and then took the Duke to the medicinal garden. The medicinal garden was divided into more than 20 areas, planted with various types of herbs used as magic potion materials. Rila held a piece of parchment that recorded the status of each area in the medicinal garden. Generally speaking, checking the status of the medicinal garden once a week was enough, just to check if the herbs were growing normally and if there was any pest infestation. The daily watering and loosening of soil in the medicinal garden didn't need to be done by the Duke, as there were slave creatures that took care of these daily tasks. Overall, the work in the medicinal garden was quite easy and didn't require much effort. The Duke's more important task was to assist during Hela's magic potion refining, doing some miscellaneous work. Hela's magic potions were of high quality, and orders kept coming in, requiring constant refining of a large quantity of various magic potions. Many of the magic potions in the potion store in Academy Island Town came from Hela. Once the Duke became familiar with the process, simpler magic potion orders would be assigned to him, with rewards given based on the number of completed orders. The price, of course, wasn't as high as when Hela sold her refined potions to the potion store. However, there was no need to worry about cost issues or buying magic potion materials to refine, so even if it failed, he wouldn't lose money. Of course, the Duke still needed to ensure a certain success rate. Otherwise, if a large amount of magic potion materials was wasted, he would definitely be kicked out by Hela. But he had some confidence in himself, not claiming to be exceptional, but at least ensuring a certain success rate. For the Duke, refining magic potions here had another big advantage, which was being able to grind skill proficiency. Leveling up the basic magic recovery potion required 30 proficiency points for level 1, which didn't seem much but required successful refining to accumulate 1 point. The Duke currently only had 6 proficiency points, and even with a 60% success rate, he still needed to refine 40 basic magic recovery potions. His resources weren't much. He needed to go through multiple refining and selling processes to complete these proficiency points with the risk of losing money. Aside from the medicinal garden, the island was divided into many areas. The courtyard where they stayed briefly was a place for rest and meals, where a wild boar man handled cooking, also a slave creature. Though the wild boar man looked ugly, his cooking skills were excellent, having been a cook for many years here. More importantly, unlike other wild boar men who were rude and filthy, he loved cleanliness. In this courtyard, there were also several bookshelves with books on magic potion, herbalism, and other topics. The books Hela mentioned were freely accessible. Many of these were rare books, some even unique copies. Several books were compiled by Hela herself from the experiences and insights of some predecessors she knew. The second half of the island was Hela's personal area, generally off-limits. This was actually to protect the people and slave creatures on the island, because Hela's spiritual power was sometimes unstable and could occasionally run wild. Her personal area was set up with a witch array to ensure that a rampage of her spiritual power wouldn't affect others. During these times, Hela would lock herself in, sometimes not coming out for 10 days to half a month. The Duke could understand why Rila said that Lady Hela was actually a good person. Hela cared about the lives of the slave creatures, which set her apart from other official wizards. For most official wizards, slave creatures were just worthless expendables. Once used up, they were just replaced. If it were other official wizards, every time the spiritual power rampaged, many slave creatures would likely die. The area behind the resting area was the laboratory, adjacent to the medicinal garden. The laboratory was a bit of a distance from the resting area, surrounded by faintly visible magic barriers. This was a common setup in magic potion laboratories to prevent the spread of harmful substances from experiments, with some magic barriers even having functions to eliminate part of the harmful substances. Rila spent 2 hours guiding the Duke through most of the areas on the island and some daily routines. The Duke specifically took out several sheets of parchment to jot these things down, ensuring he wouldn't make mistakes. Rila didn't leave completely. She would occasionally check in, but less frequently. She could still frequently come by in the meantime, helping the Duke with some tasks. Later on, she would most likely only come after advancing to an official wizard. The Duke also learned from Rila that Hela was a level 2 wizard, once a highly talented wizard, but the experiment accident destroyed everything and severed her hopes of advancing to a level 3 wizard. 3 days later, in Hela's laboratory. Before Hela was a large cauldron, with blue flames burning underneath. The blue flames looked as if they had no temperature. One could feel no heat standing nearby. But in fact, the temperature of these blue flames was extremely high, enough to turn Duke into a pile of ashes in an instant. The material of the cauldron was also made of special magic metal, containing a pot of thick green liquid, constantly bubbling. In the green liquid, the skulls of several small birds were faintly visible rising and falling. Duke only knew that these were a kind of level 1 magical beast called the Sound Demon Bird. Duke had never seen a level 1 magical beast in person before, yet he had seen the skulls of several level 1 magical beasts first. Level 1 magical beasts, they were level 1 life forms, akin to official wizards, now amounted to magic potion materials. Duke was processing the roots of something called blood-colored grass, squeezing the blood-red juice into a beaker, placing it at a spot on the lab bench designated by Hela, waiting for her to use it. At this moment, Hela was channeling an incredibly powerful magic power into the cauldron. When Duke felt this magic power, he felt like he was facing an endless ocean. The level of magic power was unimaginable to him. The sum of his entire body's magic power was only a drop in this ocean. Now this surging magic power was continuously being infused into the cauldron, as Hela was refining a magic potion called Blood of War. Blood of War is a level 1 potion that, once consumed, can greatly enhance the consumer's physical strength and constitution in all aspects, without feeling pain. After consumption, there is no period of weakness, unlike many explosive potions where, after the effects wear off, there is a period of weakness, during which further combat is impossible. Blood of War is different. When consumed, there is no period of weakness, making it extremely useful on the battlefield. However, this magic potion consumes the consumer's life force, essentially their lifespan. Hela refined this magic potion for Black Sail, not mentioning much, only saying that Black Sail's forces needed this potion for their conquests on other planes. Blood of War is generally given to slave creatures to consume. For sorcerers, slave creatures are cannon fodder, expendables. Losing some lifespan equates to no loss. Because the vast majority of slave creatures don't live long, they are constantly on the battlefield. Even if they survive on this battlefield, they may die on the next. Very few slave creatures can survive countless wars. Those who do often grow to a very high level, achieving a certain status. Some slave creatures can even break free from slavery and regain their freedom. Sorcerers aren't afraid of these slave creatures causing trouble because by that point, both parties' interests are closely bound together. No need for much concern. What's more, with the sorcerer's strength and means, they aren't afraid of such slave creatures causing chaos. Besides, whether they are truly free or not is uncertain. Duke thought this way. He has always been unafraid of suspecting sorcerers with the worst intentions. Those free slave creatures might not truly be free. The sorcerers, Blood of War is simply a way to enhance combat power without many side effects, allowing slave creatures to unleash greater power. Once this Blood of War is refined by the sorcerers in the rear, it will be sent to the front line, diluted, divided into countless portions, and then distributed to those slave creatures. Not many slave creatures have the strength to directly drink a whole vial of Blood of War. An ordinary level 1 life form can't withstand the overwhelming energy within. 3 days ago, Hela threw Duke a thick book, which contained the process and content of refining Blood of War. She needed Duke to familiarize himself with the entire process. He didn't need to master it, just know what to do at each step. Even so, it gave Duke a lot of pressure because the content was simply too vast and complex. Duke spent almost all 3 days devouring this book, just barely managing to read through the entire process. The complexity of refining a level 1 potion was beyond his imagination, involving a very wide array of knowledge, which a wizard apprentice couldn't possibly have to refine such a potion. Duke only understood the process to assist with some magic potion materials processing work, allowing Hela to focus on the magic potion refining and the main process. The refining of Blood of War had already lasted an entire day. It was deep into the night at 11 o'clock, a total of more than 10 hours of refining. Duke's spiritual power was highly concentrated, organizing the entire process clearly in his mind, understanding what he should do in each phase. He kept watching Hela refining the potion, but many phases he couldn't understand at all, not knowing why certain actions were taken or why certain reactions occurred. Even among level 1 potions, Blood of War counts as a very complex potion, which ordinary alchemists can't handle the refining of. Only experienced and extremely talented sorcerers like Hela could complete such a potion's refining, as even a slight mistake would lead to refining failure and a waste of a large amount of magic potion materials. It wasn't until the next morning that the cauldron in front of Hela gradually cooled down, and the thick green liquid inside turned into a dark red blood color, still bubbling slightly. Duke looked at this pot of liquid, finding it hard to imagine it was something drinkable. Just the smell alone was sickening. The smell of Blood of War was extremely pungent, filled with various odors that instinctively made a person feel nauseated and vomit. Next came the packaging work, needing to fill the liquid from the cauldron into specially designed transparent test tubes. Duke completed this step with great ease, Thanks to his decent water element talent, he easily manipulated the liquid from the cauldron into the test tubes. The whole process was smooth, with not a drop spilled. Seeing this scene, Hela was even more satisfied with Duke. She saw that Duke had good talent in certain areas. This pot of blood of war was finally packed into 30 test tubes, which would be sent out in a few days, and each tube would be diluted and distributed then. Let's clean up the laboratory next. This step is very important. Remember the lab standards I told you about? Hela said solemnly. Hela summarized a set of laboratory standards involving various experimental protocols and how various apparatuses should be cleaned and how different experimental wastes should be treated differently. Duke had memorized these things during this time by rote, and now he strictly followed these protocols. Duke was not averse to these stringent, even overly harsh standards. Didn't find them troublesome. Instead, he seriously studied and recorded them. He plans to adhere to these standards himself when making magic potions in the future. Every laboratory standard is written in blood, and Hela is a living example of this. The two of them were busy all morning, finally cleaning up the laboratory. Hela moved to the rest area, asking the wild boar man Parker beside her to pour a pot of hot tea, giving Duke a cup as well. The wild boar man Parker was dressed in a clean and neat black cotton outfit. He looked simple-minded, didn't talk much, and just waited nearby for instructions. Just as Duke was about to take a sip of tea, a black beetle crawled out from the cup, still wet with tea, and scampered over to Hela's hand. "Hey Momo, why are you running around again?" Hela scolded, but her tone was filled with affection. The two antennae on the beetle's head drooped back as if it knew it had done something wrong. All right, back you go. Parker, pour Duke another cup of tea," Hela said. The black beetle crawled up Hela's hand, all the way up to her face, and then burrowed directly into her right eye. Hela's right eye was a black vortex filled with black mist, the purpose of which was unknown. It wasn't the first time Duke had seen this black beetle, which sometimes sneaked out of the black vortex when Hela wasn't paying attention. "Thank you," Duke said in gratitude after accepting the freshly poured tea from Parker, who only offered a simple smile without saying anything. As he drank the tea, Duke noticed the black beetle named Momo perched in Hela's right eye, its two antennae probing out as it stared at him, seemingly curious about him. Hela laughed. "That's just how Momo is. Every time a stranger comes by, it gets very curious. It's a very cute child." Duke nodded. He had heard Rila mention Momo before. One mustn't underestimate this black beetle. It's a level 2 life with extremely special abilities. Momo is essentially a nightmare beetle, originating from the nightmare plane, and was taken in as a pet by Hela. When Hela first encountered Momo many years ago, it was just a weak nightmare beetle and only grew stronger after signing a pact with Hela. Momo can devour curses, capable of swallowing any type of curse directly. The stronger the curse it devours, the more beneficial it is for it, allowing it to grow faster. Nightmare beetles are among the most effective means of removing curses, and they have no side effects. Over the years, Hela has helped numerous wizards remove curses and has fed Momo well. "Oh, this little guy seems to like you a lot. I can feel its emotions," Hela said with a smile. Momo continued to stare at Duke, its two antennae swaying unconsciously. Suddenly, Duke thought it might be because he had visited the nightmare plane not long ago, giving off a scent that attracted Momo. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, as Momo hadn't returned to the nightmare plane for a long time. They'd met Hela in another plane and hadn't gone back since. The nightmare plane was now just a childhood memory for it. Suddenly, Hela held her forehead, saying, "I think I need to rest for a few days. Duke, you've been working hard these days too. I've prepared a batch of magic potion materials for you. They're leftovers, useless to me. You can use them to practice making potions. I might not come out for a few days." As Hela spoke, the gears in her left eye spun faster, and her magical aura grew increasingly unstable. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared, leaving only a space ring on the table. It was Duke's first time witnessing Hela on the verge of a spiritual power breakdown. The aura she emitted was indeed frightening, instinctively triggering a great sense of crisis. In just a brief moment, Duke was already breaking into a sweat, as facing such intense pressure up close was immense. It's no wonder not many wizard apprentices are willing to come here without strong spiritual power. Many would have collapsed from that incident just now. The wild boar man Parker was already unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his limbs twitching. Seeing Parker's state, Duke rolled his eyes, sprinkling some tea on the wild boar man's face. Only then did the wild boar man slowly wake up. Embarrassed, the wild boar man Parker wiped the foam and saliva from his face with a white handkerchief, and then hurriedly left, as if to take a bath. His actions were fluid, suggesting it wasn't the first time he'd fainted under such circumstances. Watching the wild boar man Parker leave, Duke picked up the space ring from the table. Upon probing it with his spiritual power, he found a heap of various magic potion materials inside. More importantly, the space within the ring was ample, about the size of a 30-square-meter room, akin to a small warehouse. Surveying the materials inside, they mostly consisted of substandard magic potion materials, without any primary materials. These were likely the excess materials from Hella's usual potion refining, of no use to her, not worth selling, better left for Duke to practice with. When wizards commission an alchemist to refine potions, they typically prepare extra materials to account for the possibility of failure. However, for a skilled alchemist like Hella, the failure rate is lower, resulting in an accumulation of materials over time. Additionally, the island has a medicinal garden that produces a fair amount of magic potion materials on its own. Easily, Duke found materials to make basic magic recovery potions inside, enough to produce 50 or 60 doses. With Hella resting for a few days, and having nothing else to do, Duke went to a vacant small laboratory and began making basic magic recovery potions. Basic magic recovery potion level up, spiritual power plus 0.2 basic magic recovery potion. LV2, 1/40. After completing his 24th basic magic recovery potion, the corresponding skill on his skill tree leveled up. On the branch, the green bud had blossomed into a tender green leaf. It seemed that the max level for this kind of potion was level 5, which put Duke's mind at ease. He had worried that the magic potion skill levels would be too high, requiring excessive practice, which would demand considerable time, effort, and resources. Because refining magic potions is complicated, unlike ordinary skills that can be leveled up simply by casting at will. If magic potions also require hundreds or thousands of proficiency points to level up, Duke thought it would be exhausting. It would take ages before he could level up. After the basic magic recovery potion leveled up, a wealth of knowledge appeared in Duke's mind, all about the precautions needed during the refining of this potion. From this knowledge and experience, he quickly understood some mistakes he had previously made. They were all minor details, but it was precisely these small details that could easily lead to failure in refining. After absorbing this knowledge, Duke's success rate in refining basic magic recovery potions could increase significantly. His current success rate was around 60%, but now it could be increased to about 70%. Duke used over 30 sets of materials and managed to refine 24 basic magic recovery potions. The materials for basic magic recovery potions left in his space ring were running low. He planned to sell these potions in his hand later, exchange them for some magic stones, and keep a few for his own use. After cleaning up the laboratory, Duke went to the lounge area and asked the wild boar man to grill 5 steaks for him. After a day of refining magic potions, he was quite hungry. The food here was free. One could enjoy delicacies that would require magic stones to purchase on Academy Island. The wild boar man Parker loved cooking. He was bored, and when he heard Duke asking for steaks, he happily got busy. The wild boar man Parker could cook a vast array of dishes, nearly everything, but there was one thing he couldn't be asked to cook, and that was pork. Rila had privately reminded Duke not to ask Parker to cook pork. If the wild boar man Parker were asked to cook pork, it would infuriate him. If Duke dared to do that, he had better be prepared to face the wrath of the wild boar man. Soon a large steak, sizzling with oil, was placed before Duke on a gigantic plate. Duke thanked him and then began to feast, and Parker was delighted to see him enjoy it, so he continued to fry more steaks. After satisfying his hunger, Duke picked up a book from the shelf in the lounge area and started reading. To him, this was also a rare learning opportunity. Duke was reading a magic potion notebook, which recorded insights and reflections about the refining of various magic potions, as well as special processing methods for several magic potion materials. It contained many tips on how to better unleash the potential of some magic potion materials, how to release their medicinal properties more effectively, and the like. It also included thoughts on improving some potions, recording experimental processes. Duke found in it the ideas and schemes for improving the Starlight Meditation Potion. It suggested that replacing the original main ingredient, golden grass, with the meat of the human-faced snail could significantly enhance the meditation assistance effect. The Starlight Meditation Potion is a common meditation assistance potion that is very helpful for the meditation practice stage of a wizard apprentice, enhancing meditation efficiency. However, due to its relatively high price, about 100 level 1 magic stones per potion, it deters many wizard apprentices. Even an average wizard clan cannot afford such a cost. After all, meditation assistance potions are required for long-term use, since meditation is inherently a painstaking process. Occasionally using 1 or 2 meditation assistance potions doesn't suffice. Duke had previously understood the cost of the raw materials for Starlight Meditation Potion. The raw material cost for 1 Starlight Meditation Potion generally amounted to about 50 level 1 magic stones, with the major part being the golden grass. Without the golden grass, the raw material cost was only around 20 magic stones, with nearly half of it being due to the golden grass cost. As mentioned in the Magic Potion Notebook, the human-faced snail is naturally much cheaper than golden grass. Golden grass can be artificially grown, but the human-faced snail isn't just a herb that can be planted directly into the ground. The human-faced snail is a kind of deep-sea magical beast, usually living on the seabed, very difficult to find, and hard to cultivate artificially. Because it's not easy to obtain, it is also challenging to be used as a regular magic potion material. For these magic potion recipes, their ingredients are generally intended to be relatively easy to obtain, so refining can be more convenient. When wizards improve magic potion recipes, they all consider this point since the improved recipe is meant for widespread use. If the raw materials are unobtainable, discussing refining magic potions is futile. This point was also mentioned in the Magic Potion Notebook. Regarding the effect of the human-faced snail's meat, experiments have indeed shown can significantly boost the meditation assistance effects. However, due to the difficulty in obtaining the material, golden grass remains more suitable. The author of the Magic Potion Notebook evidently reached this conclusion, merely documenting the effects of using human-faced snail meat and recording the relevant data. Duke compared this data briefly and found that replacing golden grass with human-faced snails could enhance the meditation assistance effects by a full 40%. Such an enhancement was already significant. If not for the material issues, this recipe likely would have been popularized long ago. However, as Duke knew, the mainstream Starlight Meditation Potion's main ingredient remained golden grass. This notebook was somewhat old. The handwriting was slightly blurred, possibly written decades or even hundreds of years ago. The author who recorded these notes might have forgotten them by now, only documenting them as a regular piece in the experimental research, simply noting them down. But upon seeing this, Duke had some ideas. The human-faced snail is difficult for others to obtain, but easy for him. He could dive deep into the sea with little difficulty, his sea race blessing allowing him to feel minimal pressure, with the water resistance automatically minimized, even at the seabed. Duke planned to try. During the time when Hela was resting, he had nothing else to do, so he left Hela's island. When Hela needed him, she would naturally notify him through the wizard's mark. Duke took out the map of the sea area he had previously drawn, marked with the distribution and activity range of various sea creatures, including the human-faced snail. Back then, he hadn't paid much attention to it, merely noting down the scene locations without further concern. On Academy Island, the human-faced snail was regarded only as a delicacy, its meat being particularly tender, chewy, and with an excellent taste. However, eating such a thing wasn't easy, it required luck. Only good luck would catch one. After preparing himself, Duke went to the seashore, removed his robe, and directly leapt into the sea, gradually diving toward the sea area marked for human-faced snails on the map. Under the sea, a shadow flashed by like an arrow. Yet it barely disturbed the water, as if merging with the sea itself. Duke even passed right next to a little fish, but the fish did not notice at all, completely oblivious. He soon arrived at the area where he had previously discovered the human-faced snails. The terrain here was rather complex, with large coral reefs and various undulating hills. A large number of rocks piled together, forming mounds like hills. The human-faced snails lived in the crevices among these rocks, requiring careful searching to spot them. These human-faced snails were very alert. Other creatures approaching would cause them to retreat into the cracks. The interior of these rock-mounded hills was extremely complex, with many holes and crevices, making it very difficult to catch once they get inside. Duke directly entered a lurking state. With the ability of these human-faced snails, it was hard for them to sense his presence. What was difficult for others to capture, Duke collected like picking up stones, throwing them into the space ring one by one. He was currently using the space ring given by Hela, with sufficient space inside. Hela didn't mention whether she wanted the space ring back before she left, so Duke thought he would keep it safe for her and mention it once Hela came out after her rest. Duke spent almost half a day gathering more than 50 human-faced snails. For now, that was enough, so he returned directly. After returning, he needed to quickly process these human-faced snails, separately cutting out the snail meat from the middle part and soaking it in a preservative potion for future use. Now, this many human-faced snails was enough for him to use for quite a while. Any more would just be soaked in bottles. A single starlight meditation potion only required 20 grams of snail meat. One human-faced snail had enough meat to make 2 portions. After Duke returned to Academy Island, he particularly went to buy a large basin, and back in the dormitory, poured all the human-faced snails inside to soak in seawater. Many human-faced snails were already on the brink of death, only managing to catch their breath now that they were soaked in seawater. However, they could only live for a short time longer, soon to face Duke's blade. Duke picked up a human-faced snail, observing the human face on its shell and 2 eyeballs. The eyelids of the eyeballs resembled shells when closed. The shell on the outside protected the eyes from external harm. The human-faced snail's eyes were different from human eyes, pure white, with a small red dot in the center. At this moment, the face on the human-faced snail revealed an extremely human-like look of horror, its eyes filled with fear as it gazed at Duke. Its mouth opened and closed continuously, like a fish seemingly trying to drink some water, but now, being held up, could only drink air. Duke barely discerned from this face, which seemed somewhat like a man, but it was hard to see clearly. He took out an iron hook, the tip of which glowed silver, a tool specifically for extracting snail meat. The human-faced snail seemed to understand something upon seeing this iron hook. Its expression became more terrified, and its entire body started to tremble and sway, as if trying to escape Duke's grip. But Duke's hand was like an iron clamp. With his strength, there was no way the human-faced snail could shake itself free. Duke stabbed the iron hook inside and pulled out the clean white snail meat, along with some black internal organs. On the shell of the human-faced snail, the human face opened its mouth wide, both eyes round with an expression of extreme pain and ferocity. But the expression was already fixed. This human-faced snail had completely perished. The basin beside also began to stir. Many human-faced snails witnessing the scene here started to sway and leap, with a few even jumping out of the basin, slowly crawling towards other places. Duke stood up, picked up each of these runaway human-faced snails one by one, and tossed them back into the basin. After handling the human-faced snail in his hand, only a piece of clean white snail meat was left, which he threw into another basin filled with clean water. Duke nonchalantly picked up another human-faced snail and heard a sharp cry. Looking at it, this human-faced snail had the face of a little girl who was crying at the moment. The hand holding the iron hook faltered. He found it hard to proceed. The wizarding world was indeed like this, always with many creatures bearing human faces, and as a human, there would always be some compassion. This human-faced snail was relatively small, seemingly not fully matured yet. After hesitating for a while, Duke put this human-faced snail down. After all, with so many human-faced snails, he would just choose some he could bring himself to act upon. He sighed and picked another human-faced snail from the basin, continuing to extract snail meat from it. Duke picked up another human-faced snail and discovered the human face on this snail was unexpectedly beautiful. Just the face was an extremely standard beauty, with red lips opening and closing, and the curvature of the lips was perfect. He thought with a smile, considering how good-looking you are. I'll spare you. Duke couldn't help but think, wasn't this just another form of nature's brutal selection? A total of over 50 human-faced snails in the large basin. Finally, only 15 were left alive, all of which Duke couldn't bear to harm. He threw these human-faced snails into the sea a short distance from the shore, where it was relatively safe, leaving their fate to luck. For now, he didn't need that many, and could just go catch more later if necessary. Duke placed all the snail meat, which had been soaked and washed clean in fresh water, into a pre-prepared potion for long-term preservation. Each small bottle contained some snail meat, looking like specimens. Duke then went to town to buy some materials for Starlight Meditation Potion, though he didn't buy any golden grass. For his first attempt, he didn't buy much, purchasing only materials for 5 portions, costing him about 100 magic stones. Although the notes in the journal were very detailed, they weren't necessarily true or effective. Real knowledge came from practice. After acquiring these materials, Duke returned to Hela's island, using the laboratory there to conduct experiments. Saving some money, when he returned, Hela was still inside her home and hadn't come out yet, apparently needing more rest. The Starlight Meditation Potion was a secondary potion, more complex to refine compared to the basic magic recovery potion, though not by much. Duke meticulously conducted experiments in the laboratory, and soon had a pale yellow solution in his hand. The color was somewhat different from the usual Starlight Meditation Potion, which was golden yellow, not as pale. Starlight Meditation Potion. Level 1, 1/30. After Duke successfully refined a batch, a corresponding branch grew on the skill tree. The proficiency needed to upgrade the Starlight Meditation Potion is the same as the basic magic recovery potion, which is 30 points. After obtaining this batch of Starlight Meditation Potion, Duke didn't rush to drink it, but conducted a round of testing to check for any toxicity. He was being cautious. After all, the formula had changed, and no one knew the actual effect. It still needed to be tested. After the test, Duke found no toxicity, proving it to be safe indeed. Actually, the skill tree's indications also showed that the refinement was successful, though he was overly cautious. Duke picked up the pale yellow Starlight Meditation Potion, and after drinking it, he felt a warm current flowing throughout his body. His mind was also comfortable, as if soaked in a warm ocean. He quickly entered a meditation state, as the Starlight Meditation Potion only lasted 3 to 4 hours. If consumed repeatedly, the effective duration would shorten, and even the effects would diminish somewhat. You completed a session of Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. Proficiency +3 Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. Level 4, 247/2500. Paying attention to the information from the skill tree, Duke saw that, after using the Starlight Meditation Potion, the proficiency gained through meditation increased threefold. Previously, each meditation would only yield 1 point of proficiency. With the potion's boost, one meditation could yield 3 points of proficiency. Perhaps I should buy a standard Starlight Meditation Potion for a control experiment, Duke pondered. He didn't want to spend too much money right now, so he didn't conduct the control experiment. However, based on previous data, it could be concluded that the Starlight Meditation Potion made with human-faced snail was indeed more effective, with a significant improvement. A few hours later, until the effect of the Starlight Meditation Potion wore off, Duke ended his meditation practice. For the first time, he experienced the feeling of assisting meditation with magic potions, which was indeed comfortable and effective, greatly improving meditation efficiency. At that time, it was still 3 in the morning, and Duke didn't continue resting, but took out the remaining 4 sets of materials to continue refining the Starlight Meditation Potion. By sunrise, Duke already held 2 more pale yellow potions. In total, he bought 5 sets of raw materials and successfully refined 3 batches. The success rate could only be considered passable. The small island was very quiet at this time, with only some slave creatures gradually waking up to start their day's work. These slave creatures all bore the slave mark and had to follow their master's orders. Even if unwilling, they could not defy orders, as violating their master's commands would lead to torment. Slave marks generally don't set lethal punishments, as many slave creatures are already unwilling to be slaves and harbor a desire for death. But with the slave mark on them, they can't even die. These slave creatures naturally have no chance to slack off. They must diligently follow commands to complete their work. Hela's residence is a cluster of buildings. Spired towers of various sizes stand on the other side of the island, surrounded by dense jungles. Duke glanced over. It was very quiet there with no movement, probably because Hela was still resting. Duke packed away the 2 pale yellow starlight meditation potions, then sent a spiritual power message to the black sail badge indicating his desire to go to Academy Island, and then waited at the small pier on the island. He kept his eyes on the surrounding sea, seemingly observing something. Moments later, the figure of someone rowing appeared on the sea ahead, a dark demon quickly rowing the boat to the shore. Duke had kept his eyes on the sea ahead, yet he didn't notice when the dark demon appeared. When he noticed, the dark demon was already there. Duke only recently learned that these rowing dark demons are level 1 creatures. But previously, he never sensed any aura from them. He also didn't sense any threat from the dark demons. The demon plane, where the dark demons originated, has now become one of Black Sail's territories, with vast resources continually being transported from there. Dark demons are naturally considered a resource, marked with slave marks by Black Sail to perform various miscellaneous tasks. They have been living under Black Sail's rule for many years. These dark demons responsible for rowing were all born in recent years. In their memory, there's no longer any trace of the glorious era of the demon plane. As they were born under Black Sail's rule, the dark demon quickly brought Duke to Academy Island. Duke, imitating Rila, took out a sun-dried deer heart from his space ring and threw it to the dark demon. It genuinely liked this offering, eagerly devouring it. Unfortunately, with its large mouth and small piece, it was gone in 2 bites. After Duke got ashore, he took the 2 pale yellow magic potions to the magic potion shop. "Will you accept these 2 starlight meditation potions?" Duke asked. Initially, a young shop assistant came to check, somewhat puzzled. "Starlight meditation potion. Your potion doesn't look like it has good quality. Is there an issue with the golden grass? This kind of potion we usually don't accept." Duke said, "It's because I've improved this potion, making it more effective in aiding meditation." The young assistant looked puzzled but didn't directly reject Duke. Instead, he asked him to wait and went to the back of the store. After a while, a young man with glasses and a parted hairstyle came out, scanning the store before his gaze landed on Duke, or more specifically, on the pale yellow potion in Duke's hand. "Hello, I'm Harrison, an alchemist from the Giant Rock Magic Potion Commerce Association. I heard you've made some improvements to the Starlight Meditation Potion. Could I take a look?" Harrison asked politely. Harrison wasn't a wizard of Black Sail, but belonged to the Giant Rock Magic Potion Commerce Association, in the area for work purposes only. He didn't think Duke was bluffing. In fact, wizards able to join Black Sail all showed certain potential and talent, so they were worth his attention. Duke then introduced himself and handed the Starlight Meditation Potion over. "You don't mind if I use it, right? Don't worry, I'll consider this batch bought," Harrison said with a smile. "Of course, that's fine," Duke nodded, seeing that Harrison was indeed interested in the potion. Harrison then used some straws, test tubes, and other equipment to conduct a brief test, then took a small sip. He immediately closed his eyes, evidently entering meditation. Roughly half a minute later, he opened his eyes, visibly impressed. A very fine product. In that brief meditation, Harrison had already realized the potion's significant aiding effect on meditation and was extremely satisfied. As an alchemist, Harrison naturally had a thorough understanding of the Starlight Meditation Potion and knew several different improvement plans. However, among the improvement plans he was aware of, none could surpass the effectiveness of the one before him. "For this version of the Starlight Meditation Potion, I can make the decision to purchase it at the price of 140 gold. However, if you can provide the recipe, we can buy your recipe outright," Harrison said. His real target was not just the 1 or 2 potions, but the recipe behind them, which was the most important thing. "If I sell the recipe outright, does that mean I can't sell this version anymore?" Duke asked. Harrison squinted and smiled, naturally, and at the same time, the copyright of this recipe will belong to the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Anyone making this version of the potion without permission will be considered infringing. As for the consequences of infringement, it would naturally mean paying compensation. If no compensation is given, the results would naturally not be favorable. The Giant Rock Commerce Association's ability to open a shop on Black Sail's Academy Island indicated a complex background. Duke pondered for a moment and asked, "What price can you offer if you acquire the recipe?" "The price for such a secondary potion won't be high. I can't say for sure now, but it's estimated between 5,000 to 8,000 level 1 magic stone," Harrison thought aloud. Duke shook his head and said, then I will refrain from selling the recipe for now. He was merely inquiring about the price and never really intended to sell the recipe. From a profit perspective, Duke wouldn't engage in such a one-off deal. 5,000 or 8,000 level 1 magic stones might seem a lot in the short term. But in the long term, the money Duke could earn from making starlight meditation potions far surpassed this price. For the Giant Rock Commerce Association, the price to acquire the recipe was almost dirt cheap. Given their scale and the number of alchemists under their command, they could earn back that money in no time. Moreover, if Duke sold the recipe, he wouldn't be able to make such a potion anymore. It's not just a matter of not being able to sell it, making it would also not be allowed. Making it secretly without being discovered would be fine, but once discovered, he would have to pay according to the contract, since the Giant Rock Commerce Association couldn't ensure he wouldn't sell it to others. Duke also wanted to master this potion to the highest level, and currently, it's only level 1, far from mastery. If he sold the recipe, he couldn't even increase his proficiency anymore, losing out on a lot of knowledge, attribute points, and most importantly, free attribute points. For Duke, even 10,000 magic stones couldn't compare to the value of a single free attribute point. Another concern was, the recipe itself wasn't actually improved by Duke, but came from that magic potion notebook, which belonged to Hela. If Duke sold the recipe without permission, he might face punishment from Hela, making it a situation not worth the trouble. However, he did think of the skill tree. Based on past experiences, once potion-related skills reached a certain level, he would gain deeper insights and knowledge. These could be potential wealth for him, possibly allowing him to modify various magic potion recipes in the future and earn considerable fortunes. Harrison didn't seem surprised by Duke's refusal and wasn't very disappointed. After all, for the Giant Rock Commerce Association, this was just an insignificant small deal. This is also why Duke wasn't afraid to upset the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Their scale made it unlikely that they would focus on such a small secondary potion recipe. That would underestimate the stature and strength of the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Duke subsequently sold the 2 Starlight Meditation potions he had to the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop and earned 280 magic stones. After subtracting costs, these 2 potions made over 200 level 1 magic stones in profit. Besides these 2 potions, there were over 20 basic magic recovery potions, all of which was sold, except for a few reserved as his backup. In the blink of an eye, the magic stones in Duke's pocket reached over 700 level 1 magic stones, meaning he now had some small wealth. Duke then purchased various magic potion materials from several magic potion shops in batches. Distributing purchases this way could prevent others from deducing what his recipe's components were. Buying all the materials from the Giant Rock shop would likely lead to some deductions. Although the most important main component, the human face snail, wouldn't be noticed, they could deduce Duke simply replaced the main component of golden grass. Duke didn't want to reveal any information, hence taking a relatively cautious approach. Harrison also knew Duke had to continue refining Starlight Meditation potions and had scheduled in advance, telling him to sell directly to the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop in the future. Duke planned to sell half and use half for himself, thus earning money and speeding up his meditation progress. Hela had rested enough from 2 days ago and taught Duke 2 new secondary potions, the White Orchid Antidote Potion and the Mud Corrosion Potion. The White Orchid Antidote Potion was a fairly common antitoxic potion among secondary potions, effective against most toxins, and most wizards would carry some. This was one of the best-selling potions, with Hela continuously having orders. For orders of such secondary potions, Hela generally assigned them to a magic potion assistant to handle. Duke took on the task, hoping for more similar tasks. It allowed him not only to learn a new refining method for magic potions, but also increased his proficiency in a skill. The Mud Corrosion Potion was a rather niche potion, and its effect was to turn the ground into mud. If enough Mud Corrosion Potion was used, and on a large enough area, it could even create an artificial swamp. Such potions were generally used when there was a special need for them. Hela recently received an order for a batch of Mud Corrosion Potions, which was also entrusted to Duke to handle. In these 2 days, besides diligently making these potions, Duke also experimented with the method he saw in the Magic Potion Notebook, making a batch of Starlight Meditation potions with great success. Hela didn't comment on this but remained silent for a moment, as if muttering to herself, "Magic potion notebook, must be my mentor's." Her mood turned somewhat somber, so Duke didn't bring it up again. In fact, he just wanted to inform Hela of this, to let her know. Unexpectedly, that magic potion notebook was written by Hela's mentor. About Hela's mentor, Duke had heard from Rila. Hela's mentor was also an excellent wizard, but lost his life protecting Hela during that experimental accident. Rila had previously advised Duke not to mention this matter. Hela's spiritual power was inherently unstable and quite susceptible to emotional influence. Duke didn't expect the magic potion notebook to be tied to this matter and dared not bring it up again. Fortunately, Hela didn't seem too affected, and after a moment of silence, she continued with her potion refining experiments in the lab. Duke glanced at the skill tree, which now included 4 skills related to magic potions. Basic Magic Recovery Potion. Level 2, 9/40 Starlight Meditation Potion. Level 2, 12/40 White Orchid Antidote Potion. Level 2, 23/40 Mud Corrosion Potion. Level 2, 15/40 Lately, most of his time was spent hurriedly refining the White Orchid Antidote Potion and Mud Corrosion Potion. With the levels of these 4 potions increased, Duke experienced slight improvement in spiritual power, albeit only 0.1. His current spiritual power was at 22.5, and further increase had become increasingly challenging. If Duke relied solely on meditation techniques to gradually enhance his spiritual power, it seemed unlikely he'd ever reach the status of an official wizard in this lifetime. This indicated that his wizard aptitude was subpar. If his aptitude were better, spiritual power would grow swiftly with meditation practice. This aptitude isn't reflected by spiritual power and can't be tested. Only through practical meditation can its effects be observed. There's generally a pattern: those from wizard clans progress quickly with meditation practice. Duke also learned from Vivian that she was considered to have good aptitude, showing decent spiritual power growth during meditation. Despite her innate spiritual power not being high, this merely represents a starting point and doesn't tell the whole story. For most official wizards, inherent spiritual power isn't critically important. No official wizard discusses their initial spiritual power, much like how people stop discussing college entrance scores after 10 years post-graduation. Duke had nearly completed all his orders, but proficiency in those 2 potions wasn't yet enough to level up. He would need to buy materials later to increase proficiency. Dilemma here was that the Mud Corrosion Potion was hard to market. Even selling it to the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop wasn't feasible, as they wouldn't buy much due to lack of market demand. For potion shops, stocking such potions ends up being idle inventory, leading to loss over time due to storage costs. With so much inventory, they prefer storing more valuable items. Duke realized that potion selection must consider sales potential in the future. He planned to increase proficiency by refining potions in bulk, far beyond personal use, hence needing to sell them. Without sales, he couldn't afford refining potions. The cycle of creating and selling them enabled proficiency increase. After completing Hela's order tasks, Duke went to Academy Island to sell magic potions, refined recently from his space ring at the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop. He was familiar with a few shop hands, facilitating swift transactions. A glance at his space ring revealed he now had 1,500 level 1 magic stones. Post-potion sale, Duke went to the town square to browse stall areas. Occasionally, he visited to check for valuable second-hand items. Just as Duke was about to leave, something caught his attention at a stall. Earth-breathing technique. Duke murmured, stopping to ask, "May I look at this?" "Feel free," the stall owner replied indifferently. A knight's breathing technique didn't have much value here, and the owner didn't expect it to sell. Duke skimmed it and confirmed that it was indeed a genuine knight's breathing technique. Being a great knight, he possessed sufficient discernment skills. "Interesting piece, how much?" Duke casually inquired. "2 minor magic stones, take it if you like," said the stall owner. Duke pondered briefly, then procured 2 minor magic stones to purchase the breathing technique. Back at his dormitory, Duke delved into the breathing technique book, aiming to master its content. For other wizard apprentices, the breathing technique held little practical use, serving mostly as a hobby or exercise to stay physically active. Many female wizards practiced breathing techniques, primarily for maintaining a perfect physique. The breathing technique's diverse movements effectively exercised most muscle groups, being excellent for physique maintenance. Vivian exemplified this, boasting an almost perfect figure, something Duke had witnessed firsthand. Duke quickly finished reading the earth breathing technique, noting its 9 levels comprising 17 movement sets. He commenced practicing its content, executing various high-difficulty movements synchronized with specific breathing methods and rhythms. Recalling his initial breathing technique learning, Duke struggled greatly with the first movement, managing only a minute at best. Currently, performing these actions seemed effortless, smoothly completing all 17 movements. Earth breathing technique. Level 1, 1/1000. Seeing the earth breathing technique branch on the skill tree reassured Duke. He had long considered gathering various breathing techniques, maxing their proficiency to possibly gain aptitudes. However, ever since joining Black Sail, he had been busy learning and enhancing various skill proficiencies, leaving no time for breathing techniques. Encountering the earth breathing technique by chance, Duke decided to occasionally substitute normal physical activities with it. The proficiency requirement for earth breathing technique was hefty. Duke had previously spent over half a year maxing giant whale breathing technique. Allocating such time now was impossible, nor could he afford to focus so extensively on breathing techniques. Amidst the busyness, even meals required carving out time amidst meditation sessions and training. Duke contemplated accelerating his breathing technique progress via alternative means. Previously, the use of magical beast meat and the giant whale secret potion had boosted his breathing technique progression. Duke is now a wizard. The knowledge he has mastered far surpasses what he knew before, and naturally, his vision is different. He has a thorough understanding of the essence of the giant whale secret potion, which is essentially something similar to a magic potion, except it doesn't require the infusion of magic power during refining. This earth-breathing technique is a complete breathing technique inheritance, and it also records a kind of secret potion called mountain secret potion, which requires the flesh of a mountain fierce bear to make. Using this secret potion can greatly increase the progression speed of the earth-breathing technique. Duke carefully analyzed the formula of the mountain secret potion and already had some ideas, but he wasn't sure yet, so he wrote down some things on parchment, took his thoughts and doubts, and went to visit Hela. Hela only glanced at it and said, Your idea is good. Indeed, you can use many magic potion materials as substitutes, and the effect will be stronger. The mountain secret potion and giant whale secret potion are essentially low-grade versions of magic potions, using low-grade materials. Because refining magic potions requires an alchemist to infuse magic power in many stages to complete the refining. Knights have no magic power within them, so they can't complete the refining of magic potions in this way. Thus, they resorted to a compromise, using some low-grade materials for many ingredients to achieve an effect similar to that. Magic potions, which became secret potions. The mountain fierce bear is a high-tier magical beast. Its flesh contains powerful vitality and bloodline power of the mountain fierce bear. Essentially an earth attribute magical beast, just without earth attribute casting ability. You can use the flesh of the advanced magical beast petrifying python as a substitute, although it still needs to be experimented on to get an accurate answer. But overall, you can use the flesh of earth attribute magical beast as substitutes. Using level 1 beasts is better. Hela explained the formula for the mountain secret potion one by one, quickly pointing out various directions to Duke. The flesh of level 1 magical beasts is naturally something he can't afford to use. It's too extravagant, and there's no need just for grinding the breathing technique. The breathing technique can eventually be maxed out. There's no need to spend too many magic stones on it. Level 1 beasts are level 1 life forms. Even the cheapest of their flesh costs dozens of level 1 magic stones per pound. With Hela's guidance, Duke quickly had a plan. Purchased a batch of materials and went to the laboratory to start experimenting. And regarding the mountain secret potion as a kind of magic potion, the refining process becomes very clear. Duke replaced the mountain fierce bear's flesh with the flesh of the advanced magical beast petrifying python, and began to attempt to create a magic potion that could assist in the practice of the earth-breathing technique. The laboratory was silent, with only the crisp sound of some glass equipment colliding. An hour later, Duke held a bottle of muddy, earth-yellow solution with a lot of solids floating in it. Failed. The reason is. Duke did not get discouraged. Instead, he pondered why the refining process failed. He quickly calculated on a parchment beside him, reviewing the entire refining process, and came to a conclusion. The force in the petrifying python's flesh is far greater than that of the mountain fierce bear, but Duke still measured it according to the mountain fierce bear's formula, resulting in too much flesh of the petrifying python. Duke quickly made adjustments, reducing the amount of petrifying python's flesh, and continued experimenting. An hour later, the experiment still failed. But this time Duke smiled, knowing he was very close to the answer. He underestimated the difference between advanced magical beasts and high-tier magical beasts, and still needed to reduce the amount of petrifying python's flesh. In the middle of the night, Duke held a bottle of pure earth yellow solution, which looked like a chocolate solution. Didn't need to test it to know he had succeeded in refining it, because a new branch had grown on his skill tree. Mountain Magic Potion. Level 1, 1/30, of course. To adhere to strict experimental standards, Duke still conducted a series of data tests and recordings, as well as various detections. The test results indeed confirmed it was non-toxic and could be ingested. The Mountain Magic Potion is for ingestion, unlike the Giant Whale Secret Potion, which is applied to the skin. However, ordinary people cannot consume the Mountain Magic Potion because it is a magic potion, and Duke followed the magic potion refining process, infusing it with his own magic power. If an ordinary person consumed this Mountain Magic Potion, they would most likely die violently. Duke was excited with this potion because it was truly his first self-developed magic potion of significance. He took the parchment and recorded the entire process in detail, marking the data of each stage beside it. Such a detailed record would allow him to easily review later. Just like Teacher Hella's magic potion notebook, even after 100 years, future generations could understand the complete experimental process through this magic potion notebook, thus completing the experiment. Duke then swallowed this potion and began practicing the earth-breathing technique. You completed a practice of the earth-breathing technique. Proficiency plus 38. Duke was shocked by this information, not expecting the effect to be so powerful. It was the first time he encountered such a practice that could increase proficiency by 38 points at once. At this rate, he could max out the earth-breathing technique in no time. Using magic potions to assist in practicing the knight's breathing technique was indeed overpowered, and probably not many people had done it before. The effect of the Mountain Magic Potion lasted only for an hour. Duke realized there was an issue. After a moment of thought, he realized the problem lay in needing to maintain the infusion of magic power a little longer when consolidating the potion to properly lock in its power, thereby extending its duration. Duke then undertook another round of research, resulting in a new Mountain Magic Potion. The formula remained unchanged, but some details in the refining process were modified. Duke then consumed this Mountain Magic Potion and continued with the earth-breathing technique practice. As expected, the duration of this Mountain Magic Potion reached 2.5 hours this time. Duke was troubled at this point. The duration was so long, he had to rearrange his daily schedule. He couldn't ensure that maxing out the earth-breathing technique would grant him talent, but he felt the need to try. In the end, Duke decided to allocate 2.5 hours to the earth-breathing technique, believing it to be a necessary attempt for him. Should the practice of the earth-breathing technique yield talent, he could then collect more breathing techniques to help himself obtain more talent. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Duke was very fulfilled during this time. His days were packed, even his evenings spent talking to Vivian were reduced. Earth-breathing technique. LV6, 347/2300. Due to only having 2.5 hours each day to spend on the earth-breathing technique, it hasn't reached the maximum level yet, only reaching the 6th layer. As Duke had expected, his practice of the earth-breathing technique did not bring any significant improvements to his physical attributes. His current basic attributes have all surpassed 15 points, so ordinary breathing techniques no longer provide any attribute enhancements. Now, he can only hope that reaching the maximum level of the earth-breathing technique will unlock a talent, which would be worthwhile. However, before maxing out the earth-breathing technique, Duke first maxed out Basic Magic Recovery Potion and Starlight Meditation Potion. Basic Magic Recovery Potion, LV5 Starlight Meditation Potion, LV5 Trait. Meditation enhancement, meditation enhancement. The crafted Starlight meditation potions have stronger meditation assistance effects. After maxing out the basic magic recovery potion, he only gained one free attribute point without unlocking any traits. Duke wasn't surprised by this, as the basic magic recovery potion is too simple, and the absence of traits was expected. He still gained a lot during the process of maxing out the basic magic recovery potion, accumulating a wealth of related knowledge. This knowledge isn't reflected on the skill tree, it just accumulated within Duke. However, upon maxing out the Starlight meditation potion, a trait appeared, which surprised him. Duke had first maxed out the basic magic recovery potion, followed by the Starlight meditation potion. He originally thought the Starlight meditation potion wouldn't have any traits either, but it gained the meditation enhancement trait. After obtaining this trait, all Starlight meditation potions he crafts will have enhanced meditation effects. He personally tested it. Previously, one instance of meditation increased proficiency by 3 points, but now it directly rises to 5 points. This increase is quite substantial and impressive. Duke brought this batch of Starlight meditation potions, with traits, to the Giant Rock Magic Potion Shop, where he met Harrison. "You mean you've made some improvements to the recipe? And the effect has greatly increased?" Harrison was curious after hearing Duke's explanation. Recently, Harrison had been purchasing a lot of Starlight meditation potions from Duke, and they were selling exceptionally well, in constant demand. The customers he connected with were naturally individuals from wizard clans, as only those from such backgrounds could afford meditation-assisting potions. After trying Duke's Starlight meditation potions, none wanted to revert to the old ones, since the effect was significantly superior. For these members of wizard clans, what they lack is not money, but good potions. There are more advanced meditation-assisting potions, but those are reserved for official wizards and would do more harm than good for wizard apprentices. Harrison frequently received requests urging him to sell more of the improved Starlight meditation potions. However, Duke was the only one crafting the improved Starlight meditation potions. His magic power was limited, and thus production was low, far from meeting demand. Harrison had mentioned purchasing the recipe several times, even raising the price to 10,000 mana stones. Yet Duke never sold the recipe, especially after learning it was revised by Hela's mentor, making him wary of any potential repercussions. If Hela were to get angry over this, Duke knew the consequences wouldn't just be about money, it would escalate to greater problems. Upon Duke's arrival with the trait possessing Starlight meditation potions, Harrison took it seriously, immediately conducting checks and tests. After testing, Harrison was incredulous, finding it hard to believe that such effects could arise from merely a secondary potion. Such meditation assistance effects were nearly the best among secondary potions, or rather the best Harrison had seen. The next level would be level 1 potions, which surpasses the scope of secondary potions. "Are you really not considering selling the recipe? I can request approval to sign a contract with a profit-sharing arrangement," Harrison said earnestly. Duke was somewhat surprised to hear that. It wasn't just any ordinary contract. A profit-sharing arrangement meant that regardless of how many Starlight meditation potions the Giant Rock Commerce Association sold, Duke would receive a portion of the revenue. Even if that fraction was only 1,000, it would still amount to a vast wealth, at least by Duke's current standards. Duke realized that Harrison valued not only the potion itself, but more so Duke's talents. In Harrison's eyes, an alchemist like Duke, who possessed the ability to research and improve, was the most precious kind. Most alchemists merely follow instructions, crafting potions based on given magic potion recipes, with poor development and improvement skills. For a commerce association like the Giant Rock, an alchemist like Duke was a genuine asset, symbolizing unlimited possibilities. As long as they hold exclusive production rights over some powerful potion, they could quickly amass substantial wealth through their channels. Yet, Duke found himself in a bind. Even if he wanted to sell the recipe, he couldn't. The trait of the Starlight meditation potion was such that only potions crafted by himself could have the effect. Unique advantage provided by the skill tree that couldn't be transferred to others. "What's your recipe?" "My recipe requires that I personally do the crafting." Duke couldn't help but chuckle at his situation. It accurately reflected his current reality. Harrison's intent in purchasing the recipe was to enable numerous alchemists within the Commerce Association to craft the potion. If the recipe required Duke's hand alone, selling it would be pointless. No amount of personal effort, even if he worked non-stop for 24 hours, would suffice to produce many potions. Ultimately, Duke had to diplomatically refuse Harrison's request, unable to sell the recipe. Though somewhat regretful, Harrison bore no grudge. On the contrary, he held Duke in even higher esteem. After all, Duke was merely a level 2 wizard apprentice now, with a long road ahead and numerous opportunities for collaboration in the future. This version of Starlight Meditation Potion can be priced at 200 mana stones, Harrison suggested. Duke had no objection, and the deal was soon sealed. Typically, a Starlight Meditation Potion was priced at 100 mana stones, thus, this was double. However, those who could afford such potions likely didn't mind whether it was 100 or 200 mana stones. Duke counted the mana stones in his space ring, finding over 3,000 mana stones, which for a regular wizard apprentice was a fortune. The Duke planned to use the money he had in hand, leaving. But there wouldn't generate any interest. There are banks on the West Coast, but they don't offer interest rates here. You still have to pay the bank to store your money. After all, safeguarding so many magic stones and valuable items comes with some costs. The Duke thought for a moment and decided to purchase a powerful self-defense demonized item. He was primarily thinking about survival, always feeling that his defensive measures were not enough. The Duke returned to the alchemy shop, which is officially called the Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop, seemingly run by the Alchemy Association on the West Coast. He was once again greeted by White, who had previously assisted him when purchasing the shadow insect bag. White, as before, gave the Duke a small brochure, a catalog of various demonized items. The Duke did not look at it, as it contained demonized items that the alchemy shop routinely sold. He had already viewed it before and found nothing that particularly satisfied him. Truly powerful demonized items are generally limited in quantity and not listed in this catalog. For the alchemy shop, customizing alchemy creations based on customer needs is the most profitable. The Duke's funds were not enough for customized demonized items, but he could purchase something from the alchemy shop's inventory. I want to purchase a demonized item with sufficiently strong defensive abilities, the Duke said. If it weren't for the fact that level 1 witchcraft artifacts can't be used by wizard apprentices, he would have purchased a witchcraft artifact directly. But even if he could use it, he didn't have enough magic stones on hand. Witchcraft artifacts generally have particularly powerful effects, with magic power contained inside that wizard apprentices cannot control. Once a wizard apprentice activates a witchcraft artifact, releasing the magic within, it can potentially lead to backlash. Uli's substitute Death Grassman does not fall within this category, as it is a highly unique witchcraft artifact that allows one to escape death once, without needing active triggering. The Duke also researched some related materials and discovered that the principle behind witchcraft artifacts like the substitute Death Grassman is surprisingly a curse. He couldn't fully understand the materials he found, but learned roughly that the curse causes a person not to die, achieving the effect of substituting death. But in reality, it's more complex, involving many profound domains. Naturally, the Duke also wanted to purchase such a substitute magic witchcraft artifact, but it simply wasn't available, with no access whatsoever. The refining requirements for this kind of witchcraft artifact are extremely rigorous, demanding high standards for both materials and alchemists. Upon hearing the Duke's request, White thought for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment, I will contact someone." Since the Duke mentioned a powerful defensive demonized item, it was clear that the ordinary demonized items couldn't meet this need. White silently communicated through the wizard's mark and said after a few minutes, "There's currently a defensive type demonized item that should meet your requirements. This demonized item is called the Guardian of the Round Table Knight, can withstand an attack of 30 degrees once, and has good constant defensive abilities against attacks below 10 degrees. The so-called constant defensive ability means being able to withstand continuous attacks. As long as the attack intensity is below 10 degrees, the Guardian of the Round Table Knight can defend, lasting up to 5 minutes. Even with the Duke's improved spiritual power, the intensity of the water arrow technique is at most around 2 degrees. His level is quite good among second-class wizard apprentices, above average. Even a first-class wizard apprentice typically wouldn't have much higher attack strength. If the Duke had this Guardian of the Round Table Knight, he could almost be immune to attacks from ordinary wizard apprentices. Although the time is only 5 minutes, it's sufficient to handle many situations. Most importantly, the Guardian of the Round Table Knight also has resistance capabilities against high-intensity attacks. 30-degree attack strength is already at the level of official wizards. Typical wizard apprentices definitely can't use such high-intensity attack methods. Even though it can only defend once, it's enough to save a life in critical moments. What's the price? The Duke was quite satisfied with this demonized item. It was almost the strongest. Defense among demonized items. 2,300 level 1 magic stones. If you want it, we'll arrange for someone to deliver it, White said. Can it be a bit cheaper? The Duke felt some pain at parting with over 2,000 magic stones at once. White looked embarrassed. The price is not something we can decide because it essentially belongs to the association, and we can't change the price. The Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop is just a branch of the Alchemy Association, and they can't decide the price for items like the Guardian of the Round Table Knight, which hold higher value. They act as a transfer station in reality. The ownership of this demonized item does not belong to the Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop. The Duke gritted his teeth and eventually paid 2,300 magic stones to purchase the Guardian of the Round Table Knight. He believed the money had to be spent. Personal safety was always the most important. After signing a transaction contract with White, each having a copy as proof, 2 days later, the Duke received a ring from White. The ring was silver white, the ring face engraved with a shield and a long sword crossed. Upon receiving it, the Duke tested it in the laboratory of the Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop. Upon activating it with magic power, the ring erupted with violent energy, followed by a strange power enveloping the Duke. Looking closely, the Duke saw a knight's shadow shrouding him. This knight's shadow was about 5 meters tall, wearing a suit of silver-white armor, holding a long spear in the right hand and a shield in the left. His spiritual power was connected to this shadow, allowing him to issue some simple commands to the knight's shadow. When shrouded by the shadow, it was in the constant defense mode, able to defend against attacks below 10 degrees. With a thought, the Duke commanded the knight's shadow to lift the shield overhead. Silver-white energy flowed from the shield to cover the surroundings. This was the strongest defensive mode, capable of defending against an attack of up to 30 degrees once. Besides, the knight's shadow also had attack capabilities. Wielding the long spear could deal light attribute attacks to surrounding enemies. However, this attack strength was relatively low, only 1 to 2 degrees. Yet, against undead element creatures, it had a large bonus, as the light attribute power strongly restrained the undead element creatures. White collaborated with the Duke, using some small spells for testing and recorded all the data, finally compiling a comprehensive report handed to the Duke. The Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop service was indeed meticulous and professional, even responsible for subsequent repairs. As long as the damage is not too severe, they can repair it for free. The alchemical creations sold by the Broken Cauldron Alchemy Shop mostly come from the Alchemy Association. Each alchemical creation produced by the Alchemy Association is registered, and each alchemical creation can trace back to its creator. This is not only to make a personal name, but also to trace the source, preventing alchemists from cutting corners and producing inferior alchemical creations. This information is left within the alchemical creations in the form of spiritual power. When Duke used them, he read this information with his spiritual power. The Guardian of the Round Table Knight was made by a wizard named Theo Perkins. 5 minutes later, the effect of the Round Table Knight's Guardian also ended. Duke was overall very satisfied with this demonized item. After receiving the summary report from White and others, he carefully reviewed it and gained a better understanding of this demonized item. After leaving the alchemy shop, there were only about 700 magic stones left in Duke's space ring. However, he didn't really mind, as he could slowly earn it back through magic potions. The most important thing was to promptly convert resources into his own combat strength. In the dormitory, after completing today's earth-breathing technique practice, Duke checked the attributes on the skill tree. Free attribute points. The 2 free attribute points were obtained after maxing out the levels of 2 types of magic potions, and his spiritual power also increased a bit. In addition to the increase in spiritual power gained through maxing out magic potion levels, with the help of the Starlight Meditation Potion, the effect of meditation practice also made significant progress, increasing spiritual power. The spiritual power threshold for a first-class wizard apprentice is 30 points, and Duke still lacks 6.8. Normally, reaching this through meditation practice would certainly take a lot of time. But Duke plans to add it through free attribute points. Ever since he saw a broader world, he started thinking more, and his perspective changed. As his strength increases, the skills he can access also become more advanced, and the attributes and rewards he gains when maxing these skills will be greater. Previously, he thought it was necessary to enhance to the limit through meditation before using free attribute points, but now he finds that idea a bit naive. Duke thought for a moment and directly added the 2 free attribute points to Spirit. Spiritual power can directly enhance the intensity of spells and increase the upper limit of internal magic power. The fastest way for Duke to gain free attribute points now is still through magic potion skills, but not all magic potion skills are suitable. Basic Magic Recovery Potion, LV5 Starlight Meditation Potion, LV5 Trait, Meditation Enhancement White Orchid Antidote Potion, LV2 23/40 Mud Corrosion Potion, LV2 15/40 Mountain Magic Potion. LV3 24/50. Duke looked at the proficiency of these 2 magic potions and planned to max out the proficiency of White Orchid Antidote Potion and Mountain Magic Potion first, and put the progress of the Mud Corrosion Potion on hold for the time being. He plans to first max out the levels of the more popular magic potions on the market and then consider those less popular ones. Maxing out the proficiency of unpopular potions is very likely to be a loss. Since they can't be sold, they would just be stockpiled with himself, which is equivalent to using magic stones to buy proficiency. Duke currently doesn't have the capital to support doing this, so he must carefully select suitable magic potions first. The current Mountain Magic Potion is a complete expenditure, without a way to make money from it. Because this magic potion is only for his own use, almost no wizard would buy the Mountain Magic Potion. The investment in this area is still considerable. Duke's largest expense during this time is on the Mountain Magic Potion. However, to max out the level of the earth-breathing technique, these investments are worthwhile. Duke placed 20 Starlight Meditation Potions in a wooden box, which is specifically used for preserving this type of magic potion. He took this wooden box to the mailing center and sent it out, with the destination, of course, being the Thorn Holy Tower, Vivian. After maxing the Starlight Meditation Potion, Duke started sending some of this self-refined magic potion to Vivian. Because he has the trait of meditation enhancement, the effect of every Starlight Meditation Potion he makes is very strong. Although he can't teach others to refine potions with traits, he can allow others to use them. Duke first thought of Vivian, as she has helped him so much in the past. It's time to give something in return. Although Vivian doesn't lack resources over there, it's also hard to find a better version of this meditation potion. Initially, Vivian refused, knowing Duke must be having a hard time. Didn't want Duke to spend too much money on this, but after receiving it, she found out how effective Duke's Starlight Meditation Potions were and didn't refuse Duke's subsequent offerings. In return, Vivian even asked Duke what kind of information he needed, hinting she could borrow some from her teacher. In fact, this information is definitely not meant to be shown to outsiders, but Grace likes Vivian as a student and just turns a blind eye. After all, Grace doesn't need to think long to know who Vivian is giving this to. She has met Duke and knows about the relationship between the two, so she doesn't bother with it. Duke had already returned the basic theory of water element books and other materials he had borrowed earlier. Although he hadn't copied down all the content, he had mastered most of it before sending them back. Maybe in a while. I've been busy refining potions recently. I'll see what I need in a few days. Duke thought and replied. Actually, he wants to wait until he maxes out the level of the breathing technique to see if new talents emerge before deciding on which area of knowledge to pursue. Vivian is also very busy lately, as she is about to advance to a second-class wizard apprentice. Her spiritual power has already reached 17 points, which is quite good among third-class wizard apprentices, although there is still a significant gap compared to Duke's 20 points at the time. After sending out the Starlight Meditation Potion, Duke ended his chat with Vivian when suddenly a message came from the skill tree. Wizard's Mark level increased, Spirit plus 0.3, free attribute points plus 1 Wizard's Mark. LV5 trait, Information Encryption. Information sent and received through the Wizard's Mark will not be intercepted. Duke was a bit stunned upon seeing this information, as he hadn't been paying much attention to the proficiency of the Wizard's Mark skill. On regular days, he didn't grind it deliberately, as both he and Vivian were busy and didn't have much time for idle chat. Unexpectedly, the proficiency of the Wizard's Mark increased to max without noticing it. Apart from gaining spiritual power and free attribute points, it also came with a trait. The trait provided by the Wizard's Mark turns out to be Information Encryption, which was beyond Duke's expectations. He initially thought that such a simple spell wouldn't generate any traits, nor did he have any hopes for it. Looking at this trait, Duke began to ponder some issues in his mind. That is to say, from this trait, information sent and received through the Wizard's Mark could indeed be intercepted by others. Duke couldn't help but feel grateful that he was cautious and didn't reveal too many personal secrets within the Wizard's Mark before. Now, with this information encryption trait, using the Wizard's Mark would be a bit safer in the future. But safety is relative, and Duke still won't completely rely on this trait. There are no walls without cracks in this world. If you don't want secrets to be known, the best way is to keep them to yourself. Duke also thought that having this trait might not necessarily be a good thing. If one day someone targets him and tries to capture his information but finds it consistently elusive, they might suspect something is amiss. However, there was no time to worry about all this now, so he noted it down for future reference. Earth breathing technique level up, Constitution plus 0.2, Strength plus 0.2, Agility plus 0.2, free attribute points plus 1 earth breathing technique. Level 9 talent. High-level earth element affinity. On the skill tree, the fruit representing the earth breathing technique had fully ripened, and at the full level it shook and then fell. The fruit landed in Duke's mind and melted away as if gone without a trace, sending invisible ripples throughout his mind. Duke closed his eyes, feeling the changes of the moment. After grinding the earth breathing technique to full level, it finally provided some physical attributes, though minimal, better than nothing. What concerned Duke was that the earth breathing technique, upon reaching full level, only provided 1 free attribute point. He distinctly remembered that after grinding the giant whale breathing technique to full level, he gained 2 free attribute points. Duke pondered for a moment and could only surmise that upon elevating his life level, breathing techniques became lower-level skills, thus reducing the free attribute points they could provide. More importantly, after the giant whale breathing technique reached full level before, his spiritual power also grew by 1 point. However, now the earth breathing technique did not bring any increase in his spiritual power. Duke could only conclude that the benefits breathing techniques provide to spiritual power only occur once, and learning a different breathing technique won't have the same effect again. The essence of a breathing technique is a means to elevate life level, and when he first ground the giant whale breathing technique to full level and entered the realm of Great Night, it slightly elevated his life level, thus enhancing spiritual power. But now, being at a relatively high life level, breathing techniques naturally struggle to further enhance his spiritual power. Duke spent a brief moment considering these matters. What really intrigued him was the new talent. Just as predicted, after maxing out the earth-breathing technique, it indeed brought a talent of high-level earth element affinity. Duke could now clearly perceive the large amount of earth elements surrounding him. Just like the water element before, the earth element in his perception was also very vivid and active. Having acquired a second talent, Duke naturally became clear on how to proceed next. Quickly, he sent a message to Vivian, requesting information on the earth element. He wasn't reserved about this since it could directly enhance his strength. Since Grace had already tacitly approved, Duke wouldn't hesitate to repay Grace when an opportunity arises in the future. Now, with low status and weak strength, Duke couldn't think of how to repay Grace, as it seemed there wasn't anything she needed help with. Grace, being a level 3 wizard, had a considerable influence in the Thorn Holy Tower, meaning there was very little a mere second-level wizard apprentice like him could contribute. Naturally, Duke wouldn't abandon his research on the water element. He just planned to first grasp some knowledge regarding the earth element to broaden his techniques and fields of knowledge. This also allows him to avoid situations where water element spells would be ineffective. Upon receiving the message, Vivian acted swiftly, organizing references and compiling several books, which she sent to Duke on the same day. 2 days later, Duke received these materials. Once received, he paused the refining of magic potions to focus intently on studying, gaining understanding about various characteristics of the earth element. Due to his previous research on the water element, Duke quickly got the hang of it this time, and he could distinctly feel the differences between the earth and water elements. Duke went to a small woodland area on the island, stretched out his hand to sense the rich earth element below, and expended some magic power to separate some clumps of earth from the ground below, suspending them in his hand. Compared to the water element, the earth element felt very heavy. While in the sea, Duke could freely manipulate the surrounding seawater for his use, barely consuming any magic power, but the earth element was different. The earth was an entire entity composed of the elements below. Extracting some elements from the ground was not easy. Duke felt exerted, not physically but in terms of the magic power expended. Even with the talent of high-level earth element affinity, for an ordinary wizard apprentice without the corresponding spells, extracting soil from the ground with merely one's magic power was extremely challenging, nearly impossible. Even if it could be done, it would consume a huge amount of magic power, and the result would merely be to separate a few clumps of earth from the surface, a pointless effort. If it was heavy rock, it would be even harder. Rocks being denser, extracting stones from them would require even more effort. After feeling the utilization of the earth element, Duke gained a general understanding of it. Next was to master related spells. Vivian had sent over several magic model books on earth magic. Duke glanced over them. They were rock armor, rock spike, petrification skin, and gravity slowdown. The spells of the earth element generally had higher complexity. Among these four, the spell model with the lowest complexity was N4, and the gravity slowdown spell was up to N6. This was, so far, the most complex spell Duke had encountered, with a spell model more intricate than any he had seen before. Duke did not rush, starting from the simple to the difficult. He picked up the rock armor spell and began to delve into it. The complexity of rock armor is N5. Duke carefully studied this magic, fortunately. He had mastered quite a lot of knowledge during this period, so reading it was not too difficult. Many pieces of knowledge are actually interconnected, weaving together like a network. There's always a point of convergence. Duke spent a few days understanding this magic, and then began to construct the magic model of rock armor. Closed his eyes, a blue thread of spiritual power in his mind constantly winding around, forming a slightly complex hexahedron. This process must be completed meticulously and cannot be interrupted, requiring a high level of concentration of spiritual power. After Duke completed this magic model, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He still came to the forest outside the dormitory area, a place where usually few people came. Gazing at the magic model of rock armor in his mind, Duke activated it with magic power, and his body began to absorb the surrounding earth elements, gathering them on the surface of his body. The denser the surrounding earth elements, the faster this process will complete. In a moment, Duke's entire body was already covered by a layer of earth-colored rock armor, making him look like a stone man. Duke could feel his body becoming noticeably heavier, but this weight was nothing to him and did not affect his movement. If an ordinary wizard apprentice does not have a strong physique, their body will become very heavy after releasing this magic, making movement cumbersome. The magic of rock armor mainly enhances defensive capability, and the armor covering the body is not ordinary rock, but made of pure, dense earth elemental energy, providing good defense against energy attacks. Ordinary swords and knives are out of the question. Even the black sword in Duke's hand can't leave a white mark on the rock armor. The defensive strength of this level of rock armor is around 6 to 7 degrees, and it can be gradually enhanced later. This was Duke's first time casting it, and he hasn't yet increased its proficiency. Once the skill's proficiency increases, the skill tree will naturally provide some knowledge and experience to help Duke optimize it. However, raising the proficiency of rock armor is estimated to take some time, as it consumes a lot of magic power, and the number of times it can be cast each day is limited. Unlike the water arrow technique and water shield technique from before, which could be freely cast in the sea and consumed very little magic, their proficiency increased rapidly. Duke maintained the state of rock armor, took out the black sword, and practiced basic swordsmanship routines. This was mainly to adapt to the movements under the weighted condition, allowing for a clear understanding of his own strength and speed. After mastering rock armor, Duke continued to delve into the petrification skin magic. Both are defensive-type earth element magics and have similarities in some aspects. The petrification skin magic can make the skin all over the body as hard as stone, but actually harder than stone. After all, ordinary stones can't resist magic energy. Having the experience of rock armor, Duke mastered petrification skin in a short time. With a thought, he watched his skin turn a bit pale. Touched with another hand, he could clearly feel the texture of stone. Holding the black sword, Duke tapped it on his hand, producing a metallic clashing sound. Now Duke felt that just relying on this magic, he could charge through the noble army back home without harm. Just by collision he could kill, remaining unscathed. The petrification skin doesn't have to stone the entire body. Parts of the skin can be petrified according to one's will. After the skin is petrified, it does not affect its original functions. Duke bent his fingers and they were as flexible as before. Duke suddenly thought of some ingenious uses for this magic, tried it out, and indeed it worked. It was really hard. I'll have a chance to let Vivian experience the wonders of this magic, Duke thought as he stroked his chin. But actually he didn't much need this magic. Perhaps for older people, this magic might be useful. The defense capability of petrification skin is not as strong as rock armor, with a defensive strength of only 2 to 3 degrees, almost just half of rock armor. However, petrification skin is more flexible, without the burden of weight like rock armor, more suitable for most wizard apprentices. After all, not everyone has Duke's physique. Duke tried the combination of rock armor and petrification skin, instantly feeling a sense of full security. Feeling of seamless protection from inside to outside. If he also activates the protection of the round table knight, the sense of security would be even greater. After a period of trial, testing, and recording some data, Duke gained a more detailed understanding of the strength of these two magics. With detailed understanding, he can clearly know whether these magics are effective when facing some situations in the future. After researching rock armor and petrification skin, Duke began to master the rock spike magic. This is the only offensive magic among the 4 magics. Vivian's scent, gravity slowdown is control and auxiliary type magic, and the hardest. Duke planned to study it last. There are 2 ways to cast the rock spike magic. One is to absorb the surrounding earth elemental particles, condense into a rock spike, and then manipulate it for attacks. Another way is to directly use earth elements from the current ground to condense into a rock spike attack. The latter is more sudden and harder to detect, suitable for ambushing, able to summon a rock spike under the enemy suddenly to launch a raid, piercing the enemy directly. However, this method has distance limitations, requiring certain intensity of spiritual power and ability to control earth elements. Due to Duke's elemental affinity talent, he can manipulate the ground within a 30-meter range to form rock spikes. Ordinary wizard apprentices can only reach about 10 meters. This range far exceeds the common sense range of ordinary people, making it easy to launch ambushes when the opponent thinks they are at a safe distance. But there's only one chance. Once missed, the opponent will be guarded. The attack strength of rock spike is not high. Only 1 to 2 degrees. This is still due to Duke's sufficiently high spiritual power. This is one of the characteristics of earth element magic, excellent in defense but not proficient in attack. Actually, saying so is not accurate. It should be limited to the realm of wizard apprentices. Once entering the domain of official wizards, the earth element magic they can wield becomes much stronger. With the high-level earth element affinity talent, Duke quickly mastered these 3 magics. For an ordinary wizard apprentice, mastering earth element magic is not easy, as earth elements are notoriously difficult to manipulate, very cumbersome, heavy, not as light and easy to manage as wind elements or water elements. Duke, relying on his high earth element affinity, successfully mastered 3 earth magic spells. The last one was gravity slowdown. This spell's effect is that it can influence the gravity within a certain range around the body, increasing the gravity felt by the target several times. The specific increase in intensity depends on the caster's own magic power amount and spiritual power strength. Theoretically, it can be increased to hundreds or even thousands of times. If one could increase the gravity affecting a person by 100 times, that person would basically suffer instantaneous death, as the internal organs, flesh, and blood can't withstand such strong gravity unless they have a very strong physique. Duke checked and found that even with his mastery, he could at most increase gravity by 3 times. It doesn't seem like much, but in practical application, it should have a decent effect. Even for someone with a physique as strong as Duke's, suddenly increasing his body's burden by 3 times would significantly affect his mobility. The gravity slowdown spell, apart from having a somewhat complex magic model, also requires the caster to have excellent control over the earth element. Duke needs to sense the earth elements distributed underground around him, and then communicate with them, letting his own magic power resonate with these earth elements. Only by infusing his magic power into the ground can he achieve the effect of gravity slowdown. Duke studied and researched this spell for a while and discovered that essentially it only uses his own magic power as a medium, and then harnesses the surrounding earth elements to achieve its purpose. Solely relying on a wizard apprentice's own magic power, it's very difficult to achieve such a range of influence, using oneself as a fulcrum to leverage the surrounding earth elements. Duke had heard before that among the official wizards, those who specialize in elemental magic can deploy a large number of elements distributed in the world to cast various powerful elemental magic spells. The stronger the power, the more elemental energy particles they can mobilize and influence. Wizard apprentices' strength is too weak, and the elemental energy they can mobilize is extremely limited, placing even more emphasis on the wizard apprentice's elemental affinity. The higher the elemental affinity, the less magic power is spent mobilizing the free energy particles, making it easier. After mastering the magic model of gravity slowdown, Duke returned to that small forest area. He began communicating with the surrounding earth elements after infusing magic power into the magic model. The earth elements quickly sensed his communication and started becoming active. Duke then infused his magic power into the ground below, with the continuous infusion of magic power, gradually forming a gravity slowdown zone around him. A big tree began swaying and trembling, and the leaves on it rustled down continuously. Duke observed the effect of this spell for a while and then ceased the casting of gravity slowdown. Gravity slowdown, level 1, 1/100. Although a branch of gravity slowdown appeared on the skill tree, Duke still felt somewhat pressured. This spell consumes even more magic power than he expected, with his internal magic power pouring into the ground like water shortly after he begins casting. If this continues, his internal magic power would be completely exhausted in less than 3 minutes. This is even considering his high earth element affinity. For an ordinary wizard apprentice, casting this spell might completely deplete their internal magic power. Within a 15-meter radius, centered on myself, the gravity multiplier is 2 times. Duke silently recorded the data obtained from the tests in detail. The maximum range he can currently control is 15 meters. Any further is beyond his limit. The gravity multiplier is only twice. If it were to be 3 times, the magic power consumption would double, and he wouldn't be able to maintain it for even 30 seconds before exhausting his internal magic power. Duke realized that although this spell is a lower-tier spell, it's clearly not suitable for a typical wizard apprentice to master. This kind of spell with a wide-scale influence is still somewhat strenuous for a wizard apprentice. However, looking at it in the long term, once he grows stronger, this spell will definitely be a formidable tool. Duke plans to only use it momentarily during combat to interfere with the enemy for a few seconds at most. If used for a prolonged period, his magic power would be exhausted before the battle even begins. After recording the data related to gravity slowdown, Duke also began considering his subsequent plans. As it stands, his internal magic power is certainly insufficient. In the future, to improve the proficiency of these skills, he'll definitely need to consume basic magic recovery potions. Otherwise, his internal magic power would deplete quickly every day, and the proficiency growth of these spells would be very slow. Duke calculated and found that this unknowingly added a significant expense. Even wizard apprentices from wizard clans do not drink basic magic recovery potions every day to practice spells. 1 vial a day isn't enough, and at least several vials are needed just to get started. Duke exhaled a breath, realizing he would have to work overtime refining potions, or else his earnings wouldn't cover the expenses. He then practiced various spells in this forest area to increase skill proficiency. He returned to the dormitory at dusk, by which time his internal magic power was already depleted, and that's even after drinking 6 basic magic recovery potions. After returning to the dormitory, Duke felt somewhat mentally fatigued. Although he cast spells using magic power, repeatedly casting spells at high frequency still caused some burden on his spiritual power. Spiritual power cannot be restored by drinking basic magic recovery potions. It can only be slowly recovered through meditation and sleeping. Duke nibbled on some white bread, stuffed a few strips of smoked meat and a few pieces of pickled cucumber into his mouth, washed it all down with a large gulp of water, and considered that a dinner. He immediately entered a meditation state, beginning to focus on improving his proficiency in the deep blue tide meditation technique. Upon entering the meditation state, his breathing gradually became calm, his heartbeat slowed down, and his body entered a state of slow self-repair. It was very quiet around, with no sounds to be heard. Duke felt some warmth in his palm, and when he opened his eyes and raised his hand, he found a heart-shaped earrings pattern in his palm. Dimensional coordinate. Duke immediately recognized it, realizing that this pattern was identical to the earring he had put into his space ring. Duke suddenly sensed that something was off around him. He looked around and found that the bed he was sitting on was covered with a thick layer of dust, and the entire room was like this. Nightmare plane, why have I come here again? Duke was alert yet puzzled. He hadn't activated that heart-shaped earring. How did he suddenly appear here? Previously, it was due to Hannah's malevolent spirit influence, but now the malevolent spirit had disappeared, yet he was still here. Duke frowned and glanced at the space ring, discovering that the heart-shaped earrings inside were gone. This space ring was the one Hela had given him. It was already his. The space is large enough, but not so much that it is impossible to find. Duke only needs to sweep with his spiritual power to know the whereabouts of everything inside the space ring. Duke's spiritual power scanned multiple times, but he couldn't find any trace of that earring inside the space ring. He had never taken out the earring, nor had he lent the space ring to anyone else, yet the earring had disappeared mysteriously. Duke looked at his palm again, thinking, could it have come out on its own? The more he pondered, the more he felt this was possible, and so he probed with his spiritual power and found something indeed in his palm. This object had no physical form, but existed as some kind of mysterious energy. Duke then captured some information, confirming this was indeed a plane coordinate, which for some unknown reason had automatically fused into his body. The plane coordinate had inexplicably activated just now, directly bringing Duke, who was meditating, to the nightmare plane. This time, it wasn't just a mental apparition. He had arrived here in person. When Hannah's earring was first triggered, it directly brought Muse to the nightmare plane. That first-class wizard apprentice died over there, and even the body couldn't be found. Duke quickly thought through his options, took out 2 basic magic recovery potions, and drank them directly, replenishing about 80% of his internal magic power. He had just undergone an afternoon of high-intensity spell practice, emptying his internal magic power several times. Having just entered a meditative state not long ago, his magic power had hardly recovered. Duke immediately replenished his internal magic power to ensure he could at least cast some decent spells. He then checked the state of each enchanted item on his body and found everything in normal status, ready to be deployed anytime. Duke tried to communicate with the plane coordinate, again trying to return, only to discover he couldn't return yet and must wait a while before heading back to the wizard plane. The familiar dormitory environment offered no sense of safety to him. Duke continued to study the plane coordinate in his palm, realizing that it would automatically accumulate energy and, once full, would automatically pull him to the nightmare plane. In theory, high enough spiritual power could control this pull, deciding whether to visit the nightmare plane or not. But Duke was too weak. This plane coordinate had already far exceeded his current level of power. The plane coordinate was merely a complex combination of rules devoid of consciousness, only operating according to its inherent rules. Duke was instinctively taken to the nightmare plane by the plane coordinate, his spiritual power too low to control the process. He hadn't even sensed it before being brought here. Duke always believed that as long as he activated the plane coordinate with spiritual power, he could travel to the nightmare plane. But in reality, this process consumed energy, and after Duke returned to the wizard plane with the plane coordinate last time, its energy was depleted. Since then, Duke hadn't used it again. Hence, he didn't discover this point. Duke took a deep breath to calm himself but accidentally inhaled a lot of dust from the house, causing him to cough uncontrollably. At that moment, a few cawing sounds of crows came from outside the house. Duke immediately covered his mouth, suppressing the spasms in his lungs, his face flushing red. He didn't want to make any noise that might attract some creatures from the nightmare plane, as this place was too dangerous for him. Duke just wanted to stay quietly until the energy in the plane coordinate was exhausted. But the surrounding situation didn't allow him to continue staying like this. It seemed the coughing sound had spread, leading to not only crow calls outside but also some rustling noises. The rustling, crawling sound came from behind the dormitory. Duke cautiously moved to the wall by the balcony and peered back. Behind the dormitory lay a vast forested area, and in the distance, a large swarm of black ants was crawling by. These ants were colossal, each as big as a tiger. The dormitory wasn't directly in the ants' path, but it was still beside their route. Duke could already see a few scattered ants crawling around the ant army. If they continued in their direction, they would soon come here. Duke didn't know how powerful these ants were, and he didn't want to find out, so he prepared to leave immediately. If he delayed any longer, he'd be spotted by those ants. Duke then moved to the window, glanced outside, and although he still heard crow calls from afar, he couldn't see any crows. After hearing the crow calls gradually fade, he seized the moment to open the door and leap down, landing silently. Duke took out the shadow insect bag, releasing some shadow insects to patrol around, keeping watch for him. He walked a distance and looking back saw that the rest of the dormitory buildings had vanished, leaving only the lone building he had stayed in. This building appeared very out of place against the surroundings. Duke thought, "It's a good thing I left. Otherwise, I'd inevitably attract the attention of other demons if I stayed there longer." He looked around, feeling lost, not knowing where to go. Seeing the distant ant army, Duke had no choice but to keep moving forward. The surroundings were mainly forests and mountains, with the ground bare, occasionally dotted with vegetation. These trees and plants were unfamiliar to Duke, looking quite strange. He saw a tree full of pale eyes, some closed, some open. A few eyes noticed Duke's presence, staring at him, sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. Instinctively, Duke steered clear of the tree, sensing that being near it might bring about something sinister. Fortunately, the tree retained its inherent nature rooted in place. It didn't chase after Duke. As Duke advanced, stone road gradually unfolded ahead, neat stone slabs seemingly crafted with precision. All identical in size. Could there be someone ahead? Duke wondered. As soon as he stepped onto a slab, a sharp cry emerged beneath his feet. "Ah, you stepped on me, watch where you're going," an angry male voice exclaimed. Looking down, Duke saw that the stone slab had developed a man's features, his foot planted right on its nose, bending it askew. "Oh, sorry," Duke quickly apologized, hopping forward. Yet stepping on the next slab, another voice spoke, but this one was odd, a woman's voice, seemingly pleased. "Young fellow still has energy, a little harder." "Darling," a woman's figure appeared on the stone slab at his feet. With a somewhat alluring expression, Duke quickly withdrew his foot and stepped aside. Looking ahead, he saw that all the stone slabs were like this. Could all these stone slabs be like this? He couldn't help but think. At that moment, as if responding to his thoughts, the stone slabs in front gradually awakened and began to chat incessantly, some even broke into song. The once quiet forest instantaneously became noisy, giving Duke a headache. Fortunately, aside from being peculiar, these stone slabs seemed to pose no threat. "Silence! The raven butterfly is coming." The stone slabs seemed to detect something and began to relocate, all rushing deeper into the forest. Duke couldn't understand their language, but the words of the stone slabs contained spiritual power information, which allowed him to directly comprehend their intended meaning through spiritual power. He didn't know what the raven butterfly was. He didn't hesitate and followed the stone slabs into the forest. If it's something that these stone slabs are afraid of, it probably isn't good for him either, so he needed to hide. Duke followed these stone slabs into the forest, hiding behind bizarrely shaped trees. Several stone slabs huddled together near him, shivering, their faces disappearing as if they had hidden. A moment later, the sounds of crows calling were heard. Duke looked up and saw a giant black butterfly appear in the sky above the spot where he had just stood. The raven butterfly's wings were beautiful, adorned with extremely mysterious runes. Just a glimpse made Duke feel dizzy. He realized this creature required significant spiritual power, and even a few more glances could prove overwhelming at his current strength. The raven butterfly had a crow's head while the rest of its body retained the form of a regular butterfly. It seemed to be scanning the surroundings, searching for something. After looking for a while, its gaze turned toward the forest. In that instant, the stone slabs around Duke trembled more violently. Duke didn't dare to make a sound or rashly move. He had an intuition that if he tried to flee now, he would certainly meet a swift death. No matter how many life preservation methods he had, they weren't enough to ensure his survival. This was an intense warning from the depths of his instincts, the instinct of a living being. The raven butterfly flapped its wings slowly, drifting over, about to enter the forest. Just then there were sudden dog barks and the sound of heavy footsteps pounding the ground from the left side of the forest. Immediately, Duke felt the ground around him vibrate, and the trees in the entire forest swayed. Duke saw a giant three-headed dog burst forth at an incredible speed, his eyesight unable to keep track of its trail. It was only when the three-headed dog stopped that he could see clearly what it was. The three-headed dog stood about 30 meters tall, monstrously large, with magma-like stuff covering its body. Its three large heads drooled constantly, some drool emitting a white smoke upon contact with its body, others forming small puddles when hitting the ground. The places where the three-headed dog walked left black burn marks representing its extremely high body temperature. Duke kept a distance of about 300 meters from the three-headed dog, yet even so, he was barely holding up. The natural aura and energy waves emitted from the three-headed dog were enormously powerful, causing Duke to immediately cough up blood. Duke promptly clad himself in petrification skin and rock armor, even summoning the Round Table Knight's protection. With all these layers of defense, Duke could barely breathe for a moment. Couldn't imagine what level of life this three-headed dog belonged to. Just its naturally emitted energy waves were enough to kill him, even from a considerable distance. Duke wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, contemplating that he would have been dead from the energy waves naturally emitted by the three-headed dog had he not quickly deployed these defensive measures. The three-headed dog didn't glance once in his direction, focusing entirely on the raven butterfly. The raven butterfly appeared apprehensive of the three-headed dog, promptly ascending to the skies, its eyes coldly staring at the three-headed dog. All three of the three-headed dog's heads raised to bark threateningly at the raven butterfly, drool continuously dripping. The raven butterfly seemed unwilling to engage, turning and flying away immediately. But the three-headed dog wasn't ready to give up, stomping heavily, its enormous body soaring through the air. To be precise, it jumped, but since the jump was so high it looked almost like flying. As it leaped, a strong wind was stirred up, causing the surrounding trees to sway so violently they nearly toppled. The raven butterfly, seeing this scene, was so startled that its body instantly fragmented into millions of tiny raven butterflies, swarming like dark clouds to escape ahead. The three-headed dog chased relentlessly, running through the air while barking. Duke continued watching these fearsome demons until they faded away and the pressure on him gradually disappeared. By then, the protection from the Round Table Knight had expired, which should have lasted longer, but resisting the energy waves naturally emitted by the three-headed dog consumed too much of the protective energy from the Round Table Knight. If the three-headed dog had stayed a bit longer, its mere presence would have been enough to kill Duke. Being in this world for so long, this was the first time Duke had encountered such terrifying demons. It was the first time he had so tangibly felt the disparity in life's hierarchy. Duke understood that the three-headed dog must have sensed his presence, only instinctively ignoring him. Just like when he walked down the road, he didn't pay attention to ants in the grass, much less take the trouble to step on one on purpose. Duke remained calm, not terrified out of his wits. He glanced at the distant ground and suddenly realized something. Nearby, the stone slabs was still trembling, seemingly unaware that the two demons had left. Duke surveyed his surroundings, cautiously navigating toward the three-headed dog's previous position. The journey went smoothly, without encountering any strange demons. Duke conjectured that the three-headed dog was a formidable demon even in this place, its appearance naturally scaring away other demons. The ruckus created by the three-headed dog would have caused other demons to sense and retreat far away. Theoretically, this area could be considered a temporarily safe vacuum zone. After the Duke realized this, he hurried to the place where the three-headed dog had just been. There were many puddles here, and these puddles were actually the saliva left by the three-headed dog. The Duke had a sudden inspiration. A magical creature of such high life level as the three-headed dog must be full of treasures. For a wizard, everything on such a life form is of extremely high value, even if it's just a pool of saliva. Duke came to the side of these water holes and could feel the enormous energy contained in the saliva. He didn't rush to touch it, for fear of accidentally being killed by the saliva. The Duke took out some simple test instruments and test papers from the space ring, and after testing, found that the three-headed dog's saliva was non-toxic and safe for human contact. At this time, he manipulated the saliva to condense into a mass, and then used the only large bucket in the space ring to collect the saliva. The Duke regretted not having a larger container, otherwise he would have wanted to collect all the water from these puddles on the ground. He didn't dare to put it all directly into the space ring because the energy contained in the three-headed dog's saliva was too massive. If he stuffed so much into the space ring, the Duke doubted whether this fundamentally demonized item would explode. At this time, his palm was feeling somewhat hot, and the Duke knew that this was the energy of the plane coordinates running out, and he was about to return to the wizard plane. The surrounding scene quickly twisted and spun, transforming into countless vortices. When the Duke came to his senses, he was already back in his dormitory, with the orange glow of the setting sun casting in through the window, illuminating half of his body. The Duke felt the glimmer of the setting sun. It wasn't warm, but it filled his heart with a sense of security. He took a deep breath, never realizing how wonderful it was here. After the Duke came back, his nerves, which had been tense all along, finally relaxed a bit. He went to the door, opened it, and a sea breeze with a salty taste blew in, with the slightly rippling sea in the distance. Everything was as usual, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for the basin of slime in the space ring, the Duke might have thought he had just had a dream during meditation. I must quickly enhance my spiritual power, the Duke thought to himself. He needed to enhance his spiritual power as much as possible before the energy of the plane coordinates was fully charged again. Otherwise, once the energy of the plane coordinates was full, he would again be unable to control the process. The nightmare plane was far too dangerous for him right now, and even a level 1 mage could barely survive there. The three-headed dog and the raven butterfly didn't seem like creatures of a level 1 life form, and who knew what level they had reached. The Duke then went to rent a laboratory and took out a bit of the three-headed dog's saliva for study. He discovered that this slime was very high in energy, yet that energy was gentle and not volatile, making it very suitable for a weak wizard apprentice like him. The Duke's biggest worry was that the energy in the slime was too violent for him to control. He then attempted to refine this slime in the manner of shadow water, putting his accumulated magic potion knowledge to use. After more than 7 hours of research, the Duke found that this slime could perfectly integrate with shadow water. He merely integrated a trace of the slime into the shadow water, which greatly enhanced its strength. Originally, after covering the body surface with shadow water, it could provide a defense strength of 1 to 2 degrees. If integrated with shadow water during water shield use, the defense strength could be close to 4 degrees. However, things were different now. After the Duke covered his whole body with shadow water with a trace of slime integrated, the normal defense strength reached 12 degrees. This strength was already higher than that of a round table knight's guarding strength. The Duke then attempted to condense a water shield, integrating it with the current shadow water, and the shield's strength soared to 16 degrees. This water shield could be described as invincible defense among second-class wizard apprentices, with hardly any second-class wizard apprentice capable of dishing out an attack exceeding 16 degrees, unless paired with some particularly powerful demonized items or a few witchcraft artifacts. Although a 16-degree strength couldn't compare to the strongest form of the Round Table Knight's 30-degree guard, the Round Table Knight's guard could only withstand a single 30-degree attack. Yet, the water shield was just something the Duke casually condensed. For him, it merely cost some magic power to have such a strong means of defense. As for the water arrow technique, its effect was somewhat inferior. After Duke fused shadow water into the water arrow, the attack strength of the water arrow increased from just over 4 points to 14 points. This wasn't because the three-headed dog's saliva wasn't strong enough, but because Duke still didn't know how to unleash the energy within the slime. His current abilities couldn't reach that level, and merely managing some simple utilization was already quite challenging. The energy within the slime was very powerful and stable. If released, it would surely cause a massive energy impact. Precisely because it was too stable, Duke currently had no means to unleash this energy. In fact, even if he could release it, he wouldn't choose to do so. Because once such overwhelming energy was unleashed, the first casualty would inevitably be himself, standing the closest. It would be like detonating a large explosive in front of himself. Duke also tried to integrate more slime into the shadow water, but ultimately he couldn't succeed. As soon as he integrated a bit more, the original properties of the shadow water would be destroyed, completely consumed and covered by the slime's energy. This made it impossible for the Duke to refine shadow water with more three-headed dog saliva. After attempting for a long time without success, Duke temporarily gave up on this plan. For him, the current strength of the shadow water was already high enough. Even when facing some first-class wizard apprentices, Duke felt no fear. The Duke thought to himself that the plane coordinates were indeed extremely precious. In the past, many wizard plane factions fought fiercely over a single plane coordinate because it contained massive potential resources. The Nightmare Plane, as a top-tier plane, was also the pinnacle of the Endless Plane, containing resources enough for Duke to explore his entire life. It was indeed very dangerous there, but it also held enormous potential opportunities. Just the saliva left by the three-headed dog had greatly benefited Duke, and if there were other gains, it would be even more advantageous for him. But Duke wasn't blinded by these prospects. He was well aware of his capabilities. The impact the three-headed dog left on him was still fresh in his memory, and to venture into the Nightmare Plane, he still needed to quickly enhance his powers. Duke's large basin of slime only used a little bit. Most of it was still inside the space ring. He knew that with his current abilities, it's challenging to fully utilize its potential. That shadow water could integrate a slight bit was already a pleasant surprise. He still needs to wait until he becomes stronger to develop new uses. Duke subsequently refined more than 10 portions of shadow water containing a bit of three-headed dog slime and stored them in test tubes. Because shadow water gets consumed, it's best to prepare some in advance. Duke received a message from Hela asking him to come to the island to discuss some matters. Hela was indeed a very good wizard. Her appearance was intimidating, but her personality was quite gentle. She never forced Duke to do anything. She always first consulted Duke's opinion. It's rare in Black Sail for level 2 wizard to respect a wizard apprentice's personal wishes. Usually, official wizards treat wizard apprentices working for them almost like slave creatures. The only distinction between wizard apprentices and slave creatures is the absence of a slave mark. Duke had heard some complaints from Simon, who frequently sought opportunities to work for official wizards. They are always very cautious, as any mistake would lead to punishment. Since assisting Hela, Duke had received many benefits. Apart from knowledge in magic potion, there was also a pile of secondary magic potion materials. To official wizards, these might not be significant, but for Duke, they were quite a valuable asset. More importantly, the space ring. Such a large space ring usually requires 1,000 magic stones. Hela just gave it to Duke. On the island, Hela greeted Duke with a warm smile. "You've come, sit down." Parker poured Duke a cup of hot red tea. Duke first respectfully saluted, then sat down to drink tea, thanking the wild boar man Parker in passing. "Duke, there is a magic potion association meeting in Harbor City in 5 days. And I would like you to represent me there," Hela said slowly. "I don't really like going out and showing myself. But since Chairman Stephen has repeatedly invited me, it would be rude to refuse directly." Hela rarely left this island, and even less so Black Sail. She was once a youthful and beautiful girl, with exceedingly beautiful looks. Now, with this appearance, Hela felt somewhat sensitive and self-conscious, unwilling to meet people. The Magic Potion Association meetings are usually crowded with people, making Hela even more reluctant to attend such gatherings. Hela also mentioned, with your current level, you should be able to qualify for the Magic Pharmacist Apprentice. It's a good chance to try. Like the Alchemy Association, the Magic Potion Association is a powerful organization. The alchemist levels issued by this association are quite credible, and having this qualification makes handling affairs externally much more convenient. Having a Magic Potion Association identity makes it easier to access deeper knowledge of magic potion, expanding one's resources. At the Wizard Apprentice stage, one can only qualify as a magic pharmacist apprentice, while a level 1 alchemist requires at least being an official wizard to qualify. Still, even qualifying as a magic pharmacist apprentice isn't easy. It requires wizard apprentices to have a strong foundation in magic potion knowledge. It's usually only wizard apprentices who have long been exposed to magic potion and studied for a long time who can qualify as magic pharmacist apprentice. Hela knows Duke's background and could see Duke hasn't spent long learning magic potion knowledge. But she observed Duke rapidly grasping magic potion knowledge. Many fields Duke had never encountered before became highly proficient with time. In Hela's view, Duke is highly talented, with an exceptional aptitude, learning things almost unobstructed. The usual learning path involves starting from basics, then staying in challenging areas needing considerable time to master. But Duke was different, learning all types of knowledge smoothly, mastering without difficulty. Over the years, many wizard apprentices had come to assist Hela, and she became familiar with their learning curves. Only Duke stood out. Duke's terrifying talent left Hela astounded. She wondered what level Duke might reach in the future. Hela naturally didn't know Duke was able to master knowledge effortlessly because of the skill tree. He just had to systematically increase skill proficiency, and with skill leveling, he'd automatically obtain some knowledge and experience. This knowledge didn't require Duke's comprehension, it directly became part of his own knowledge. Duke had been focusing on many magic potion skills, gaining related knowledge with each level up. Over time, these combined built Duke a solid foundation in magic potion. Hela herself was a magic potion master and naturally sensed Duke's growth clearly. She believed Duke was ready to try qualifying for the magic pharmacist apprentice. It's a good opportunity to test it. Duke thought it over and agreed to Hela's request. Not only could he help Hela, but also take the chance to test for the magic pharmacist apprentice. Here are some improvement plans for the level 1 potion. Blood of War, hand it to Chairman Stephen when you're over there. That's what he needs, Hela said, taking out a thick notebook. The main focus of this Magic Potion Association meeting was magic potion research discussions. Attending alchemists would share their latest research and exchange ideas. Such sharing promotes magic potion growth and benefits all. The association continually dedicates efforts toward this goal. In the past, alchemists rarely shared their findings, each working in isolation. This situation is gradually improving as wizards' mindsets are no longer as conservative. However, most shared knowledge remains somewhat reserved, typically involving common potion studies. Potion improvement plans like those for Blood of War are common, having undergone countless versions and optimizations. Such improvement plans aren't considered core secrets. Hela probably submitted them to cater to this meeting. After all, wizards mostly belong to certain factions. Many potions relate to their interests and can't be shared. The Magic Potion Association's aspirations remain somewhat distant, with much work ahead. Harbor City is a renowned port city on the west coast, boasting the largest port on the entire coast, where countless ships dock and set sail every day. This is also one of the territories of the Black Sail. One of the reasons Duke readily agreed to Hela's request without much hesitation is because of this. The territories of the Black Sail naturally take better care of their own. If a Black Sail wizard is bullied here, those responsible for maintaining order in the city will certainly not stand idly by. This represents not only the face of individual wizards, but also the face of the Black Sail. After Duke informed Vivian of this matter, Vivian also took leave from Grace's side to meet Duke. Since arriving at the West Coast and parting, they hadn't seen each other for nearly 6 months. Duke stood by the sea at Academy Island and sent a message to the Black Sail badge using his spiritual power. Moments later, a small boat appeared in the distance, with a dark demon rowing diligently towards him. Duke boarded the boat, and it rocked gently. The dark demon grinned and then rowed the boat away from Academy Island in the opposite direction. A sea breeze blew by, and when Duke sensed something and looked back, Academy Island had disappeared from sight. Ahead, there were muffled rumblings, and a massive whirlpool surfaced before him. The small boat headed straight towards the great whirlpool at a rapid pace. Having had previous experience, Duke was not as tense and stood firmly on the small boat. A huge black shadow appeared beneath the boat. It was the guardian of the Black Sail. Duke glanced down and could sense that the shadow possessed immense life energy, though it was much weaker than the 3-headed dog he had encountered in the Nightmare Plane. Of course, this didn't necessarily equate to strength. Life energy merely indicates the lifespan of a being. The small boat quickly approached the whirlpool and began to spin rapidly around it. Duke felt a momentary blur before his eyes, and his head was a bit dizzy. This feeling lasted for just an instant and then vanished as the boat stabilized, gliding smoothly over the sea surface. Duke lifted his head to see the coastline ahead, where a giant city was perched. This city was Harbor City, most renowned for its entertainment industry. This is Black Sail's territory, with fewer regulations. As long as you don't commit acts like murder or arson within the city, no one will generally interfere with you. Taverns, gambling houses, brothels, everything is available here. If you're willing to spend money, you can find any form of entertainment. Harbor City is a well-known gold sinkhole on the west coast, attracting numerous wizards who come to indulge in enjoyment and spend large amounts of magic stones. Black Sail also reaps a fortune from Harbor City, continually enriching the city's infrastructure with numerous investments. Shortly afterward, the small boat docked, surrounded by several gigantic tower ships. Once Duke stepped ashore, he casually tossed a piece of smoked deer heart to the dark demon. When he had entered Black Sail, he departed from Dusk City, yet here he was, reappearing on the outskirts of Harbor City. Reflecting on the West Coast map, Duke recalled that the straight-line distance between Harbor City and Dusk City was nearly 2,000 kilometers. Though such a vast distance, it seemed as if everything was just outside Black Sail's doorstep. How it was achieved was beyond him. The meeting of the Magic Potion Association wasn't until the next day, so Duke had to stay overnight at the Fiery Fire Inn in the city, all prearranged. The Fiery Fire Inn also belonged to Black Sail, and reservations could be made in advance on Academy Island. Internal Black Sail, wizards generally chose to stay. Here, the hotel only accommodated Black Sail insiders, simplifying networking for Black Sail wizards, reducing potential trouble. A night's stay here wasn't cheap, costing 3 level 1 magic stones. This was expensive for Duke, but relatively cheap here. Fiery Fire Inn's price was low throughout Harbor City, where it was not uncommon to find places charging dozens of magic stones per night, with even more expensive options available for those willing to pay. The mere thought of these prices left Duke feeling it was quite extravagant. What kind of inn charges dozens of magic stones for just one night? The Fiery Fire Inn was located in a relatively secluded spot on the western outskirts of Harbor City, surrounded by a peaceful environment. Probably wasn't intended to be a moneymaker, considering its less advantageous location, but merely provided convenience for Black Sail's internal wizards. After showing his Black Sail badge, Duke quickly completed the check-in procedures. He didn't even need a key, as he could open and close the hotel room doors using the Black Sail badge. At nightfall, Duke didn't go out to wander. Instead, he stayed at the hotel, ate a steak delivered by the hotel, and then entered a state of meditation. He knew there were many places to enjoy in Harbor City, but he lacked the time. Duke wished for more hours in a day so he could spend more time honing his skills. Late into the night, Harbor City remained brightly lit, with colorful lights illuminating many parts. Wizards technically didn't need daily sleep and could keep playing for days and nights when they went wild, full of energy. Even sitting in his room, Duke could faintly hear the distant sounds through closed windows. However, the sound had become quite faint here, only audible due to his sharp hearing. Duke suddenly found the location Black Sail chose for the hotel quite fitting, away from the bustling, noisy areas for a better rest. Sleeping over there might require several sound insulation spells at night. The whole night quietly passed in silent meditation. When Duke opened his eyes, it was precisely dawn. After a quick wash and a simple bread and milk breakfast provided by the hotel, he was ready to set out. The Magic Potion Association also had an office in Harbor City, located in a luxuriously grand architectural complex. Standing outside, Duke looked up at the 500-meter-tall spire, marveling at the wealth of the Magic Potion Association. This place was near the center of Harbor City, where land was incredibly valuable, illustrating the power of the Magic Potion Association. Upon entering, Duke felt dwarfed, as the interior was outrageously spacious with exceptionally high ceilings. Looking up, the ceiling was crafted from transparent gemstones, reflecting everything on the ground in an upside-down image. Duke thought that even giants could comfortably reside here, as the design wasn't entirely human-oriented. The interior of the Magic Potion Association was massive, with labyrinthine pathways filled with people constantly coming and going. Duke sensed that these people were mostly official wizards, with particularly powerful auras they unconsciously emitted. He, as a second-class wizard apprentice, felt out of place here, like he had entered a world that wasn't his own. Duke spent considerable effort relying on polite inquiries to find the location of this meeting. His handsome appearance and perfect physique also provided him with many conveniences, as he inquired primarily with female wizards. During this process of asking for directions, several female wizards had already added his wizard's mark. Duke hadn't anticipated being so popular, not realizing that in the eyes of those female wizards, he was as enticing as a fresh fruit. The few female wizards he had recently added were all of official wizard level. Duke felt he needed to be cautious, as he had no self-defense abilities in front of these official wizards. The meeting was held in a spiral staircase room, surrounded by concentric circles of seats, with a podium at the bottom serving as the speaker's area. Duke met Stephen, the branch president of the Harbor City's Magic Potion Association. Stephen was an elderly man with graying hair, sharp eyes like an eagle, a prominently hooked nose, and a pair of round glasses perched on it. As he took the information Duke brought, Stephen sighed and muttered to himself, "Hela is a promising talent, such a pity. I wish she could come, we need more exchanges." Always cooped up on that island. He genuinely hoped Hela could come, but in the end she just sent a wizard apprentice to handle things. After Duke submitted Hela's Blood of War improvement plan, his remaining task was merely to sit in Hela's seat until the evening concluded and then leave. This was his entire work content. The meeting did not require him to speak. He just needed to listen, though he most likely wouldn't understand. Duke specifically brought a quill pen and notebook to record some of the meeting content. It didn't matter if he couldn't understand. He decided to jot everything down and research later. Duke wouldn't pass up such an opportunity to gain insights into magic potion knowledge. After finding Hela's seat amidst the densely packed chairs, he sat down. After a while, Duke saw an unexpected person, Landmaster's student Merrick. Merrick naturally didn't recognize Duke, as he was currently sitting beside a stern-looking middle-aged man, showing great respect. Could that be Master Land? Duke speculated. He glanced at the name in front of the seat and found it was indeed Master Land. Master Land was known as such for his deep knowledge in the field of alchemy. Duke didn't expect Master Land would attend the Magic Potion Association meeting, indicating that he must have accomplishments in magic potion as well. Seeing Merrick reminded Duke of the Jokic clan. So far, there hasn't been any news about negotiations between Master Land and the Jokic clan, presumably meaning an agreement won't be reached anytime soon. Duke stopped looking at Master Land, trying to minimize his presence. For him, the longer things dragged on between the two sides, the better, as it decreased the likelihood of his involvement. The room was getting increasingly crowded, with about 70% of the seats filled. Still, there were empty ones with names, suggesting others like Hela hadn't shown up. Duke glanced around and saw that most were official wizards, with a few young wizard apprentices scattered about. However, these wizard apprentices were evidently there with their elders, likely to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Ahem. Stephen cleared his throat, and the venue gradually quieted down. Standing on the podium below, he looked around at the wizards and said, "It's an honor to have you all participate in this Magic Potion Association exchange meeting. Promoting the development and growth of magic potion is always our association's goal." After a lengthy opening statement, Stephen began introducing some achievements of the alchemists. He first showcased Hela's research achievement, detailing the improvement plan and ideas for the Blood of War, including potential optimization directions. The entire process was projected using magical power into the air, ensuring everyone could see the formulas, data, etc. After Stephen finished presenting Hela's research, an elderly woman came up to discuss her research on demon flower and its applications. Only then did Duke realize that wizards needed to present their content personally. Since Hela didn't come, Stephen had to do it for her. At that moment, he understood better why Hela didn't want to come. There were just too many people here. Standing in front of so many people to speak would indeed be daunting and a significant challenge for Hela. As time passed, more wizards came up one after another to present their research achievements. With plenty of queue and sessions in between for mutual exchanges, Duke spent the entire time taking notes, his quill pen constantly moving. Many terms he hadn't heard before, nor did he understand their meaning, so he could only jot them down for future study. This meeting had no breaks, continuing from morning until night. Only at sunset did Stephen have to reluctantly conclude the meeting as dusk fell over Harbor City. Many wizards continued their discussions, as that time wasn't nearly enough for them. However, the meeting couldn't go on indefinitely, otherwise it could last a month without ending. Further discussions had to be personal and private. After the meeting, the Magic Potion Association hosted a banquet and dance party. Of course, Duke wouldn't miss out, eagerly consuming every dish offered without concern for appearances. He could tell many foods were of high quality, containing vast amounts of energy that he couldn't possibly digest. He didn't partake in any social activities during the dance party. As a second-class wizard apprentice, no one would bother socializing with him. However, few women who seemed to be noble ladies invited him to their homes for a drink after the party. Duke declined all invitations. He had no intention of leaving with women he couldn't overpower. He quietly slipped away shortly after the dance began, knowing his absence wouldn't be noticed. Duke had already received a message from Vivian. She would be arriving in Harbor City tomorrow. Thorn Holy Tower was somewhat distant from Harbor City. Vivian was coming by floating airship, which would take 2 hours. Vivian recently succeeded in advancing to second-class wizard apprentice and was very busy, so she took 2 rare days off to meet with Duke. When Duke left, it was during Harbor City's most bustling time, with scantily clad female wizards everywhere on the streets. As he walked, he received countless invitations. Some female wizards gazed at Duke as if they were hungry, wolves wanting to devour him right there on the street. Duke almost fled from the area. By the time he returned to the inn, he was covered in various perfume scents. These were left by women he encountered on the streets who brazenly hooked his arm, insisting on taking Duke out for some fun. On Duke's way back, while passing through some alleys, he could still hear the low panting sounds from within. On the way back, he encountered this more than once, suggesting this was quite common here, with many people freely indulging their desires. Duke took a bath once he got back, washing off all the inexplicable fragrances to avoid any lingering troubles. He and Vivian had already agreed to meet at the entrance of the Magic Potion Association early tomorrow morning to attend the Magic Pharmacist Apprentice Assessment together. Vivian, naturally, had also studied Magic Potion. Though not as specialized as Duke, Magic Potion and Alchemy were mandatory courses at the Thorn Holy Tower, required learning for every wizard apprentice. It was said that the assessment at the Magic Potion Association would take a few hours. After hearing that Duke was preparing for the assessment, Vivian decided to give it a try too. She did not have much confidence in passing the assessment, only holding a try-it-out mentality. In the morning, sunlight pierced through the sea's dark clouds, illuminating Harbor City as it woke from the night. Duke stood at the entrance of the Magic Potion Association. He had just contacted Vivian via the Wizard's Mark and learned she had already arrived in Harbor City and was on her way. "Duke," Vivian's voice came from behind, still cool but full of joy. When Duke turned around, he saw Vivian standing gracefully in a pale gold dress, her whole being radiating under the sunlight. It was evident that Vivian had dressed meticulously. Her makeup was extremely delicate yet not ostentatious, perfectly showcasing the youthful aura of a young girl. Long time no see, Duke couldn't help but smile. This genuine happiness hadn't come to him in a long while. Seeing Vivian relaxed his long tense nerves a bit. "You seem to have changed quite a bit." Vivian at a glance appraised Duke and even walked over to help tidy up his messy collar. Duke had come early in the morning, neglecting such details. "Not really, no major changes," Duke chuckled. "Become more mysterious?" Vivian pondered for a moment before using the word mysterious. The two walked and chatted, seemingly having endless topics to discuss after not seeing each other for so long, both wanting to cram into each other's head all the experiences they had had during this period. The registration for the Magic Pharmacist Apprentice Assessment was completed quickly. Both held identities from the Thorn Holy Tower and Black Sail, allowing for a smooth registration process. The Magic Pharmacist Apprentice Assessment took a total of 6 hours, with each person undertaking the assessment in a separate room. The assessment consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a magic potion experiment. Duke entered a small room where hundreds of silver-white candles drifted from the ceiling, providing ample lighting without making the room feel dim. Responsible for overseeing the test was a middle-aged man named Maud, who handed Duke a large parchment. On the parchment were densely packed questions, all related to magic potion, and all of them were essay questions. Many questions were long, with just the description of each question being over 1,000 words, making Duke's scalp tingle. Duke initially felt quite confident, but upon seeing the sheer volume and complexity of the exam, his confidence wavered. This exam totaled 1,000 points, and passing required a score of at least 600. The assessment time was 3 hours, and Duke felt certain he wouldn't finish all the questions, but he would try his best. The questions covered numerous aspects of magic potion, touching on various fields, with some requiring basic alchemy knowledge. Duke couldn't help but wonder whether this exam was really for magic pharmacist apprentices, as the content seemed overly extensive. He picked up his quill and began the test, with the quill constantly scratching quietly over the parchment. Having a wealth of exam experience from his previous life, Duke knew his task wasn't to complete all the questions, but to secure as many points as possible. Once he began, he quickly regained that familiar feeling, his eyes continuously darting across the exam paper. Whenever he saw familiar content, he wrote down the answers first, marking those he didn't understand, and indicating the time-consuming ones differently. He quickly skimmed through the entire exam, answering the simple questions first to ensure he secured those possible points. Finishing all these in 3 hours was an impossible task, so efficiently managing his time was paramount. Duke then tackled the moderately challenging questions one by one, skipping those he was certain he couldn't complete. As each second ticked by, his quill continued to write non-stop on the parchment. 3 hours later, the parchment was filled with many answers. Maud retrieved Duke's exam, handing it over to another wizard at the door for scoring before proceeding to the assessment's second part, the magic potion experiment. Maud then opened an envelope, pulled out a small card, placed it on Duke's table and said, "Here are 7 kinds of secondary potions. You can choose one as your next assessment topic." Duke glanced at the card, which listed some common secondary potions. If he couldn't find at least one potion he could make, then continuing with the assessment wouldn't be necessary. Duke noticed the basic magic recovery potion and starlight meditation potion listed, both of which he had mastered. So he declared, "I choose the basic magic recovery potion." The starlight meditation potion he previously refined used human-faced snail as the main material, differing somewhat in process. The magic potion association here was sure to use golden grass as the main material, so to be on the safe side. Duke chose the basic magic recovery potion. Maud then brought in 2 sets of materials for the basic magic recovery potion, meaning Duke had 2 attempts. If both sets were used up unsuccessfully, it would signify failure in the assessment. If Duke failed the magic potion experiment section, no matter how well he did on the written test, it would result in failing the assessment. Failed, Duke would have to wait another 3 months to retake the assessment, unable to reapply immediately. After all, the Magic Potion Association also needed to bear the costs of conducting the assessment. The materials for the basic magic recovery potion were quickly delivered, and the relevant experimental instruments and tools were also brought in. Maud even asked Duke if he had any other requirements for the experimental equipment, such as size or material. Duke glanced over them. These experimental tools were sufficient, so he had no further requirements. After he was prepared, he informed Maud and then began refining the magic potion. Maud held a small booklet and kept watching from the side, occasionally recording something. Duke meticulously carried out the magic potion refining, his proficiency long maxed out, and everything was very familiar. For him, there's almost no chance of potion refining failing due to his own reasons now. Even if it failed, it would most likely be because of a problem with the magic potion materials themselves or with the experimental equipment. The experimental assessment lasted a total of 3 hours, and Duke took less than 1 hour to refine a basic magic recovery potion. Maud quickly conducted an inspection, then recorded various data in the booklet and sealed this vial of basic magic recovery potion for archiving purposes. Maud gave this evaluation, indicating that Duke's magic potion experimental assessment was passed. Next, it depended on the written test results. If he could score 600, meant he passed the qualification assessment for a magic pharmacist apprentice. Since Duke's magic potion experimental assessment was completed so quickly, The written test scores were not yet released when he came out. Simply grading the papers wouldn't take that long. It's mainly to ensure the fairness of the process, requiring a series of steps to ensure fairness in the grading process to prevent cheating. After waiting for half an hour, Duke got his score, 727 points. It was a relatively average score, not very excellent, but not bad either. Duke could only sigh that his accumulation was still too little, having heard that some outstanding wizard apprentices could score 800 or 900 points. Those were generally people who had been in contact with these things since childhood, with years of accumulation that Duke couldn't catch up to in such a short time. Even with a skill tree, it still requires some accumulation to be effective. However, Duke was already very satisfied with this score since his goal was just to pass the assessment, not aiming for a high score, as there were no rewards anyway. After a while, Vivian also came out. And judging by her expression, there shouldn't be any problems. Duke, holding his report card, said, "I've already passed the magic pharmacist apprentice assessment." Vivian smiled and said, "That's good. I've passed the magic potion assessment too. Now it's just about waiting for the written test results." A short while later, Vivian's score was also released, 652 points. The two of them passed this time's magic pharmacist apprentice assessment, went through a series of procedures at the Magic Potion Association, registered, and finally received a small golden badge. The golden badge was shaped like a potion jar, with Duke's name engraved on the back. Similar to the Black Sail badge, this was also an identity proof for the Magic Potion Association, making many things convenient to handle. By the time Duke and Vivian finished all these processes, it was already dusk, with most of the time spent waiting, signing documents, and leaving a spiritual power imprint, etc. However, the internal efficiency of the Magic Potion Association was quite high. At least everything was completed in one afternoon, instead of having to wait several days. After leaving the Magic Potion Association, Duke and Vivian were about to go to a restaurant, reportedly quite delicious for dinner, when they suddenly encountered a blonde man. Duke had some impression of this person, having seen him at yesterday's Magic Potion Association meeting, and recalling him a bit. "Vivian, why are you here too? Why didn't you tell me? You could have used our teleportation array to arrive directly here without needing to take the airship," Belle exclaimed, surprised and somewhat excited upon seeing Vivian. Belle was also a wizard apprentice at the Thorn Holy Tower, hailing from a pure-blood mage family. He quickly noticed the Duke by Vivian's side and inquired very politely, "Vivian, who is this?" "My fiancé, Duke," Vivian said skillfully, linking her arm with Duke's and introducing him. She wasn't using Duke as an excuse, but rather expressing her genuine feelings. Even though Belle tried to maintain his composure, guessing Duke's identity in many ways, he was a bit taken aback when Vivian openly admitted Duke was her fiancé while being so intimately engaged with him. Taking a deep breath, Belle said, "Fiancé, I've never heard you mention that. Why should I tell you?" "Please make way, we're leaving," Vivian said with a cold look in her eyes, as though she had returned to her days as a female knight. Seeing Vivian a bit displeased, Belle could only step aside and added, "Which wizard organizations is brother Duke from?" Duke casually mentioned the name Black Sail and then left, not bothering with Belle behind them. "Black Sail?" Belle muttered this name to himself, watching Duke and Vivian's figures with a flickering gaze. Pondering something unspoken, Duke and Vivian arrived at a restaurant called Spices and Honey, which specialized in various desserts. Vivian had always wanted to come and eat there, but had previously been too busy to find an opportunity. They ordered a large table of delicacies, including dishes made from beef and magical beast meat, in addition to the desserts. They also ordered 2 glasses of Fire Dragon whiskey. Fire Dragon whiskey was another specialty here, served in a giant glass filled with whiskey, with a tiny fire dragon inside spewing flames. Of course, it merely employed some tricks to produce this effect, not a real creature. After satisfying their cravings, the two planned to stroll around to see what this famous harbor city had to offer that attracted so many visitors for leisure. Duke found that ever since Vivian linked her arm with his, he encountered much less hassle. No longer did noble ladies invite him to their homes. Mostly they merely glanced at him a few times, but seeing Vivian, they no longer disturbed him. Wizard Arena. Starting soon. It gets only 5 magic stones. A big man ahead was calling out, holding a stack of tickets, with several more burly men behind him, shouting similarly. Behind them was a peculiar-looking large door, resembling a giant beast with its mouth wide open, surrounded by sharp fangs. Inside the door was obscure, only a mass of flames burning fiercely. Had it not been for the lack of heat, one might think it was a real fire. Gladiatorial arena. Duke was somewhat familiar with this wizard arena, like the slave arenas of old, except those on stage were generally wizards. The main attraction of the wizard arena is combat between wizards or between wizards and various magical creatures and demons. The content is extremely bloody and realistic, making it a rare entertainment program for the people of Harbor City. The tickets here are very cheap, costing only 5 magic stones. Because the main income source of the arena is betting on outcomes, the low ticket price is just to draw more people into play. They fear you won't play, not that you'll earn money, hence the 5 magic stone ticket price. Duke wanted to go in and take a look, primarily to observe the combat styles between wizards. He could learn something from it. He has almost never seen many combats between wizards and lacks experience in this area. Vivian also had this intention, as Thorn Holy Tower does not currently offer training in real combat, making this an excellent opportunity for observation and learning. Both started their practice from the most basic knight's breathing technique, and they already have rich combat experience, placing more emphasis on actual combat. Duke then bought 2 tickets and stepped through the flame gate. After passing through the flame gate, there is a long corridor adorned with murals of many battles between wizards and demons. Behind the hallway is a rest lounge with many small sofas for a few people to rest and chat privately. There's also a bar to the side where some bartenders are busy, with glasses occasionally spewing flames or snowflakes. After ordering 2 special ice and fire wines, Duke carried the glasses through the lounge to the wizard arena. Upon passing a large door, their view suddenly opened up to a vast prairie landscape. Duke had not expected such a large space inside. The prairie seemed endless, with distant mountain ranges visible. It was unclear whether it was genuinely so vast or if there was a boundary. A gigantic arena was built on the prairie ahead. From its design, it seemed ancient, like a building from thousands of years ago. Duke and Vivian ascended the long stairs to the top of the arena. Looking down, the scale of the arena exceeded imagination. It could accommodate at least 200,000 people, with a massive competing ground below. At that moment, many people were already seated in the arena, likely around 5,000 or 6,000. Such a number took only a small portion of the seats, with many vacant spots still available. Duke and Vivian continued down to seats closer to the arena, where there were fewer people around. These seats were closer to the fight ground, offering a clearer view of the events inside the arena. The arena was protected by the witch array, so there was no worry about the audience being affected. A somewhat lean bald man, bare-chested, loudly shouted in the middle of the arena, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wizard Arena. Let me present tonight's appetizer. Level 1 Mage Navi versus Level 1 Magical Beast Moonlight Wolf. To maximize the Moonlight Wolf's combat power, we specifically adjusted today's weather to a full moon." The bald man's pronunciation of the word full moon was particularly drawn out, showcasing his impressive lung capacity. As he finished speaking, the sky in this space started to change. The clouds in the night sky slowly dispersed, and a full moon emerged, emanating a gentle glow. A moonlight wolf, it's a powerful level 1 magical beast whose strength can greatly increase during a full moon. Vivian quickly recalled the relevant information about the moonlight wolf. Duke was not familiar with the moonlight wolf, as he hadn't looked deeply into level 1 magical beast information. Start betting. Start betting. Ladies and gentlemen, you can participate in betting with the tickets in your hand by placing magic stones on the side you want to bet on. The bald man continued loudly, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Duke then closely examined the ticket in his hand and noticed some changes to the content printed on it. A male wizard appeared on the left side of the ticket, and a moonlight wolf appeared on the right side, with a black vortex emerging on both sides. Inserting magic stones into the black vortexes counts as placing a bet, and if your bet wins, you'll directly receive your ticket from the vortex. For those who frequently play at the Wizard Arena, the experience of a black vortex spitting out magic stones in a frenzy is enough to drive them crazy. However, betting always involves wins and losses, with some going bankrupt here every day. Duke didn't plan to bet too heavily, preferring to play around since his primary aim was learning. He glanced at the information about Navi on the ticket. He was a level 1 crystallized wizard, considered very powerful among level 1 mages. Level 1 mage is divided into 3 tiers: gaseous, liquidation, and crystallization. From gaseous to crystallization, each tier represents a significant strength difference, with a level 1 crystallized wizard being the highest among level 1 mages. The ticket also documented some of Navi's battle achievements, noting that he had defeated several powerful level 1 magical beasts. He was not a slave to the wizard arena, just someone here purely to earn money. "Who do you favor?" Vivian asked. Duke thought for a moment and said, "I still favor Navi. Though the moonlight wolf under a full moon is powerful, Navi likely isn't a reckless person. He should have some trump cards as a crystallized wizard. In the wizard arena, death means death, and the arena bears no responsibility. Navi had already signed relevant contracts." After the bald man hyped both sides, the odds displayed on the ticket stabilized at 1.7 to 1.5 after fluctuating. It seemed most people favored the moonlight wolf. Duke considered for a moment, then bet 10 level 1 magic stones, Vivian doing the same. They were just looking for a bit of fun and hadn't planned on seriously earning from it. Duke calculated the odds on both sides, realizing the arena's house cut was substantial, ensuring it lost nothing. After the bald man's warming speech, both Navi and the moonlight wolf entered from the east and west sides of the arena. The moonlight wolf evidently possessed considerable intelligence, fully aware of the arena's rules, and didn't rush to attack. Instead, it calmly observed Navi, knowing this was its opponent for the night. Navi wore black armor all over, resembling a knight more than a wizard. It's crafted from magic metal. Vivian recognized at once. Magic metal is very expensive, and using it to forge armor is even more luxurious. This Navi could make money in the arena, clearly having some skills up his sleeve. In the gladiatorial arena, after a bald man let out a strange cry, he appeared on the host platform at the edge of the arena, signifying the official start of this battle. He would be responsible for explaining the events here, stirring up the atmosphere inside the arena. At this time, the betting on the tickets was also concluded. If Duke guessed correctly, he would receive 17 magic stones. The moonlight wolf's figure flickered, leaving a spectral image of its body in place. These illusions multiplied rapidly, soon filling the arena with hundreds of moonlight wolf reflections, making it impossible to discern the true body. Navi stood still, armor beginning to transform. The metal covering his body flowed like water, forming a massive shield nearby. Meanwhile, 8 gigantic metal tendrils grew from his back, resembling spider legs, with tips that were extremely sharp and glittered menacingly. "Mechanical wizard," Vivian whispered. It was Duke's first time seeing a mechanical wizard in person. He had only heard of them. Before, it said that on the East Coast, the development of mechanical wizards is particularly prosperous, with many of them present, unlike the rare sight on the West Coast. While they were discussing, the moonlight wolf suddenly appeared at Navi's flank, precisely at the spot the metal giant shield couldn't defend, striking fiercely with its massive, sharp claws. The moonlight wolf's claws were 1/2 meter long. If they connected, Navi would be split on the spot. The magic metal on Navi's body flowed swiftly, forming a small shield that blocked the attack just in time. Navi reacted quickly, constantly using spiritual power to monitor the surroundings. Duke couldn't even catch the moonlight wolf's movements or see when it approached. For him, facing such magical beasts relied on more than just sight. Other methods of perception and reconnaissance were needed, or he wouldn't have time to react. As Navi was blocking the ambush, the metal spider legs behind him also moved, so fast that it was hard to see them in action. By the time many noticed, the spider legs had already pierced into the moonlight wolf's body, seemingly teleporting without any movement process. No blood appeared on the moonlight wolf's body. Its massive form dissipated into specks of starlight. Soon, the moonlight wolf reappeared from another angle, attacking from an exceptionally tricky position. Navi seemed unbothered, with the magic metal on him acting as if it had its own consciousness, automatically executing attacks and defenses with incredible speed. Each failed ambush by the moonlight wolf resulted in another spectral image vanishing. Navi responded leisurely, apparently intending to exhaust the moonlight wolf before making any aggressive moves. After 10 minutes, only 30 or so spectral images of the moonlight wolf remained in the arena. The moonlight wolf was visibly cautious, never daring to truly approach Navi as the metal spider legs posed great pressure upon it. Finally, Navi seemed to decide it was enough, waving his hand as numerous small pieces of magic metal flew from him, floating and rapidly forming needle-like shapes. One end of these metal needles was exceedingly sharp, while the other blossomed like flowers, revealing tens of thousands of fine metal stamens within. Navi waved his hand, and these metal flowers shot out instantly, targeting the remaining spectral images in the arena. Moments later, each illusionary moonlight wolf popped like a bubble, leaving behind a floating metal flower. The true body of the moonlight wolf appeared in the arena, a long gash on its left forepaw dripping continuously with blood. Navi's magic metal was limited. He couldn't use it all to destroy these images at once, so he opted to exhaust them first before breaking them one by one. He didn't need to pinpoint the moonlight wolf's actual location. Solving the spectral images ensured the body would reveal itself. At this moment, the airborne metal flowers was still hovering, spinning continuously. These blooms appeared beautiful, but to the moonlight wolf, they were life-reaping weapons. The moonlight wolf was now somewhat cornered, unable to approach Navi as the magic metal perfectly shielded him, with attacks equally deadly. The moonlight wolf howled to the sky, the full moon casting a beam downwards, infusing the moonlight wolf. This is the awakening of its bloodline power, significantly boosting the moonlight wolf's capabilities and possibly triggering an ancestral transformation, Vivian explained. The entire process was fleeting, lasting only a moment, else Navi wouldn't have stood by watching the moonlight wolf receive the moon's blessing. With moonlight awakening its bloodline power, the moonlight wolf's body radiated a silvery glow. And it moved, its speed multiplied several times, reaching Navi in the blink of an eye, its sharp claws horizontally slashing to decapitate Navi. The claws struck Navi solidly as he seemingly had no time to react. Navi's upper body distorted from immense force, his head hanging at an odd angle, yet no blood flowed. Moments later, Navi's form melted into a pool of metallic liquid on the ground. Speed increased by 6.7 times. A voice drifted from above. The crowd looked up to find Navi floating mid-air, standing upon a metal flower, muttering calculations. Conclusion reached, so be it. Navi's fingers moved continually, guiding the metal flowers below to distribute systematically throughout the arena. The moonlight wolf's slit eyes watched the moving flowers, instinctively sensing danger. Reacting by instinct, it tried to flee the location, unable to sit idly by. Instantly, a flower sliced through like a blade as it departed. The moonlight wolf swiftly dodged the attack, but the flower's stamen burst out, transforming into thousands of sharp needles, puncturing directly into the moonlight wolf's body. The moonlight wolf gritted its teeth, clamping its muscles tightly around the stabbing needles to prevent full penetration. Struggling, it managed to secure the needles within its muscles, despite its back being porcupine-like and oozing blood. Bloomed. Navi gently uttered these 3 words from mid-air, as if pronouncing the moonlight wolf's death sentence. In the gladiatorial arena, the many flowers sealed off all escape paths for the moonlight wolf. Dozens of metal flowers bloomed, each ejecting stamens that wrapped the moonlight wolf in a deluge of metal threads. In the gladiatorial arena, the moonlight wolf was already sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Navi landed directly, standing beside the moonlight wolf, when suddenly the moonlight wolf stood up. Many people in the arena let out a gasp, thinking Navi had fallen into the moonlight wolf's trap. Just as people hoped to see Navi ripped to shreds, he surprisingly reached out and patted the moonlight wolf's head, and the wolf lowered its head. Many people still didn't understand what happened. This moonlight wolf, body riddled with metal spikes like a porcupine, was oddly friendly to Navi. Navi used those metal spikes to control the moonlight wolf's corpse. The moonlight wolf was already dead, filled with metal spikes making survival impossible, Vivian explained. Duke agreed, as those metal spikes were spread throughout the wolf's body, almost filling it up completely. Now the moonlight wolf was essentially a puppet. Navi could make it do whatever he wanted. The bald man then let out a strange cry, shouting, "I declare, the winner is Navi." The arena erupted instantly, countless people cheering while many others beat their chests in frustration. Inside the arena, Navi showed no special emotion. He calmly waved his hand, retrieving all the magic metal around back into his armor. Throughout the entire battle, Navi was very relaxed. The moonlight wolf did not pose any pressure on him. Clearly, he understood the moonlight wolf well, managing to handle this level 1 magic beast at a calm pace, eliminating it with the least expenditure of magic power. Duke, holding his ticket, noticed some black stones were being dispensed from the black vortex. 17 in total, the same for Vivian, who casually placed them into their space rings, not paying much attention to them. But the audience elsewhere was different, some people's tickets dispensed stones piling into a small mountain. Unimaginable how many stones they had wagered. Many were eyeing the pile of stones with envy, but no one dared make a move here. Doing so would be suicidal. The person holding the heap of stones laughed heartily, appearing somewhat delirious. Where there is laughter, there are tears. Quite a few dazed people sat in their seats, clutching their hair as if their nails would pierce their scalps, trembling all over. No need to ask, these people must have gambled everything they had, and now, after losing everything, might also be burdened with heavy debts. The arena didn't care about these matters, after all. They always win. Soon the second battle commenced. This time, it was a duel between two level 1 liquidation mages. Both had excellent records, with odds relatively balanced. This time Duke didn't participate in betting. He figured wagering a little wouldn't yield much either. He carefully observed the battleground, trying to see some details clearly. The combat between these two mages wasn't fatal. Typically, one would concede if injured. After all, they are here to earn money, no need to fight to the death. Win or lose, there's some profit to be made either way. Mages generally have a sense of these things. Without personal grudges, no one fights to the death. There are some unspoken rules within these circles. These two mages were primarily using elemental magic, and the effects displayed were much better than the previous match. Fireballs, waves, ice, and lightning burst forth continually, causing exclamations from the audience periodically. Suddenly, Duke thought these two were more like performing rather than genuinely fighting, losing some interest instantly. He realized that these two were likely people affiliated with the gladiatorial arena. Performative battles don't teach much, they just give a sense of what formal wizard spells can achieve. Duke eyeballed the magical spells they cast, generally in the range of 20 to 30 degrees, an indicator of not putting in full effort. He estimated a formal wizard's casual strike might be the limit for a round table knight's protection. After an apparent bitter struggle, the match ended with one wizard conceding voluntarily. He had suffered an attack from a lightning spell, his robe charred, vomiting blood, appearing severely harmed. The battles continued within the gladiatorial arena. A new batch entering as fresh betting commenced, keeping the place bustling. "Vivian, you came too." Belle's voice came from behind, eyes fixed intensely on Vivian. Seeing Duke beside Vivian, Belle's expression visibly changed. Duke turned his head, realizing this person seemed to have just arrived and appeared to have come directly over after seeing Vivian. Thinking a little, Duke understood the situation. Someone must have seen Vivian here, then informed Belle, who rushed over specifically for her. Vivian ignored him, not bothered to turn around or talk to him. Belle wasn't embarrassed, walking over to greet them. "Your fiancé is here as well. The arena's performances are quite impressive, worth watching more." Neither responded, and Belle seemed slightly displeased, saying, "Duke's from Black Sail, right? I heard the wizards from Black Sail are adept in combat. How about we spar a little?" "Belle, what do you mean?" Vivian instantly became furious, her tone icy. Belle, maintaining a smiling face, explained, "Vivian, don't misunderstand, it's just a friendly spar, nothing more. I won't harm Duke. You, a first-class wizard apprentice, sparring with a second-class wizard apprentice. Aren't you afraid of losing face for our Thorn Holy Tower?" Vivian retorted. Belle pretended to realize something. "Ah, Duke is a second-class wizard apprentice. I thought Vivian's fiancé, even if not an official wizard, would at least be a first-class apprentice." It was clear to everyone that his words were mocking. He couldn't possibly not recognize Duke as a second-class wizard apprentice. Duke hadn't hidden his magic power aura either, something easily perceived among wizards. At this point, another person approached. "Belle, you want to spar with one of our Black Sail people? Try me instead." Duke looked up to find it was Merrick. Merrick was now a first-class wizard apprentice, having advanced rapidly. The assessment for second-class wizard apprentice hadn't yet come, and he was already a first-class wizard apprentice. Merrick and Belle evidently knew each other. Belle didn't take up Merrick's invitation to spar, stating, "I just wanted to exchange pointers with Brother Duke. I didn't realize he's only a second-class wizard apprentice." "Forget it then." Belle seemed to be quite apprehensive of Merrick. Unwilling to spar with him, and even took a jab at Duke. Has the Thorn Holy Tower's standards dropped so low now that can't even sense others' magic power auras? I think it should just shut down early, Merrick casually said. Bell's expression turned a bit unpleasant, but he seemed unwilling to argue with Merrick, preparing to leave. Duke suddenly stood up and said, "We can spar. Although I'm a second-class wizard apprentice, I think sparring with you shouldn't be a problem." "What did you say?" "Originally." Bell just wanted to provoke Duke under the guise of sparring and hadn't thought Duke would actually accept the challenge. The gap between a first-class wizard apprentice and a second-class wizard apprentice is quite significant. A first-class wizard apprentice has at least 30 points of spiritual power, while Duke only has a little over 20. Spiritual power determines the strength of magic and the amount of magic power within one's body. In battle, the second-class wizard apprentice is completely outmatched and disadvantageous. In theory, as long as the first-class wizard apprentice isn't too incompetent, losing is practically impossible. On the surface, it seemed unwise for Duke to take the initiative in issuing a sparring invitation. "Duke, don't heed him." Vivian also stood up and held Duke back. "It's all right, I'm confident, trust me." Duke lightly patted Vivian's shoulder as he spoke. Seeing Duke so calm, Vivian knew Duke wasn't reckless. Since he dared to say so, he must be confident, so she became less worried. "All right, we'll spar after this bout ends. I've already paid to cut in line." "But don't regret it," Belle stated eagerly, seemingly afraid Duke would back out. Since Vivian was present today, Belle couldn't wait to show himself in front of her, letting her know that her choice of fiancé was far inferior. "Don't worry, I'll show up when it's time." Duke replied calmly, seemingly indifferent. At this moment, Merrick seriously glanced at Duke, walked over, extended his hand, and said, "My name is Merrick. Regardless of whether you win or lose this sparring, we could get to know each other and interact more in the future." Duke extended his hand and shook Merrick's. Merrick admired Duke's courage and guts. Black Sail's wizards can lose but shouldn't be timid. Realistically, even if Duke refused, it would be reasonable since this is an unfair challenge. But Duke still accepted and showed no fear, making Merrick think he's a truly admirable person worth befriending. Merrick is quite proud and arrogant, generally not acknowledging ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted to killing Uli and done so openly despite being wanted afterwards, strutting openly outside Black Sail territories. He wasn't born into a pure-blood mage family, thus had no bias towards lineage, instead holding disdain for those from pure-blood mage families. The previous conflicts with Uli stemmed from this. Uli was unbearably arrogant daily, which Merrick naturally disliked, leading to frequent clashes. After the assessment, he struck a decisive blow with no mercy, disregarding the consequences. Today, seeing Belle, a pure-blood mage from Thorn Holy Tower, coming here to bully Black Sail folk, Merrick couldn't sit still and came directly to stir trouble. He genuinely wanted to fight Belle, preferably signing a life and death contract so he wouldn't have to hold back. Sadly, Belle chickened out and avoided Merrick's spar invitation, yet eagerly accepted Duke's challenge. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Merrick directly remarked, not merely thinking aloud but saying it right in front of Belle. Belle's face turned instantly ashen, yet he said nothing and instead went to consult with the Wizard Arena's personnel. At the Wizard Arena, bouts can be queued up if you pay, arranged whenever you want, but requires signing a contract. As the organizer, the arena naturally wants to avoid involving itself in troubles, hence requiring exemption contracts for privately initiated duels. Especially since Belle is from the Crawford clan, a very formidable pure-blood mage family, forcing the arena to handle matters cautiously. Soon, Belle and Duke's spar was arranged, set to begin after the current bout ends. Inside the arena, a bald man announced to the surroundings, "Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a special program where two youngsters have temporarily decided to spar. They are Duke, a second-class wizard apprentice from Black Sail, and Belle, a first-class wizard apprentice from Thorn Holy Tower." No sooner had he spoken, laughter erupted from the audience seats. "What are these two kids here stirring up? Hey kid, bite off the Thorn Holy Tower guy's ear with your teeth. Haven't seen kids brawling for a while, kinda interesting." In the arena, battles are generally at the official wizard level. Wizard apprentice level duels are rare sights. Duke and Belle are both in their teens, undeniably kids compared to wizards with lifespans of hundreds of years. "This isn't fair. Why must our black sails second-class wizard apprentice fight a first-class wizard apprentice from the other side? Exactly, are you intentionally bullying our black sail people? How can Thorn Holy Tower people rampage in harbor city? Soon, dissatisfaction voices emerged from individuals, mostly wizards from the black sail side. Naturally, they supported Duke and were displeased with this unfair duel. Some official wizards even proposed replacing Duke in the bout. The bald man quickly clarified, this sparring is merely an exchange between two kids, completely voluntary. Our arena absolutely did not force Duke to participate. This being Black Sail's territory, he wouldn't dare attempt such a thing even with 100-fold courage. Duke and Belle then walked into the arena, positioning themselves on respective sides, awaiting the duel's commencement. This duel naturally involved betting too, with odds wildly fluctuating as betting commenced. For this unfair duel, the odds aptly reflected everybody's views on it. Duke's odds were 1 to 3, initially reaching 1 to 6, before gradually settling at 1 to 3. From the audience seat, Merrick candidly declared, "I'll bet 5,000 on Duke winning." Having said this, he retrieved numerous magic stones from his space ring, pouring them into the black vortex over the ticket stand, leaving onlookers flabbergasted. Betting that much at once, especially on Duke, who had an ostensibly low win rate, was akin to tossing magic stones into the water. Merrick plunged 5,000 magic stones at once, not because he believed Duke could win, but simply to support Duke, as well as to support Black Sail. For him, he didn't expect to get back these 5,000 magic stones, much less make money from it. In the audience of the gladiatorial arena, many people's eyes flickered, looking at the tempting odds on Duke's side, feeling restless. "Let's take a gamble." Someone gritted their teeth, got up, quickly went to find the arena's people to borrow money. There were not few such people. Some thought that Duke was bound to lose, so they bet a lot of magic stones on Belle, intending to earn a little money. But there were also some who, with a gambling mindset, placed a significant bet on Duke. Vivian bet 1,000 magic stones on the ticket, all of it on Duke. She was different from Merrick. Merrick did not believe Duke could win, while Vivian believed Duke was sure to win. Duke, as a participant, couldn't partake in the betting himself, so he couldn't make a bet for himself. But in reality, this rule wasn't very useful. One just had to find someone trustworthy to place the bet. For them, in the arena, the bald host shrieked, "Whoa, I declare begin." Duke immediately used petrification skin and rock armor to establish a basic defense. His entire body was covered with a layer of earth yellow armor wrapping himself tightly. Earth magic, interesting. Belle seemed a bit surprised. He knew that mastering earth magic wasn't easy. From Duke's casting speed, it was evident that he had a high mastery over the spell. Belle also started taking things seriously, knowing he couldn't let his guard down. For him, this duel had to be won, not lost. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock, although he never thought he would lose. Magic power surged within Belle, and then 3 black balls appeared around his body. The bald host saw this scene and immediately shouted, "It's actually dark attribute magic. This is the Crawford clan's signature." Dark attribute magic is extremely rare. It's difficult for average wizards to absorb free energy particles of the dark attribute, let alone manipulate dark attribute energy particles to cast magic. Typically, it requires unique talent and lineage to perform this kind of magic. Or through self-modification and enhancement, one can gain such abilities. Many wizards are researching this aspect. The Crawford clan is renowned for their proficiency in dark attribute magic. Their lineage is quite special, naturally having a high affinity with the dark attribute. This is one reason they maintain the purity of their bloodline, never intermarrying outside the clan, to avoid bloodline contamination. Dark attribute magic is particularly special. Dark attribute energy generally has significant destructiveness and carries the unique corrosion of dark attribute energy. This corrosiveness is extremely troublesome, requiring light attribute energy to have a restraining effect. But like the dark attribute, the light attribute is also rare, possibly even more so. At least on the West Coast, there are no wizard clans known for proficiency in the light attribute. Many in the audience who bet on Duke started to feel worried, with some even regretting it. Duke's rock armor looked thick, and indeed, earth attribute magic is good at defense. However, against dark attribute magic, the defensive effect might not be as good. Belle snapped his fingers, and one of the dark attribute magic balls floating in front of him lifted, then split into several smaller black balls. These black balls, under Bell's control, flew directly toward Duke at high speed, aiming at vital parts like Duke's head and abdomen. It seems Bell intended to first deplete the rock armor on Duke before being able to harm Duke. It was protected by the thick armor beneath. Duke had no intention of relying only on rock armor to withstand the attack. It was just one layer of his multiple defenses. He waved his hand, conjuring a water shield in front of him. This water shield, however, looked somewhat different from an ordinary water shield technique, tinged with a dark green hue. Seeing the water shield, Bell couldn't help but laugh. A water shield technique to block my dark magic ball. Your defense strength is at most 3 or 4 grades. It's impossible to block it. This is common knowledge among many wizards. The water shield technique is considered a common defensive spell. Generally, the strength of such spells depends on the caster's spiritual power. Duke is only a second-order wizard apprentice, which means his spiritual power wouldn't be high, implying the water shield technique's defensive strength wouldn't be high either. Bell's dark magic ball headed straight for the water shield, seemingly intending to pierce through the somewhat delicate water shield directly. Just when most thought the water shield was about to be pierced, several dark magic balls hitting the water shield only caused a few ripples on its surface, then disappeared. The dark magic balls seemed to have fallen into water, vanishing from view. All of this was within Duke's expectations. His water shield was fused with shadow water and the saliva of a 3-headed dog, also possessing energy absorption properties. The strength of these dark magic balls was at most 6 or 7 grades, while the water shield's defensive strength had already reached 16 grades. Such an attack was only a scratch for his water shield, incapable of stirring up any waves. The scene left many people dumbfounded. A water shield cast by a second-order wizard apprentice had such high strength. Many at this moment realized the peculiarity of the water shield. The color was unlike any typical water shield. Many wizards thought of it that Duke must have integrated something into the water shield to enhance its strength. But what kind of materials could elevate an ordinary water shield to such a level? Bell became aware of this problem, but had no time to dwell on it now. For him, failing to even break through a basic water shield was somewhat embarrassing. After all, he bore the Crawford clan's name. Losing in such a setting wasn't just about embarrassment. He would likely be punished upon returning. This was when Bell felt the pressure and suddenly realized that the one in a predicament wasn't Duke but himself. For Duke, losing this duel was expected, but winning was a bonus. But for Bell, this was a duel with no retreat, where he had backed himself into this corner step by step. Bell's expression turned serious as he waved his hand, and all the dark magic balls beside him converged into a giant dark magic ball. After that, he kept infusing it with magic power, seemingly intending to crush Duke in one go. Bell's approach seemed simple and brutal, but it was also more direct and effective. Using ordinary methods again would struggle to break through the water shield's defense, so it was better to directly leverage the advantage of dark attribute magic. Moments later, a massive dark magic ball took shape, finally flying directly towards Duke. Duke did not underestimate this dark magic ball and immediately conjured several water shields, distributing them in front. The massive dark magic ball instantly collided with the first water shield, which dissipated after a brief hold. However, the dark magic ball also shrank significantly, and then headed toward the second water shield. This time, the dark magic ball was unable to break through the second water shield, getting completely blocked by it. A large amount of energy was absorbed before it dissipated. Duke laughed, "Is that all? I even prepared 4 water shields." He distributed 4 water shields in front, preparing to gradually counteract and weaken the energy of the dark magic ball. He hadn't expected whether the dark magic ball was too weak or his water shield was too strong. It only consumed 1 water shield to neutralize this wave of attack, and Duke stomped forward, swiftly getting close to Bell. Once in range, he conjured a water arrow directly aimed at Bell's head. His spiritual power was inferior to Bell's, allowing him to effectively control spells at a smaller range, which was a disadvantage and required him to close the distance proactively. Seeing this, a ring on Bell's hand emitted a milky white light, and then a thin film of this light covered his entire body. The water arrow arrived subsequently, and since Bell dodged slightly, the water arrow only hit his chest. Yet the energy contained within still exploded. In its corrosive nature, continued to erode the light film over Belle's body. Belle appeared somewhat disheveled by this attack, with his chest clothes becoming tattered and the energy film significantly thinned. The intensity of the water arrow took him by surprise, being fundamentally different from the ordinary water arrow technique. The strength of Duke's water arrow technique, bolstered by three-headed dog saliva, reached a level 14, while ordinary water arrows were impressive at level 4. This data was based on his strength as a second-class wizard apprentice. With greater spiritual power, the data would correspondingly improve. Duke didn't give Belle a moment to rest, continuously forming water arrows to attack relentlessly. Belle consecutively used 3 defensive demonized items, resolving these magic attacks one by one. He seemed to lose confidence in his defensive spells on his own, resorting directly to using the demonized items on him. Duke's seemingly ordinary water arrow technique strength was too high, far beyond what an ordinary second-class wizard apprentice could conjure, and even many first-class wizard apprentices couldn't effortlessly use spells at over 10 degrees. This was completely unanticipated by Belle, catching him somewhat off guard. As the situation evolved, many in the audience began to reveal expressions of ecstatic joy. Based on the current trend, Duke genuinely had the potential to win this duel. In the gladiatorial arena, Belle nearly retreated while dealing with encountering Duke's attacks. Duke had to lament, this guy was indeed rich, who knows how many demonized items he had on him. Belle seemed somewhat annoyed, being suppressed throughout the battle, making him feel quite stifled. Originally, I didn't want to use this move, that form is just too ugly. As he spoke, his skin began revealing some black hues that spread across his body, turning even his entire face black. Simultaneously, Belle's back began to bulge, as if something was trying to break out. With a couple of squelching sounds, a pair of bat wings emerged behind Belle, and with a flap, he levitated off the ground. Duke looked up to see that Belle's face had changed beyond recognition, yet still retained some original features, though now it had a pair of fangs and a tightly shut vertical eye in the center of his forehead. This is the Crawford clan's bloodline power. Vivian recalled, remembering the knowledge she had previously gathered. The Crawford clan's bloodline had been improved and optimized with each generation over many years, containing formidable power. Descendants need only grow and develop normally to continuously tap into this bloodline power. Though Belle's control over this power was still somewhat immature, he could at least start utilizing it to some extent. After activating his bloodline, Belle's spiritual power instantly surged to nearly 50 points, with his internal magic power significantly increased and all his physical attributes enhanced. This method elevated his overall strength, significantly highlighting the advantage of his bloodline. The reason pure blood mage families often looked down on half-blood mages was due to their many years of accumulated strength, among which bloodline was just one factor. Floating midair, Belle conjured an even larger dark magic ball with a wave of his hand, his face brimming with a cruel smile. Originally, I just wanted to play around with you, but you've angered me, so prepare to die. Duke instantly took out a basic magic recovery potion, replenishing his inner magic power. Though Belle's current form was indeed troublesome, he remained calm, contemplating a strategy. Seeing Duke drink a potion, Belle's face showed disdain, and he immediately hurled a dark magic ball. He didn't want to give Duke a breather or, precisely, didn't want to give him a chance to concede. He even regretted not having made this duel a deathmatch contract. In that case, the battle could only end with one side's death, but unfortunately, such rules weren't established from the start. Belle always paid attention to his outward image and considered his appearance decent, so he was always averse to this form. Being forced to this point today made him feel stifled and angry, especially since Vivian witnessed this scene, adding to his annoyance. This time, the dark magic ball shattered 2 water shields before dissipating, and Duke approximately gauged the strength of this dark magic ball to be around 20 degrees. The strength of magic was not a simple matter of arithmetic. Water shields could withstand a maximum energy attack of 16 degrees, and anything above that would shatter them. After the dark magic ball shattered one, it could still continue forward, estimated to be around 20 degrees, and breaking the second water shield indicated it was over 20 degrees. The situation changed once again, with Belle launching a furious bombardment from the air, while Duke was forced to continuously move and conjure water shield defenses. Currently, Belle had plenty of magic power, using these spells as if they cost nothing. Duke could only occasionally launch a cold shot in retaliation amidst handling these dark magic balls. Bell, while attacking, also kept an eye on his defense, always using his demonized items to shield himself. Duke, while dodging, took out the shadow insect bag and summoned a number of shadow insects from it. These shadow insects spread out and were distributed sparsely around the area. Bell frowned upon seeing these shadow insects. He couldn't use a shadow magic ball to kill these insects, as it would be like using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. The shadow insects were too scattered, and it was difficult for him to eliminate a group at once. Without a good solution for the time being, Bell could only stay vigilant against these shadow insects. The battle in the gladiatorial arena quickly turned into a long-term stalemate. Duke, with his agile body and skilled water shield technique and water arrow technique, both parried attacks and sought opportunities to strike back. Bell gradually became a bit agitated. After entering this form, his spiritual power surged. However, he couldn't control this power well yet and was also influenced by the bloodline power, causing his emotions to fluctuate unpredictably. Bell's current form had a duration. He could only maintain it for about an hour, and if his magic power was overly consumed, it would end prematurely. Unable to defeat Duke, Bell grew more irritable and furious, continuously accelerating his attack frequency. Bell still hadn't defeated Duke. He let out a loud shout, and with a flap of his bat wings, he flew into the air out of Duke's attack range. He raised his hands, gradually condensing a massive black magic ball, clearly preparing to take down Duke with a single strike. As long as this dark magic ball formed successfully, Duke's water shield technique couldn't possibly defend against it, not even with the rock armor on his body. However, as Bell was condensing the dark magic ball, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His internal magic power was rapidly draining, and it wasn't flowing toward the magic ball in his hand, but instead outward. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he discovered that behind him, at some unknown point, many shadow insects were clustered, continuously siphoning his magic power. The energy membrane covering his body was also being steadily devoured, the energy being absorbed away. Bell immediately canceled the dark magic ball he was forming, needing to redirect his internal magic power to deal with these troublesome insects. As flames arose from his body, the smell of charring filled the air, and shadow insects fell in swathes like rain. Despite this, there were too many shadow insects surrounding him. As soon as he burned away one batch, another came. While Bell was busy dealing with these insects, a whizzing sound came from below. A water arrow reached him, directly hitting Bell's groin and exploding on impact. Bell immediately felt intense pain and wavered, beginning to fall. How is it possible from such a distance? Bell endured the pain, struggling to maintain his flight. Just as he was about to fall, he barely managed to stabilize himself, only then noticing that Duke held a longbow. Only then did Bell realize that Duke had used an ordinary longbow to shoot the water arrow as an arrow, thereby extending its range. As someone from a wizard clan, he had never envisioned such a tactic. Duke just saw Bell flying through the sky like a bird and decided to give it a try on a whim. The water arrow he conjured had a physical form, not soft like ordinary water. Otherwise, it couldn't be used as an arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Duke immediately used gravity slowdown in the area. Gritting his teeth and directly applying triple gravity, he maintained the gravity slowdown for only 2 seconds, during which half of his magic power drained, even after using a potion to replenish it. Bell, caught off guard, had never considered such a move, and his body was pulled straight to the ground. At the same time, a spike emerged from the ground, piercing through the root of Bell's thigh. Duke's intention was initially just to pierce the thigh, but Bell's quick reflexes allowed him to move even under triple gravity. Unfortunately, this movement wasn't advantageous. Instead, he suffered a more significant injury. Bell's life was spared, but it seemed a certain part was injured. It was likely he had shattered one of his eggs. This was apparent from Bell's intense screaming, hands covering his lower area, his expression twisted in extreme pain. He couldn't even maintain his bloodline power form, reverting to his original appearance. Duke glanced at the bald host, who immediately understood the signal and quickly announced, "I declare Duke the victor of this duel." He dared not let Bell die there, fearing Duke would take advantage of the victory to eliminate Bell, leading to significant trouble afterward. The bald host understood these young people well, knowing that in the heat of the moment, they might disregard everything. In reality, Duke wouldn't act that way. If he killed Bell outright, he'd have to face various assassination attempts from the Crawford clan later. Though Duke had already offended the Crawford clan to some extent, at least the conflict wouldn't be as intense. Essentially, they merely had a duel, with a defeat in a duel differing conceptually from being killed in one. Duke only intended to teach Bell a lesson, not to bring more trouble upon himself. Simply put, getting involved in trouble because of Bell wasn't worth it for Duke. At most now the Crawford clan had lost some face, but wouldn't directly send someone to take him out. Any future encounters would just be met with unfriendly attitudes. If he had killed him now, Duke could only stay hidden within Black Sail. Unlike Merrick, who had a strong background and protection even outside, Duke relied only on himself. Duke walked over to Bell and said, "You can't blame me. I only intended to wound your leg, but you shifted positions yourself." He glanced at Bell's injury, which was already bleeding heavily. Without timely treatment, the man would probably end up with just one egg. Bell's head throbbed with pain, and hearing Duke's words almost infuriated him to death on the spot. But he couldn't speak, lacking the strength to respond to Duke. Duke subsequently left the duel arena, while a wizard soon descended to take Bell away, clearly for treatment. Bell's life wasn't in danger, but it remained uncertain whether the one egg could be saved. Duke doubted it, as it had already been shattered by the rock spike. Piecing it back together seemed impossible. "Well done," Merrick praised. He had observed the entire battle and realized Duke truly had talent, able to wield both earth and water element magic so proficiently, indicating high aptitude. This aptitude referred not to spiritual power, but to the ability to learn and control magic. Few second-class wizard apprentices could apply magic so adeptly in battle, as simply mastering these magics often required significant time for most apprentices. Merrick observed many details through the earlier battle. He himself was also a highly talented wizard. Knowing that achieving what Duke did was not easy, "What was the spell you used just now to pull Bell down?" Merrick asked curiously. To the onlookers, Bell suddenly got pulled down and no one saw what happened. Duke replied, "It was the gravity slowdown spell, a surprise attack with quite the effect." So it was gravity slowdown. Merrick nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of this earth magic spell, knowing that it's a large-scale control spell. Extremely complex and difficult to learn. Duke being able to master this spell as a second-class wizard apprentice was no small feat. Vivian also came over, finally sighing in relief. Though she appeared calm the whole time, she was actually quite anxious inside. Especially after Bell used his bloodline power, Vivian became even more worried for Duke. Fortunately, despite the dangers, Duke eventually defeated Bell and wasn't injured himself. In the gladiatorial arena, some cried and some laughed, some became rich overnight, while others lost everything due to this duel. Many had almost staked everything on betting Bell would win, hoping to earn some quick money, only for it to all go down the drain. "Well done." A burly man with a broad build walked over, a pipe in his mouth, and patted Duke's shoulder with his heavy, wide hand. There was a Black Sail emblem on his chest, indicating he was also part of Black Sail. Duke hurriedly saluted, knowing this should be an official wizard from Black Sail. He couldn't sense any magic fluctuation from this person, yet instinctively felt a hint of fear. This was due to a difference in life level. He had felt this way when encountering the three-headed dog and raven butterfly before. When Duke looked up again, the man had disappeared, and he didn't even know his name. "Vivian, did you see when that person left?" Duke turned and asked. Vivian looked puzzled. "Was there someone next to you just now?" Duke was stunned and thought, "I must have encountered someone extraordinary." He recalled carefully that from the moment the burly man appeared to when he left, he hadn't sensed anything. Even Vivian beside him hadn't sensed it all, as if he just appeared to greet them and then vanished. Upon further recollection, even the man's face was blurred. He only remembered the pipe. Duke then recounted the incident to Vivian, who pondered, "He must be a very powerful wizard. Luckily, he's from Black Sail and meant no harm to you." If the man had intended to harm Duke, Duke wouldn't be standing here right now. After the duel, Duke and Vivian left the wizard arena. Bell was injured, and someone was bound to come afterward. The Crawford family must have people here. Bell originally came to Harbor City with his elders for a Magic Potion Association meeting, and his elders would likely show up soon. If Duke stayed, he would probably encounter them directly. Even though this is Black Sail's territory, there's no need to take that risk, so it's better to leave early. Since it was late at night, the two strolled down the street for a while before parting ways and returning to their respective Places Duke's Inn didn't allow non-Black Sail members, while Vivian stayed in an apartment Grace had bought in Harbor City. Grace apparently had several properties in Harbor City. When she heard Vivian was coming, she casually gave her a set of keys, and it was a sea view apartment. It's a great perk to have a mentor. Duke could only express his envy. After leaving the wizard arena, stories of what happened quickly spread. Even though it was just a duel between wizard apprentices, second-class wizard apprentice from Black Sail had defeated a first-class apprentice from Thorn Holy Tower and from the Crawford family. Black Sail wizards were happy to see such news spread. With the wizard's mark, the news traveled fast. Duke's name soon became known to many, and people were curious how a second-class apprentice could defeat Bell. The gap in strength, background, and foundation was significant. This also reinforced the impression that Black Sail excels in combat, while many criticized Thorn Holy Tower for focusing solely on academic research and neglecting practical training. The discussion grew deeper, with some seizing the chance to mock the Crawford family, harboring grudges against them. The matter soon became irrelevant to Duke and Vivian, and Bell's incident with the shattered egg somehow leaked. Such things would typically remain confidential, but not here at Black Sail, and since Bell was not one of them. Many disliked Thorn Holy Tower and the Crawford family, so the incident of Bell's shattered egg became a joke. This news even spread farther than Duke's victory, and soon many on the West Coast knew about Bell Crawford's accident. Fortunately, the Crawford family had internal marriages. Otherwise, the engagement with another family might have led them to reconsider canceling the arrangement. It's said that when Bell awoke after treatment and saw messages in the wizard's mark asking about the state of his egg, he almost fainted again in anger on the spot. Duke initially knew none of this and only heard about it when Vivian casually mentioned it during their morning stroll. It's said that everyone in Thorn Holy Tower now knows about it, as Bell was already somewhat famous among apprentices. His misfortune quickly became widespread news. Duke stroked his chin, thinking he had truly angered Bell, who would definitely fault him for this. But it really wasn't his fault. His rock spike was aimed at the thigh, but Bell insisted on showing his reflexes, adjusting his position and getting severely injured instead. At the time, Bell was under a triple gravity field, making his movements less agile than usual, leading to the mistake. Harbor City has many attractions, besides places to vent desires and emotions. There are plenty of restaurants and clothing stores. Duke accompanied Vivian on a food and drink tour, trying out numerous wizard snacks. Both of them were great nights, making it difficult to get full from these, but they had the chance to try various delicacies. In addition, Duke also accompanied Vivian to numerous clothing stores, buying over a dozen outfits. Vivian even bought Duke a few outfits of different styles, explaining when and how he should wear each one. Fashion in this era wasn't simple at all. It was quite troublesome. It took Duke some time to learn how to wear these different styles of clothing. All these activities took up most of the day, providing Duke with a rare and leisurely moment. Before this, his life felt like a tightly stretched string, with even sleeping time spent honing skills, leaving almost no leisure time. It was the same for Vivian. Life at Thorn Holy Tower was very busy and tense, with only one day off per week. The day was cleared of classes, usually designated for wizard apprentices to rest. Vivian didn't rest, however, spending time in Grace's library studying various knowledge and jotting down any questions she encountered. She would try to find answers through research and experiments for these questions, compiling any unresolved ones to consult Grace periodically to resolve them all at once. Grace was also very busy, with numerous tasks on regular days, unable to constantly guide Vivian. She had taught hundreds of students over the years, yet Vivian was the only current wizard apprentice. Others either became official wizards or had already died. The harbor city was divided into two main sections, one by the sea adjacent to the port with a district, and another up the mountain, with the harbor at its foothill, and urban areas sprawled along the mountain. Standing on the peak, one could overlook the surroundings, viewing the vast and picturesque ocean scenery, a notable attraction. The mountaintop was wide, housing extensive building complexes. Duke and Vivian initially came here to enjoy the view but noticed activities taking place here, with many spectators. A man, with a black top hat and a monocle on his left eye, stood in the field alongside an odd black jar containing ink-like liquid. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Luke, the astrologer from Black Sail. Once again, it's the annual Lamia Day, and I am here to offer blessings for lovers. Luke, dressed in a black suit, appeared quite gentlemanly. Lamia Day was known as the West Coast's Valentine's Day, something Duke and Vivian learned about during their day's outing. Various activities filled the harbor city today, prompting Duke and Vivian to explore the area all day. "What is an astrologer?" Duke inquired. Vivian replied, "An astrologer is also a wizard, but they practice astrology. Astrology is a unique magic requiring special talent, where not even 1 in 1,000 wizards have an astrologer's talent. Advanced astrology can predict the future, revealing unseen aspects ahead. Major wizard organizations have astrologers, generally tasked with searching for other planes. Wizards seeking to plunder resources and conquer other planes first need to discover their existence. Just gazing upward is difficult to glimpse a plane's existence. The plane's barrier conceals its presence, offering natural protection. This makes it nearly impossible to directly observe a plane with the naked eye or through other means, leaving one with merely a starry sky when looking up. With astrology, astrologers can locate some plane existences and obtain their coordinates. After securing the coordinates, wizard organizations can dispatch people to explore the plane's actual condition, analyzing gathered intel to assess resource availability and worthiness of plunder. Hence, astrologers are indispensable assets for wizard organizations. Due to their scarcity, they usually enjoy favorable treatment and high status. Luke, famed within Black Sail, also boasted the strength of a level 3 wizard. Unlike most wizards, he preferred to showcase himself, embracing a carefree quest for freedom. Perhaps this was why he chose to join Black Sail, which, unlike other wizard organizations, with numerous requirements and restrictions, best accommodated Luke's longing for freedom. Each year, Luke bestows genuine blessings for lovers on Lamia Day via astrology. Unlike mere psychological comfort, astrology involves rule-layered elements, ensuring true effectiveness. This explains his popularity, drawing numerous couples annually for his blessings. However, Luke's blessings are given indiscriminately, purely based on luck. Luke glanced around, stating, "Now, I'll select the lucky ones. Those chosen, bring your partner here." Snapping his fingers, the space before him rippled, launching a fairy the size of an adult's fist from another realm. A fairy clad in a green gown, bearing 3 pairs of transparent wings, resembling a human girl but with elfin ears, emerged. "Frey, pick today's lucky ones." Luke addressed the fairy Frey. Frey smiled sweetly, brandishing a wand akin to sewing needle, then soared above the crowd. The crowd erupted in chaos as many implored Frey to select them. Some even tempted her with copious magic stones and gemstones, hoping to bribe her. Undeterred, Frey flitted around the crowd, pausing above some heads before moving on. Eventually, she flew toward Duke and Vivian. Frey glanced from Duke to Vivian, seemingly aware of their couple status, and smiled, asking, "Would you like to be Frey's lucky ones?" Vivian eagerly awaited this moment, hoping to be chosen. Aware it depended on fate, she held back from yelling at Frey. "Yes," Vivian promptly replied. Duke naturally agreed, equally curious about astrology and its workings. "Oh, handsome young man, beautiful young woman, such a perfect match," Luke exclaimed as he saw Duke and Vivian approaching. He continued, "To be chosen by Frey means both of you have remarkable luck, for she has very high standards. Honestly, I was worried she wouldn't find anyone she liked." "Mr. Luke, what should we do?" Duke asked. Luke smiled slightly and pointed to a jug nearby, saying, "This is a jar that can lead to the endless plane, but where exactly it leads is random." Duke glanced at the jar, feeling that the liquid inside was as black as ink without any aura, unsure if it really led to the endless plane. "Is this the Black Moon Well?" Vivian asked hesitantly. "Wow, knowledgeable lady." Luke expressed surprise. "Yes, this is indeed the Black Moon Well." "What's the Black Moon Well?" Duke asked, as he had never heard of it before. Vivian explained, "The Black Moon Well is one of the few ways to connect with the endless plane. If you have patience, you can even communicate with beings from other planes through the Black Moon Well, and you might even trade with them. In the endless plane, there are countless planes and civilizations, and naturally, there are some rare ways for beings from different planes to communicate. The Black Moon Well is one of these ways. If you're lucky enough to encounter beings from other planes who also possess a Black Moon Well, you can use it as a channel for trade. Such trading opportunities are generally rare, and things useless to other planes might be treasures for wizards. The same goes for the beings of other planes. Interdimensional trading opportunities like this are very precious. However, the probability is low. Luke, as a holder of the Black Moon Well, has hardly encountered beings from other planes, using it mainly as a tool for astrology research. Frey struggled to pull out a green leaf from her spatial pocket, and, holding the leaf, flew in front of Vivian, saying, "Just write your names on it." Luke whispered, "This is a world tree leaf from the elf plane, a very precious thing. It seems she truly likes both of you. The world tree is the most important thing to the elf race." Duke had heard of it before. The elf plane, like the wizard plane, is a middle plane, albeit not as powerful as the wizard plane. Long ago, the wizard plane and the elf plane also went to war, with the elf plane relying on the world tree to fight against the wizards for many years. Elves are naturally born casters, and the world tree provides them with strong power. It wasn't until later that the wizard plane made peace with the elf plane, and they established a cooperative relationship that has lasted for thousands of years. The wizard plane doesn't just loot and conquer every plane, they attack first, and if they can't win, they retreat. If a stalemate occurs, they consider negotiations. Duke looked at the world tree leaf before him, sensing a rich life power emanating from it, containing immense energy. This leaf, if sold, would be worth an unknown number of magic stones. "Thank you, Frey." Duke and Vivian hurriedly thanked her, not expecting such a valuable gift from Frey. Frey just giggled, seemingly a bit shy. Duke and Vivian then used a feather pen to write their names on the large world tree leaf. Vivian, with a girlish heart, drew a heart between their names. Luke said, "Very well, next, I will bless this leaf with astrology, which is also a blessing for you too." He picked up the leaf, silently muttering incantations, and the robe on him moved without wind. Duke suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if something descended on him, but when he tried to feel it, there was nothing. The sensation was comforting, like his soul bathed in warm water, feeling cozy. Vivian felt the same, catching that fleeting feeling. Luke then said, "All right, now I will place this leaf into the Black Moon Well, and it will enter an unknown place within the endless plane, a place even I do not know." To outsiders, he seemed to just whisper to the leaf without anything happening. Even magic power could not be sensed, and there were no signs of casting magic. Luke gently placed the leaf into the jar, where it floated on the surface of the water before slowly sinking and disappearing. "Someday in the future, it may appear when you need it. Unleashing power even beyond my imagination," Luke said, watching the leaf sink into the Black Moon Well. "The charm of astrology lies here. The power released by an astrologer's astrology can far exceed the strength of the astrologer themselves. Even an astrology cast by a wizard apprentice can, in the end, release power comparable to that of a level 4 mage. But astrology is different from ordinary magic, often requiring certain conditions to be met before its effects are unleashed. Astrology involves rules, and even within those rules, it is profoundly complex, elusive. After Luke blessed the world tree leaf with astrology, it would drift in the endless plane, appearing in any possible place. Duke and Vivian, being the ones blessed by this astrology, might see this leaf again one day in the future. At that time, when they are perhaps in some dire situation, this leaf will appear, unleashing immensely powerful, mysterious forces, saving them from their plight. "Thank you, Mr. Luke, thank you, Frey." Duke and Vivian expressed their gratitude. Luke adjusted his monocle, smiling mysteriously. "No need to thank me, it's all guided by astrology." After receiving the blessings, Duke and Vivian returned to the outskirts, while Luke continued looking for his next blessing recipient. But Frey seemed to think there were no suitable targets left, and yawning lazily, returned to the elf plane. Luke had to select targets on his own. Subsequent blessing recipients wouldn't have the world tree leaf as a vessel for their names, but would have to use some parchment instead. After all, it's a free event. If every blessing required a world tree leaf, Luke might go bankrupt. Duke and Vivian watched for a while before leaving, continuing to wander elsewhere. On the mountaintop stood a giant tree, sitting under which one could see the vast, endless ocean before them, a perfect scenic spot. The leisurely time always seems short. After resting Harbor City for 2 days, Duke and Vivian bid farewell and went their separate ways. Both of them were very busy. After Vivian returned, she had to work overtime to make up for the courses and tasks she missed in the past few days. The wizard apprentices at the Thorn Holy Tower usually face a lot of pressure, with hardly any time to catch their breath, so Vivian couldn't stay for too many days. Duke accompanied Vivian all the way to the floating airship, watched as it departed, and then returned to the black sail. His return was much simpler. He just had to stand at the dock and send a message to the black sail badge. The familiar dark demon would then row over with a small boat. On this occasion, Duke sat directly at the stern, looking back, wanting to observe the process of returning to the black sail. The results were the same. He didn't observe anything. Although he kept staring at Harbor City behind him, he couldn't pinpoint when it disappeared. By the time he snapped back to reality, he was already facing an expanse of open sea with no sign of Harbor City. Duke didn't feel disappointed. Everything was as expected. The protective force of the black sail wasn't something a mere wizard apprentice could fathom. After a while, Duke returned to Academy Island and to his familiar dormitory. He glanced at the wizard's mark and found that Simon had left him several messages. I heard a couple of days ago that a wizard apprentice named Duke smashed Belle's egg. It was one from our black sail. Could that be you? Simon clearly had doubts about his speculation, so he sent a message seeking confirmation. Seeing this message, Duke smiled, not expecting that word had spread all the way here. But on second thought, it was quite normal. After all, it involved the black sail, so probably many of the wizard apprentices on Academy Island knew about it, though most of them didn't know who Duke was. Duke usually kept to himself, his circle comprising only Simon and a few others, spending most of his time working on skill proficiency. He replied, "It was me." "It was really you, huh? You're quite fierce." A second-class wizard apprentice defeated a first-class wizard apprentice, especially Belle. Simon still felt somewhat incredulous. He knew Duke was mysterious and very capable, yet extremely low profile. When Simon first heard the name Duke, he didn't immediately associate it with the Duke he knew. Because he felt Duke was always low-key, perhaps it was just a coincidence with the name. Now, upon Duke's confirmation, Simon realized Duke was even stronger than he had imagined. Simon added, "Since you can defeat Belle, a first-class wizard apprentice, you must be close to becoming a first-class wizard apprentice yourself." Duke's spiritual power was already nearing 26 points, not far from the 30 points required for a first-class wizard apprentice. "Correct," Duke thought for a moment and replied. "Then you should be careful. It's best to wait a while before becoming a first-class wizard apprentice," Simon advised. Duke felt a bit puzzled. Why? Because the examination time is approaching. If you recently advanced to a first-class wizard apprentice, you'll participate in the first-class wizard apprentice examination. Among the wizard apprentice examinations, the third class is the easiest, the second class is more difficult, and the first class is even harder. With Simon's explanation, Duke could calculate the time. A little over half a year had passed since the last examination. Examinations are typically held once every 6 months to a year. If he advances now, he'll be categorized into the first-class examination group. This would be quite disadvantageous for a newly advanced wizard apprentice. The Black Sail examination for wizard apprentices is not easy, and Duke's last experience was already the simplest level. If he directly attempts the first-class wizard apprentice examination, the probability of passing would be very low. If he steadies himself first, passes the second-class examination, and then advances to first-class wizard apprentice, he'd stand a much better chance. Understanding this, Duke felt grounded. He indeed planned to max out his current skills before preparing for the advancement. Now it seems he should enhance his spiritual power. First, without advancing. Participating in the examination with the spiritual power of a first-class wizard apprentice would give him a greater advantage. Armed with this information, Duke realized he should prepare for the next examination. He glanced at his skill tree, organizing the skills that were not yet maxed out. Deep Blue Tide Meditation Technique. Level 4, 2220/2500, White Orchid Antidote Potion. Level 3, 27/50, Mud Corrosion Potion. Level 2, 15/40, Mountain Magic Potion. Level 4, 16/30, Rock Armor. Level 2, 114/130, Petrification Skin. Level 2, 116/130, Gravity Slowdown. Level 1, 56/100, Rock Spike. Level 2, 121/130, the meditation technique was nearing an upgrade after this period of practice, and the auxiliary effect of the Starlight Meditation Potion was indeed excellent. Besides that, of the 3 potions, only the Progress of Mountain Magic Potion was closest to maximum level. Once the earth-breathing technique is maxed out, Duke won't need Mountain Magic Potion much. But he couldn't just ignore the progress of Mountain Magic Potion since it was already near completion. However, refining Mountain Magic Potion now would be pure loss. It would neither sell nor be used. The progress of White Orchid Antidote Potion can be accelerated, maxing it out soon since it's sellable and wouldn't be a money loser. As for Mud Corrosion Potion, it's best left for now as its priority is lowest. This potion's proficiency is the lowest, it's not easy to sell, and having a lot of stock would affect cash flow. Duke maintained his needs by a cycle of refining and selling potions. If Mud Corrosion Potion is maxed, it would require substantial investment in magic stones, which wouldn't be recovered by selling the potion. Finally, there are 4 earth element magic spells with relatively low proficiency, the highest being just level 2. The proficiency of earth element magic advances slowly. They consume too much magic power, especially gravity slowdown. Duke planned to invest more basic magic recovery potions over this period to quickly boost proficiency of these 4 spells. To him, it would enhance his strength as well as earn free attribute points to increase spiritual power. Time to dive into some serious work. With his thoughts organized, Duke decided to focus on these skills in the upcoming period. Duke's meditation technique had long been maxed at level 5, and upon reaching level 5, the bud representing the meditation technique in the skill tree sprouted a green leaf. Duke deduced that the level of the deep blue tide meditation technique should be 16 or 17. During this period, he also maxed out the levels of the Mountain Magic Potion and White Orchid Antidote Potion, gaining 2 free attribute points. The White Orchid Antidote Potion even acquired a trait called Immune to 100 Poisons. Immune to 100 Poisons, the detoxification effect of the White Orchid Antidote Potion you make is greatly enhanced, and the types of poisons it can neutralize have increased. Duke felt that this trait was quite useful, as the increased detoxification effect would not only fetch a higher price for sale, but also make it more convenient for personal use. However, he wasn't sure exactly what types of poison the trait covered. As the skill tree didn't provide clear information, so Duke would have to experiment slowly to find out. As for the 4 earth magic spells, they were still not at max level, and Duke found that increasing proficiency in earth magic was even more difficult than he anticipated. Despite consuming quite a few basic magic recovery potions, he only made some progress. Free attribute points. Duke glanced at the attributes on the skill tree, noting that he had accumulated 4 free attribute points, and his spiritual power had reached 26.9. This was achieved through grinding several skills. Gaining spiritual power attributes from level ups. Some increase from personal meditation practice. Duke allocated all 4 free attribute points to spiritual power. This upgrade brought a very noticeable enhancement, and Duke could feel that the space for spiritual power in his mind expanded again. The amount of magic power his body could store also increased significantly, about 1/3 more than before. The 4 points of spiritual power Duke increased were based on the base attribute of 26.9, and progressing at this level was very challenging. Many wizard apprentices with average aptitude were stuck at this threshold for a long time, often requiring special means to boost their spiritual power. If adequate resources were available, the hurdle could be relatively easily overcome by simply accumulating resources to boost spiritual power. Duke relied on the skill tree and used free attribute points to cross this step. He continued to dedicate himself to increasing proficiency, eager to max out the level of earth magic spells as soon as possible. Just a few days later, however, a piece of news disrupted his peaceful period of development. The examination for second-class wizard apprentice was about to commence, scheduled to start in just half a month. This time the preparation period was even more rushed than the last, for which they were given at least a month's notice. Once Duke learned this news, he immediately began to prepare. Now that he had acquired a larger space ring, he could bring substantially more items. First off, he prepared food and fresh water. Although he usually didn't need to prepare water, one never knows the nature of the examination. Should he be unable to use magic to conjure water, he would have to rely on the reserves in the space ring. Duke always prioritized food and water, ensuring basic survival before considering anything else. Took stock of his magic stones, finding only 3,900 pieces on hand. Despite having sold quite a few magic potions lately, he hadn't saved much. his personal cultivation consumed a considerable amount of magic stones. Duke returned to the Broken Cauldron alchemy shop, intending to purchase some alchemy creations for preparation. He planned to acquire some offensive-type alchemy creations to diversify his attack methods. White from the Broken Cauldron alchemy shop recommended a demonized item named Poisonous Snake Spike to Duke. This was a ring inlaid with an emerald, enchanted with a powerful subordinate spell. The energy level of Poisonous Snake Spike reached 19 degrees, which was quite rare for a subordinate spell. The key aspect of this spell was its potent corrosive capability. Once an enemy was hit, they would be engulfed by corrosive energy that continuously eroded the enemy. If not treated promptly, the entire body could be corroded into a pool of blood. Duke was immediately drawn to this powerful demonized item and bought it for 1,700 magic stones. Additionally, White warmly recommended a new product recently developed in the shop, the Magma Bomb. This was an alchemy creation that could be detonated using spiritual power or magic power, with an explosive energy strength reaching 15 degrees. The Magma Bomb could be thrown and detonated at will or used for targeted blasting according to the user's intentions. Upon exploding, the bomb would unleash extreme heat capable of melting ordinary rock, thus earning its name. 15 degrees of energy strength is already quite high, and most first-class wizard apprentices find it difficult to perform spells of such intensity. The most powerful spell Duke himself could use was the water arrow technique, which wielded an energy strength of only 14 degrees. However, now that his spiritual power had increased, the strength of the water arrow technique had also increased, though he had not yet tested exactly how much, estimating roughly 16 degrees. This was because he had combined the saliva of the three-headed dog into the mixture, allowing the water arrow technique to reach such a level. Ordinary wizard apprentices did not have such conditions. The Magma Bomb further underscored the importance of alchemy, allowing one to unleash massive destructive power with minimal strength. However, the prerequisite is wealth. Each fist-sized magma bomb costs a hefty 150 magic stones. Duke pondered for a long while and eventually decided to purchase 5, leaving him with only 700 to 800 magic stones. For him, these magma bombs were only for emergencies and not to be used in everyday battles. Having an additional means at a critical moment is always beneficial. As for magic potions, Duke did not lack them. He often received a variety of magic potions when helping Hela. Usually the extra batches beyond order requirements. Accumulating over time, the various magic potions in Duke's space ring increased significantly. Duke then met with Simon and the others, discussing certain matters. In Simon's original small group, only 3 members had advanced to second-class wizard apprentices, while the others remained third-class wizard apprentices. For this examination, only Simon, Anley, and Abel, along with Duke, were taking the second-class wizard apprentice exam, a total of 4 individuals. Duke also learned that there was no news yet about the third-class wizard apprentice exams, with only the second-class wizard apprentice exams scheduled to begin. He heard from Simon that, based on past experience, the second-class wizard apprentice exams were not simple and were considerably more difficult than the third-class wizard apprentice exams. The few of them still planned to form a team after the assessment began to increase the success rate of passing the assessment. In the last assessment, they also relied on sticking together to make others somewhat cautious. The format of this assessment was still unknown, but forming a team in advance was definitely not an issue. Simon also tried to gather information about this assessment through some channels, but unfortunately, he couldn't find a single piece of information. The day of the assessment arrived quickly, and Duke and Simon, together with the third person, arrived at the familiar dock and boarded the ship. This time, there were much fewer participants in the assessment, only a little over 100 people. Duke remembered that during the assessment for third-class wizard apprentices, there were over 300 people, and now there were obviously much fewer. However, this could only represent the number of people participating in this batch of assessments. Even for the second-class wizard apprentices assessment, it was conducted in batches. It's even possible that 2 second-class wizard apprentices might have different assessment content. The person in charge of this batch of wizard apprentice assessments was Selene. She was well-liked and popular among the wizard apprentices and was currently on deck interacting with the surrounding wizard apprentices. When Duke walked over, he happened to hear Selene say, I cannot disclose the specifics of the assessment, but I can give a hint. Prepare more food and water. No one knew why they needed to prepare more food and water, but since Selene said so, the wizard apprentices also followed her advice. The wizard, next to her, hurriedly pulled Selene aside. Red-haired man, Selene, please stop. You're practically revealing the assessment content. Selene chuckled. I won't say anymore, I won't say anymore. She just felt that the assessment content was a bit tough, and without giving any information to these wizard apprentices, it might lead to a rather high casualty rate. Selene couldn't bear to see such tragedies, so she couldn't help but give a little reminder. Duke and Simon exchanged glances with their companions. They had already prepared a lot of food and water. But now it seemed like they should prepare even more. As for food, it couldn't be prepared too much, and since they were already on board, there was no place to buy more, so they could only hoard some more food during meals. As for water, it was easier to handle. Duke immediately conjured a significant amount of clean water on site and stored it in his space ring for backup. The time to reach the destination was faster than everyone expected, even before lunch time. This shattered the plans of many who intended to carry more food from the ship during lunch, as the ship docked at a small island. Unlike last time, this time Selene instructed them to disembark directly. Once Duke and his companions arrived on the island, they followed Selene and several official wizards further ahead. He found that the island looked uninhabited, more like some sort of laboratory, constructed with many large buildings. These wizard apprentices arrived at Grand Hall, and only then did Selene begin to announce the contents of the assessment. Each person received a parchment with detailed task requirements and some task-related information. Duke immediately began reading the content and only then understood what their task was. The task was to enter an independent space, consisting of endless desert and gravel plains, known as the Desert Lizardmen Petri Dish. This place was just like its name. It was inhabited by a kind of humanoid creature called Desert Lizardmen, divided into many tribes. The task for Duke and his group of wizard apprentices was to submit at least one map of a Desert Lizardman tribe's terrain and distribution of defensive forces. Moreover, each person had to submit the head of a Desert Lizardman. Only upon completing these two tasks would they pass the assessment. This assessment allowed team formation, and a maximum of 5 people could form a team to complete the task. 5 people could jointly submit a map and submit 5 Desert Lizardman heads as a team. Duke realized that this somewhat reduced the task's difficulty. Many wizards not adept at combat could also collaborate with others utilizing this rule, as long as the team submitted 5 Desert Lizardman heads. The assessment had a total duration of 10 days, and just like before, tasks couldn't be finished ahead of time. One must wait until the 10 days ended. Duke also noted that the parchment contained intel about the Desert Lizardmen's strength. Besides being strong and sturdy, the Desert Lizardmen also possessed casting ability, capable of using some magic in combat. Generally, an adult Desert Lizardman's strength was equivalent to a first-class wizard apprentice. However, within their tribes, there were leaders comparable to official wizards. When Duke saw this information, he immediately felt it was rather tricky. In such a desert region, wizard apprentices were already at a disadvantage fighting under harsh conditions, and had to face opponents stronger than themselves. This pressure seemed excessive since, for most wizard apprentices, it might be challenging to kill a single Desert Lizardman in one-on-one combat. No wonder the task allowed team formation. The probability of completing the task without teaming up was too low. A team of 5 second-class wizard apprentices should still be able to kill 1 Desert Lizardman. This was assuming they faced one-on-one. The actual situation inside was unknown. It's possible there could be more Desert Lizardmen than wizard apprentices. At that time, not only would they be outmatched in strength, but they might also be outnumbered. The more Duke thought about it, the more he felt this possibility was high, especially recalling that the task mentioned multiple Desert Lizardmen tribes inside. He and Simon exchanged a glance, seeing the heaviness in each other's eyes, acknowledging that this assessment would be extremely challenging. Among the remaining wizard apprentices, it was uncertain how many would survive. If the objective were merely to stay alive, there should still be ways to survive until the assessment ended, with significantly lower difficulty. But in doing so, they wouldn't complete the assessment task. This assessment was far more difficult than the last, with a significant difference in format. Duke felt this time it was more about testing their team coordination and ability to collaboratively complete the task. After everyone understood the assessment rules, Cellini led the crowd to the hall's rear. Passing through several large doors, they arrived in a spacious, yet somewhat dimly lit room. Inside the room stood a massive light gate, with a blue light curtain swirling inside, its destination unknown. Cellini then said, as per the signed-up teams just now, "Enter one by one." Naturally, Duke was with Simon and their two companions, making the team 4 people, without adding a 5th person. Since they had learnt from the previous incident with Went, they knew that adding an untrustworthy person wasn't as good as forming a team with 4 relatively familiar people. In the hall just now, many wizard apprentices began to form temporary teams. Some wanted to join Duke's team, but Duke and Simon both refused. They really couldn't trust people they were unfamiliar with or didn't know, so the team was just 4 people. For these wizard apprentices, hastily formed teams naturally had some issues, such as insufficient trust, weak cohesion, and lack of understanding among each other. This further tested the wizard apprentices' ability to react on the spot, as cooperating with others wasn't as simple as it seemed. In front of the gigantic light curtain door, one wizard apprentice after another stepped in and then disappeared. Soon it was Duke and his team's turn, and the 4 of them stepped into the gate full of unknowns together. Heat exposure. This was the first sensation upon arrival for Duke and the others. Before them was an endless desert, with loose, scorching golden sand underfoot. As far as the eye could see, there were undulating sand dunes in the distance, and the high temperature distorted the scene, shaking as if spatial fluctuations were present. Above was a giant golden sun, the fierce sunlight scorching everything here. The searing air was inhaled into the lungs, making Duke feel somewhat uncomfortable. Abruptly arriving in such a harsh environment, he found it a bit hard to adapt at once. Feeling the high temperature from the sun overhead, Duke wondered if the wizards of Black Sail had really moved a sun here. If he remembered correctly, the name of this space was the Desert Lizardmen Incubator. Essentially, this was just an experimental space, presumably where wizards cultivated and observed the Desert Lizardmen race. But it was way too vast here, with no boundaries in sight, like a real world. Duke felt that the surrounding free water elemental energy particles were extremely sparse. He could hardly even gather enough for the water arrow technique. He was thankful he had also mastered earth magic. Otherwise, he might have had to revert to sword fighting after coming here. While water elemental particles were scarce, earth elemental particles were abundant. The entire desert underfoot was composed of earth elements. With a mere thought, Duke easily used a sliver of magic power to control the yellow sand beneath him. Condensing it into a set of rock armor, he found it much easier to manipulate this loose yellow sand than clumps of earth. Previously, he had to gather rock spikes and such from the ground, which was a bit challenging. Because the ground was a hole, even with his high-level earth element affinity, manipulating the earth elements within the ground was still somewhat difficult. But here it's different. The yellow sand is loose. Controlling it is as simple as eating and drinking water. Duke didn't rush to try other earth magic techniques. He couldn't waste magic power whimsically. He hadn't forgotten why he was here. Who knows what dangers might be lurking around. Where to next? Abel with a round face asked, looking a bit flustered. Suddenly arriving in such a place made the nerves of the 3 of them quite tense. All around was an endless expanse of desert, with no idea where to go. Duke pondered for a moment, then pointed to his left and said, "Let's try walking this way. There might be a water source in this direction." Their main task now was to first find an oasis region in the desert. Relying solely on their own food and water would eventually deplete. They had to cherish food and water immensely from now on, using every bit of resource sparingly. Finding a water source would also reduce the consumption of their stockpile. With his high-level water element affinity talent, Duke faintly felt that there might be a water source in the direction to his left. But it was just a vague feeling. He couldn't guarantee it was definitely right. Simon, knowing Duke was adept in water magic, chose to trust Duke. Actually, at this moment, whichever way they went was all the same. Choosing a direction and sticking to it was better than running around like headless flies. Besides the scorching sun-induced heat in the desert, there was also a strong wind, with sand particles in the wind, stinging their faces painfully. Duke was slightly better off with his whole body covered by shadow water and rock armor. Simon and the other 2 had their lips chapped and bleeding in no time. Walking in the desert wasn't easy either. With one step deep and one step shallow, it was far more exhausting than on land. The group walked in the desert, taking a small sip of water at intervals. This was to maximize the conservation of their water resources. They had to save it. After crossing several dunes, they rested on one for a while, replenishing some water before preparing to continue. They all had prepared a substantial amount of food and water in advance, so there was no immediate concern over water. Other wizard apprentices might not be so fortunate. Even with Seleni's kind reminders, many apprentices couldn't quickly gather much food and water. For those wizard apprentices, finding a water source quickly became a more crucial problem after arriving here. Just as Duke was about to move forward, he suddenly stopped, looking at the desert beneath his feet. Simon and the other two noticed his movements and also became vigilant. Duke, possessing strong perception ability over earth elements, had his ability enhanced by the desert underfoot. He acutely sensed something rapidly moving in the desert. Below, approaching them. Something's approaching from below, be careful. Duke cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than Duke suddenly moved, lunging towards Anley, enveloping her as they rolled away. In the next second, a gigantic sandworm burst from the ground, its massive head hosting a huge maw filled with rows of sharp teeth. The sandworm's two eyes were blind, having gradually abandoned this useless organ through evolution. Having failed its ambush, it tried to retreat, only to find the dune beneath it had hardened, making burrowing difficult. The moment it emerged, Duke manipulated the grains of sand to tightly fuse together, momentarily forming a solid surface under the influence of magic power. The next moment, 5 rock spikes instantly formed, piercing the sandworm, with green blood splattering all around, evaporating in the high heat. The entire process was incredibly swift, with Duke maintaining his composure and clear thinking, having ended the fight before the others even reacted. For assurance, Simon added a small fireball technique. In this location, fire magic was also bolstered. He crouched down to inspect. It's dead. A type of demon unseen before. There's no related information in the mission briefing. The intelligence related to the mission given by the Black Sail only contained some information about the desert lizard men. As for what kinds of demons are in this place, and their strengths, it remains unknown. The wizard apprentices need to survive in this unfamiliar place, facing some unknown enemies. Although they had learned a lot of knowledge on Academy Island, they would inevitably encounter enemies they know nothing about in the future, and couldn't possibly have clear information about their foes in every battle. Fighting enemies with unknown information tests one's ability to adapt on the spot even more. Duke walked over and carefully studied the sandworm's corpse on the ground, gaining some understanding of this creature's body strength and weight. He speculated that this creature's combat power should be roughly equivalent to a great knight, but because it can move swiftly and freely underground, remains quite a significant threat. If Duke didn't have a high perception ability for the earth element, it is highly likely that Anley would have been successfully attacked by the sandworm. Everyone realized that the seemingly peaceful desert before them actually hid many unknown dangers. Simon took out a piece of parchment and a quill, drawing a map of the places they had passed since the beginning. The role of the map in the desert is not significant, as the positions of the dunes can shift. It's very possible that a recently recorded location could look entirely different in the blink of an eye. Simon's map didn't record the terrain, but marked the directions and distances. Using the direction of the sun as a reference, he drew a simple map. The group didn't linger long and continued to move forward. Being in the vast desert, with the sun constantly scorching above them, they couldn't find even a place to shade. Duke and the others were already sweating profusely, their body fluids depleting rapidly, their sweat evaporating soon after it emerged. In some parts of their bodies, white crystalline formations could even be seen. They understood that this was the first hurdle of the assessment, surviving in such a harsh environment initially. Many wizard apprentices might not even pass this stage, missing the chance to see the desert lizardmen, and would be forever buried in this endless wasteland. Duke and the others walked for 4 hours straight, during which they encountered several sandworm attacks, all of which were detected in advance by Duke's perception ability, thus avoiding injuries or casualties. Their view consisted of almost the same scenery all the time, as if they were treading in place. Finally, Duke saw a small clump of vegetation growing under a sand dune ahead. The hint of green was particularly striking in this place. This is meat stone grass, a common plant in the desert, extremely drought-resistant, and a relatively rare magic potion material. Upon approaching it, Anli immediately recognized the plant. On the surface, the meat stone grass appeared to be some thick-leaved weed, but its roots were grayish-white and remarkably hard. These roots are a rare magic potion material, supposedly worth 1 level 1 magic stone per gram. Single meat stone grass has roots weighing at least over 100 grams, worth over 100 magic stones. Let's collect it first and split it at the selling price. After we get out, Simon suggested. Duke naturally had no objections, as it wasn't something of great value. Simon had been a longtime friend with the trio, and there was no disagreement about the distribution. They had always handled it this way before. Duke couldn't help but think, if temporary groups encountered such a situation, they might end up fighting over this single meat stone grass. We might be getting closer to the water source. Duke carefully sensed. The water elements in the sand beneath were becoming more concentrated. Though this concentration was only relative, it was still very thin compared to the starting point. Duke could sense the water element density beneath the earth, allowing him to infer the general direction of the water source. The presence of this meat stone grass also confirmed this point, and the group continued to move forward, picking up speed. Now they only wanted to find a place that could provide some shade from the sun, as the heat was becoming unbearable. An hour later, an oasis came into view, with lush vegetation and tall trees growing there. Duke and the others didn't rush forward but hid behind a sand dune on the spot. The oasis in the desert would inevitably attract various forms of life, among which there were likely some dangerous demons. They needed to investigate the situation inside first. Abel said, "I'll go, I have Eagle Eye." Eagle Eye is a reconnaissance type of secondary magic, capable of conjuring a magically formed eagle, invisible to everyone except the caster unless verified by special means. Magic energies fluctuated around Abel's body. Then his eyes gleamed with a faint blue light as he remained still, his vision reaching above the oasis. The oasis wasn't large, and Abel soon figured out the situation inside. He spoke. The oasis center is a lake, with some demons active in the woods along the lake's edge, appearing quite formidable. Besides that, I also spotted 2 desert lizardmen. The desert lizardmen image had already been depicted on the parchment. These humanoid creatures standing 2 meters tall, with slender forms, looked peculiarly like spindles. The intelligence brought by Abel immediately made the group vigilant, as it was known from the parchment that an adult desert lizardman's power equals a first-class wizard apprentice, also possessing casting abilities. "Continue observing, see what they're up to," Duke whispered. Abel nodded and continued with Eagle Eye to observe the situation below. The 2 desert lizardmen appeared to be resting, lying in the woods by the lake, with no demons daring to approach them. They wore simple leather armor and wielded scimitars, looking quite shabby. Now near sunset, as if rested, they rose and left the lakeside, seemingly preparing to leave the oasis. "What's the range of your Eagle Eye?" Duke asked. "A maximum of 1 kilometer, Abel replied. Duke pondered for a moment, then took out a basic magic recovery potion for Abel, saying, "Keep observing, we'll follow at the maximum distance. If I'm not mistaken, they might be heading back to their tribe." Desert lizardmen live in tribal communities, meaning seeing those 2 represents a near certainty of a desert lizardmen tribe nearby. It's very likely that the 2 are returning to their tribe, giving Duke and his group a chance to complete one of the assessment missions. Duke certainly hasn't forgotten that one of the requirements. For their assessment task was to submit a map of the desert lizardmen tribe, with annotations on the distribution of defensive forces. In each desert lizardmen tribe, there exists a leader comparable to an official wizard, which is definitely in existence that the wizard apprentices cannot contend with at this stage. However, Blacksail still asked them to create such a map, clearly not to destroy a lizardmen tribe, but merely to test their reconnaissance abilities. Duke had already reached a consensus with Simon and the others. They must not attract the attention of the lizardmen tribe, nor could they get too close to it. With their strength, if noticed by the lizardmen leader, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. A more prudent way is to keep a certain distance while completing the map drawing. Abel is obviously the best candidate for this task. His Eagle Eye technique is just for reconnaissance work. When Duke initially saw this assignment, he intended to use the shadow insect. Although it would be slower, it could still accomplish the mission. Later, after learning that Abel possessed the eagle eye technique, this method naturally became more direct. As for the task of killing 4 desert lizardmen, they temporarily set it aside. They were to stay here for 10 days, so there was no rush to complete that task. They also couldn't take action near the lizardmen tribe. If any lizardmen escaped, they would face the pursuit of the entire tribe. The examination had just begun on the first day, and they didn't want to spend the remaining time being hunted. Abel remained in eagle eye state, continually monitoring the movements of the 2 desert lizardmen. They followed far behind, maintaining a distance all the time. In the desert, sand dunes undulate, and a kilometer distance is actually very far. The lizardmen's tracks were long out of sight. Abel's magic power was also rapidly depleting, and after drinking a potion given by Duke, he managed to replenish some. Duke may lack other things, but he has plenty of potions at his disposal. Abel even suggested giving him magic stones, but Duke naturally refused, since Abel was expending effort for the entire team's task. After a while, the team stopped because they had already discovered a desert lizardmen tribe. 5 kilometers from the oasis, there was an expanse of barren wasteland, teeming with bizarre rocks, where the lizardmen tribe was established amidst the peculiar stone forest. These immense stones were of fantastic shapes, the result of years of wind erosion. Viewed from above, the tribe lies at the center of the stone forest, with 2 entrances and numerous stone houses inside. The houses varied in size, encircling the largest stone house at the center. Abel calculated that this tribe should consist of at least 60 desert lizardmen. The complex terrain within the stone forest provided these lizardmen with excellent lurking spots. After observing for a long time, Abel identified 7 covert sentry points. These lizardmen evidently possessed considerable intelligence, constructing a very tight defensive line. They also had multiple patrol routes, seemingly patrolling 24 hours a day. Abel narrated, while Simon noted down details. The map gradually became richer, clearly illustrating the layout of the lizardmen's defensive forces. Soon, the sun set, night fell, and the temperature dropped sharply. After thorough inspections, Abel confirmed there were no omissions and ended the eagle eye technique. The entire process had lasted over an hour, consuming 2 basic magic recovery potions. The completed map was quickly duplicated into 3 copies, 1 for each person. The purpose of this was to prevent the map from being lost if the person holding it were unfortunately killed, ensuring others could still submit their task. All 4 were well aware they had to be prepared to face death upon coming here, as no one could guarantee they would definitely survive. A gust of night wind blew, bringing the piercing cold of the night. No one knew why it was so hot during the day yet so cold at night. Duke even suspected whether the wizard hosting the assessment intentionally made the temperature this low, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. He himself didn't mind. Due to his high physical stats, this temperature had little effect on him. It was different for Simon and the other 2. Though the physique of second-class wizard apprentices was much stronger than ordinary people, they were still far less robust than Duke. At night, the temperature quickly dropped below 0, and Simon and the others each took out leather jackets from their space rings to ward off the night's chill. We need to find a place to take shelter. I'm afraid the weather will turn worse. Simon glanced at the night sky with some concern. Abel said, I just saw a dry riverbed on the right with my eagle eye. There should be a place to shelter from the wind. The group didn't delay, immediately heading in the direction Abel had pointed. The wind grew increasingly fierce, carrying countless sand grains. The dry riverbed soon appeared before them, an extremely wide riverbed, its winding course heading into the unknown. Duke and the others jumped down and found an indentation in the riverbed bend, where the wind was much reduced. After sitting down there, they all felt their bodies somewhat limp. A day of high-intensity desert travel under such high temperatures had pushed their bodies to the brink of exhaustion. Duke was in the best condition of the group, but was still somewhat fatigued due to excessive physical exertion. The 4 quietly took out water and some dry food, replenishing their strength without speaking, as if they lacked the energy to talk. We've completed one of the tasks now. What are your thoughts? On the other, Duke asked. Simon contemplated for a moment and said, utilizing that oasis seems like the lizard men would often send people there to fetch water. We could ambush and kill them there. Duke pondered briefly. We can do that, but we must ensure absolute success and prevent them from escaping. Also, we may have at most only 2 opportunities. After we kill the first batch of outbound lizard men, Others may come to investigate. If neither batch returns, they will surely know something happened, and we must quickly flee this place before then. Duke then carefully discussed specific plans with Simon and the others, trying to be thorough. However, how effective it would be in execution, no one was sure. Since they hadn't fought the lizard men before, and the intelligence on parchment was quite rudimentary with no specific information, Duke and the team could only prepare to respond as best they could, adapting to circumstances as they arise. The temperature in the desert night gradually dropped, and Duke felt that the coldest moment must have reached 10 degrees below zero. Apart from the native inhabitants of the desert, foreign life found it hard to adapt to this environment. Relying on the presence of magic power within their bodies, Duke and his team could resist the cold and endure the long night. Sleeping was out of the question, as they all entered a state of meditation to slowly recover spiritual power and physical strength, allowing their bodies a moment of rest. The time at sunrise in the desert is one of the rare, relatively comfortable moments, neither too hot nor too cold. Duke and his team arrived early near the entrance of the oasis, where they lurked silently, waiting for the desert lizardmen to arrive. After about an hour, Abel, who had been responsible for the scouting, said, "Here they come, 2 of them." These 2 lizardmen carried a curved sword each, along with a giant water jug that seemed to be made from some kind of dried plant for water storage. The 2 lizardmen conversed in an incomprehensible language, appearing extremely relaxed. They came all the way to the entrance of the oasis, which was a downhill slope leading into the oasis. Just as the lizardmen reached the middle of the slope, a sudden change occurred. 2 stout vines appeared, binding them tightly. This was Anley's spell, who had previously planted 2 vine seeds there, allowing the power of the spell to sprout 2 vines when the lizardmen reached the spot. The physical strength of the lizardmen was strong, but they couldn't break free of the vine's restraint in a short time. Several rock spikes appeared, piercing the restrained lizardmen, along with fireball technique and wind blade. These were the spells of Simon and Abel. The yellow vertical pupils of the lizardmen contracted, instantly realizing they were in extreme danger. They glanced at each other, exhibiting great teamwork as they simultaneously condensed a small ball of sand grains, which shot out like a cannonball, hitting the base of the vine. The vine instantly broke. With a burst of muscle strength, they tore off all the vines. Once the vine broke at the base, its restraining power was significantly reduced. The 2 lizardmen then immediately dove into the ground, disappearing instantly, while various spells arrived at their standing spot, missing the lizardmen. They disappeared. Simon was very surprised, not expecting the lizardmen to have this ability. The lizardmen differed from the sandworms they encountered before. Sandworms moved by tunneling through the sand, but the lizardmen directly merged into the sand below. This was similar to the sand ball bomb they used, an earth magic spell. Lizardmen were naturally born with the ability to traverse sand. Duke and his team, due to lack of intelligence, were unaware of this ability the lizardmen possessed and hadn't considered this scenario. "They're coming, one is heading towards you, Simon." Duke quickly sensed that there were 2 entities rapidly approaching within the sand below. One headed towards Simon, while the other came toward Duke. Their target choice was obvious, as if they recognized which 2 among the 4 were the strongest. As soon as Duke spoke, the next moment, a lizardman emerged from beneath Simon's feet, its curved sword aiming directly at Simon as if trying to cleave him in half. The lizardmen moved so fast within the sand, far exceeding Duke's expectations. However, Duke's warning still proved useful. Simon transformed into a flame and disappeared, instantly reappearing 10 meters away. Having missed this ambush, the lizardmen swiftly retreated into the ground again. Both were born warriors, showing no fear towards Duke's team, making very decisive battle judgments. The lizardman near Duke quickly reached beneath him. With magic power surging inside him, Duke soon generated several rock spikes in the ground, aiming directly at the rapidly approaching lizardman. This move clearly caught the lizardman off guard. Quick reflexes allowed it to dodge these spikes, avoiding a direct hit. Yet in the next second, Duke manipulated these spikes to turn, striking the lizardman instantly. The lizardman had just repositioned itself, unable to adjust its movement in time, and was caught off guard when the spikes turned, piercing it, causing blood to seep into the underground darkness. It was too close to Duke, within a range where Duke could freely manipulate the spikes. Moreover, with sand below, mostly yellow sand, it was easier for him to control. The lizardman was instantly severely injured, with a spike penetrating its entire abdomen. Vomiting blood continuously, the lizardman struggled desperately to escape, its movement significantly slowed. Duke refused to give it a chance to flee, solidifying the sand below as a spike came up, piercing through the lizardman's head. The lizardman died instantly, and Duke manipulated the surging sand to push the lizardman's corpse to the surface. The other lizardman changed its target, preparing to ambush Anley, but smelling the thick scent of blood, immediately sensed danger and attempted to flee, only to feel its body becoming incomparably heavy, sinking downward. Although originally able to move freely in the sand, now its movements became extremely difficult, almost unable to control its body. Only able to move slowly. The lizardman's body was indeed very powerful. Under triple the gravity, it didn't sink but slowly crawled its way out. Utilizing his superior perception ability, Duke located the lizardman's position, instantly surrounding it with several spikes, directly piercing through it. Despite the lizardman's desperate struggle to escape, movements too difficult, it simply couldn't avoid the spikes. Moments later, as this lizardman's body also was pushed out of the ground by the sand, marking the end of this battle. The whole process went very quickly, but Duke's magic power consumption was significant. The gravity slowdown at triple gravity drained a large amount of his magic power. Duke hurriedly took out a potion, intending to replenish his magic power. Duke, luckily you warned me in time. At this point, Simon was still somewhat frightened, having not sensed the lizardmen's approach at all, not to mention their speed in the sand. Almost the instant the lizardmen broke the vines and disappeared, one had already reached the sand beneath Simon's feet. If not for Duke's timely warning, Simon would now likely have been cleaved in half. Holding a basic magic recovery potion, Duke was about to say something when he suddenly sensed something wrong. Looking back, he saw the two lizardmen's tails inexplicably breaking off, and then they burrowed into the sand and disappeared. Duke immediately felt something was amiss, intending to manipulate the sand to trap the severed tails, but lacking enough magic power, he couldn't manage in time. The desert lizardmen possess a highly unique ability. They can sever their tails when on the brink of death. The severed tail will retain the ability to move for a period of time. Moreover, as long as the severed tail is not destroyed, it can hatch into a new desert lizardman after a period, retaining all previous memories. This is a survival strategy of the desert lizardmen, one they only use as a last resort. After severing the tail, their original body will quickly perish, and the tail is also one of their vital points. Poisonous snake spike. Duke's magic power was no longer sufficient to use gravity slowdown again. He immediately activated the demonized item, poisonous snake spike, with a bit of magic force. After activating the item, a cobra composed of green energy appeared, rushing towards the remaining end of the lizardman's tail on the ground. Duke wasn't sure if he would make it in time, but he could only try his best. The poisonous snake spike flew out instantly, and upon reaching the target it exploded, lifting countless yellow sands. A gust of wind blew through, revealing the situation there to everyone. A large pit had been blasted there, its entirety appearing charred, with green liquid flowing. The yellow sand inside continued to corrode, emitting a sizzling sound. Only half of a tail was left in the pit, the second half completely gone, with the remaining part still being corroded. Duke and his companions rushed over to check, discovering that the tail was actually a container housing a much smaller desert lizardman. The small desert lizardman was already dead, half of its body had disappeared. It was the first time Duke and his group encountered such a creature, but with a bit of reasoning they understood the function of the lizardman's tail. They only left one tail, while another tail had already escaped. Once this tail returns to the tribe, it will surely lead to a massive pursuit by the lizardmen, possibly even attracting the personal chase of the lizardman leader. Duke made a decisive decision, slicing off the heads of two lizardmen swiftly with the black sword before turning to run. They must leave now, before the reinforcements of the lizardmen arrive. Once entangled, it would be very troublesome. These desert lizardmen can move freely through the sand, their speed incredibly fast, making them particularly troublesome for many wizard apprentices. While Duke could sense the position of the lizardmen with his perception ability, the others couldn't. If they were caught, Simon and the others would likely perish under the lizardmen's siege in a matter of moments. Duke and the others immediately dashed away, fleeing into the endless desert behind them. Desert lizardman tribe. A tail emerged from the ground, seemingly extremely fatigued, crawling on the ground with utmost effort as if to reach the tribe with the last of its strength. A lurking sentry nearby quickly noticed the tail, immediately jumping out, grabbing it and rushing it into the tribe. Inside the stone house of the lizardman leader, the 3-meter-tall leader used sharp claws to slice open the tail's outer layer, unveiling the small lizardman inside. The lizardman leader listened impassively as the small lizardman recounted the events, then roared angrily, sending dozens of desert lizardmen charging toward the oasis, vowing to slaughter those 4 damned humans. In the stone house, the small lizardman lay weakly on the ground, its breath faint, its survival dependent on luck. Normally, after a desert lizardman's tail is severed, it would take at least a month to hatch automatically. The leader's act of directly opening the tail inflicts significant harm on the lizardman, and the survival rate is extremely low. However, for the safety of the entire tribe, the lizardman leader deemed the sacrifice worthwhile. The lizardmen quickly arrived at the oasis, a place very familiar to them as an essential water source. The scene was chaotic, battle traces evident, but the 4 humans were nowhere to be seen. The lizardman leader arrived at Duke's last known departure point, unable to see any footprints since Duke hadn't forgotten to erase them when leaving. Some scents still lingered in the air, but locating the enemy based on these scents in the desert wouldn't be easy. The lizardman leader finally decided to dispatch a 10-member team to hunt for clues and pursue the enemy. He couldn't easily leave his territory, as there wasn't just one desert lizardman tribe nearby. If he left, his own tribe risked being devoured by other tribes, necessitating his presence to guard the place. The lizardman team set out quickly, chasing in the direction Duke, and the others fled before the scent completely dissipated. Duke and his companions ran at full speed, with Duke overseeing the rear, erasing footprints in the sand as he went. It ran for about 3 whole hours, the sun already risen, the temperature exceedingly high. After 3 hours of intense running, except for Duke, Simon and the others were running out of stamina. Lacking Duke's formidable physique, they were on the brink of exhaustion. Duke thus found a shaded spot behind a sand dune, letting them rest temporarily, rehydrate slightly. Abel, after a brief rest, used Eagle Eye to check, confirming that no lizardmen were currently in pursuit. Everyone was slightly relieved, knowing that tracking a target in the desert is difficult, as wind and sand obscure most traces. Though the process was somewhat fraught, at least we secured 2 heads and some information about the lizardmen, Duke said. Their team of 4 only needed to submit 4 lizardmen heads to complete the task. With just 2 remaining and ample time, they still stood a chance. Simon still carried some weight, expressing gratitude once more. "It's all thanks to you, Duke, otherwise the threat of impending death isn't easy to bear, likely leaving a shadow in many people's hearts." However, Simon recovered quickly, and the group began discussing subsequent plans, mainly seeking Duke's opinion. Duke's prowess was evident as the strongest among them, maintaining composure always, never seen in a panic. "We definitely can't go back to that oasis. We've already alerted them. But we can venture elsewhere, eliminate 2 more lizardmen using the same method. Once the task is complete, we can find a place to hide, waiting until the assessment ends."